Hello, I hope you guys are well today. It's my first video on this channel, but I hope you guys enjoy this video. Drop a like and subscribe for more awesome videos. Thank you very much. Kenichi Hamada, a freelance manga artist who works from home in Tokyo. He makes his living through art and animations of popular games, but he soon gets tired of his life in the city. And when the bullet train network finally makes it to his hometown, he decides to move back and start a new life while working in his hometown. While he hated his previous lifestyle, growing vegetables in his family garden was much more enjoyable, as now he had the nice slow-paced life he wanted. But by the time he noticed, he was already standing in the middle of a forest. He wonders what might have happened to him. Kenichi can still remember his name, age, and where he lives. So did he got himself into an accident while looking for some herbs? He then check his body, which doesn't seem to be hurt. And looking at his surrounding, he assumes that he must be in the middle of a forest, but there shouldn't be a place like this near his hometown. And when he walks further, he doesn't seem to find his way out, and soon enough his throat feels rather dry, and he had nothing of use in his pocket either. Even if he gets hungry, he have no food, water, or anything, although he spots mushrooms, but it's a kind that he had never seen before. And if things go like this, he would be a dead man in no time. While thinking about a way to get out, he notices something. There was a dead body lying down on the ground. He apologizes and searches its bag. There he finds a ring and a knife on the body. Now he have a weapon, but the biggest problem was food. Looking closely, he sees the metal armor, which couldn't be a replica, since there are marks of it being damaged and repaired. After thinking about it for a while, he finally realizes that he must be in another world. So instead of dwelling on it, he thinks of accessing the status board, which every Isekai'd protagonist gets. And guess what? It actually worked. There was his name, age, and 3 types of skills. Looking at it, he was confused since there was HP or MP mentioned. And what was this Shangri-La thing? All he could think of is the online shopping site. Kenichi thinks about it and then pressed the screen. Suddenly a site pops up. He notices that it is the same site that he uses so much in his daily life. Shangri-La is an all-encompassing online store that sells books, food, clothes, etc. Basically Amazon. Kenichi also had an item box skill, so he takes the rusted sword and puts it inside his item box. Now he can just press the screen and summon the rusted sword. This was rather exciting and convenient for him. Then Kenichi tries his third skill, trash. Pressing that transported his sword to a new menu. Below he noticed a swirly button. By pressing it, a new screen pops up, asking if he wants to empty his trash. He deduced that it was kind of like a computer. So now Kenichi have an item box and a trash can. All he need now is to test how many items it can fit inside. But he was a bit doubtful about his skills. What if there was a catch to use his power? Although Kenichi didn't want to rely on his power. If he doesn't use that, then he will have the same fate as the dead guy. So Kenichi tells himself to not worry about it and use it while he can. Then he goes on to buy some food online. But he notices that he is unable to purchase them because of insufficient funds. Kenichi starts thinking of ways to add money, which brings him into the screen of recharging funds. A new screen pops up, but till then his brain had stopped working due to hunger. Suddenly he notices what to do and drags the rusted sword from his item box to the new screen. The system asks if he wants to sell this item, and looking at the amount he would get by selling this, Kenichi was exhilarated. He sold the sword and got 100,000 yen in his account. Then he bought some food. He was distraught about the way he got the money, but he need to eat before thinking about anything else. Later Kenichi buys a shovel and buries the man who was left alone to die. He needs to pay respect, since the only way he could live was because of what he received from him. Then he buys a portable gas stove, gas can, pot with lid, and a bottle of water. And then he gets a large curry cup ramen with chopsticks, and it's done. The taste of modern civilization. While eating it, he thinks of making money from a nearby village, because sooner he will run out of food and money. Then suddenly he gets surrounded by ferocious wolves. Kenichi freaks out and tries to buy a weapon. He searches for a bow, but sadly he have never used one in his life. But then he buys the slingshots and bunch of fireworks. He begins burning the fireworks and throws it against the wolves, scaring them. Then he starts shooting rocks with the slingshot in his hand. After getting smashed by the stones, the wolves freaks out and starts to leave. Tired, Kenichi sits down and thinks about leaving since it's too dangerous to stay here. After walking for a while, he finally came out of the forest. But outside he still had to deal with the tall grass. Kenichi thinks that he will need something to scope out the place with, so he buys a telescope and a ladder, which are a bit expensive, but he ends up purchasing them anyway. He looks through the telescope and spots a city ahead of him, and there he sees some people. Now he can easily get to the city from here. Then he looks at his money, which he already spent half of it. While Kenichi thinks about buying spices and selling it for profit, a villager comes by asking him if he wants to take a ride to Dahlia, which is the city's name. Kenichi was shocked since he could understand their language. Then he tells them that he appreciates their offer, but he doesn't have any money. The villager decides to take him for free as he is almost near the city. They both introduce themselves. The villager's name was Fu, and he is a merchant. Fu asks him if he was here to do business. Well, yes, he was right on the money. That's what Kenichi decided to go with for now. Fu then asks if he is here to do business. Why is he empty-handed? Does he have the item box skill? Kenichi was surprised that he knows about that skill. Fu then tells him that this was his first time seeing someone who has item box. He then asks why haven't Kenichi become a merchant if he had that skill. Kenichi spews some more lies, and tells him that until now he have been a farmer. Then he starts to gather more information regarding the city. Kenichi finds out that he will need to register himself into the Commerce Guild if he wants to do business, and the registration fee is 1 silver coin. They arrive in the city of Dahlia. Kenichi helps Fu out with his stuff, and before parting, he hands Fu a bag of spices as thanks. Shocked by seeing spices since they were luxury good, Fu wants to pay for it, and before Kenichi could intervene, Fu tells him that merchants do love cheap goods, but they will never take free goods, because nothing is more expensive than something free, right on the money. Fu then pays him 2 silver and 6 bronze coins, which is the market value of the spice. Later on his way to the inn, Kenichi realized that he now have a pretty good grasp of how the world works. But there are some concerning rumors. He heard that there is a spice union that is monopolizing all the spice trade. But first he need to set up a base of operations for now. He finds his way into an inn and meets the girl who is taking care of the reception. Kenichi finds her rather cute. She tells him it's 1 silver for a food and room, so he gets a room without food. She then asks if he was here for a construction job. Kenichi explains that he came here to become a merchant, so that means he should be able to read and do maths, right? Shocked, Kenichi wonders how could he forget about that. The girl teases him, saying that it's a necessity to read and write if one wants to register with the Commerce Guild. Kenichi tells her that he can read and write, but only in a different language. She then asks him a question. If you have 4 bags of apples with 12 in each, how many apples do you have in total? Kenichi quickly answers it's 48. Impressed by his knowledge, the girl asks for his name, and she introduces herself as Azalea. After registering his name, Kenichi asks Azalea if she could teach him how to read and write, since he would need that to register with the Commerce Guild, and if she helps with that he will give exotic snacks in return. Hearing the word snack, Azalea was exhilarated. Later in the room, he gives the box full of sweets into her hands. She was mesmerized by having the sweet fruit jelly. Azalea tells him that she feels like a noble being able to eat this. Kenichi asks, does nobles exist here? Of course, but it's better to not get involved with them. Azalea tells him if they catch him with these sweets, they'll definitely confiscate it, which will be very troublesome. Then Kenichi brings out papers since it'll probably be expensive to use theirs. Well, it was sad since Azalea wanted to charge him for the papers. Hearing this, Kenichi realized that he can't drop his guard around her. After a while, Kenichi perceived that their language was very similar to Japanese, and they even used the similar Arabic numbers, so he can quickly memorize all of it. Azalea tells him if their language is similar to native language, then he will probably be fine when he register with the Commerce Guild. After learning that Azalea is clearly literate, Kenichi praises her, telling she is more suitable for doing business. Azalea looks at him and asks, do you know what's the most important thing in business? He thinks about it, and tells, is it restocking? Well, yeah, but she has no idea where to get the essentials from. But if it's Kenichi, he will be really successful on the market, so maybe she should try to be his lover. A bit weirded out, Kenichi gets embarrassed, and claims that he might be the same age as her father, only for Azalea to tell him that she doesn't have a dad, which sombers out the mood. Kenichi then picks up a brush, and tells Azalea to hold still for a second. After a while he draws a portrait of her, and he ends up making the best portrait for her. Impressed by Kenichi, she starts to undress. Well, this took a very weird turn. Even Kenichi was surprised. Azalea gets closer and tells him it would be unfair if she was the only one receiving. Well, she does have a point. Kenichi then wonders if it will be fine to do something like this just after transporting to another world. That thought didn't last long, since the next morning he wakes up after doing the deed, and making that face ain't gonna change the situation. Guys, the mangaka skipped the cultured part, but if you still want to look into it, it's at the end of chapter 1. Kenichi ends up filling himself with guilt, while she happily chows down on milk and granola. After tasting the food, she thinks that this could sell really good. Well, it uses sugar and fruits, so it's too expensive for townspeople, and he don't want to deal with the nobles. But his main problem was the naked girl casually eating breakfast on his bed. Kenichi thinks of paying for the room, and he checks his status screen. There he realizes that she cannot see his status screen, only he could see it. There she reminds him of the room fee, and he asks if she could tell him how the currency works here. Azalea begins explaining the whole thing to him, which makes him realize that one night here was 3 copper coins, meaning 3,000 yen. Yesterday he spent a lot of money, so now all he can think of right now is making money soon. At that moment, he thinks of heading to the merchant guild. There he notices that the place is filled with various people. He heads towards the reception, and the receptionist greets him. Kenichi asks her about registering to the guild. She tells him to fill out the form, and asks for 1 silver coin for registration fee, which will be 50,000 yen. Kenichi asks if he will be able to pay in installments, which is fine. Thanks to installments, he has some breathing room. Kenichi looks at the registration documents, which was handwritten, so the printing technology was not developed yet. He fills out the name, age and hometown, then he finds the arithmetic questions in the form, which make him feel like they are not even serious in the first place. After he was done, the receptionist gave him the guild card, which was nothing but a piece of stone that he will be able to use whenever he is doing business. Now that he was registered, Kenichi asks her, where could he find the market? Later, Kenichi is astonished to see the bustling market of another world. He notices that no one was selling fish since they can't preserve it. But there were lots of fruits and vegetables, and even knives and stones. Everything was just randomly placed together. One guy was selling a sheet of brownish paper for 1 copper, another was selling a crude knife for 1 silver, and a lady was selling a plain plate for 1 silver, and double that for pattern plate. Kenichi could see that the pattern plates weren't selling well, so if he wants to target townspeople, then he can't sell expensive goods. While thinking about that, a pretty girl calls out for him, and he ends up buying some fruits from her. He doesn't know the names of it, but when he stores it, the display states green as capel, yellow as yapple, and Azalea calls the red ones apple. These are pretty sweet and delicious. As the inn was crowded, Kenichi decides to head to his room. Concerned Azalea asks, did he manage to register? Then Kenichi shows her the piece of stone, which made her overwhelmingly ecstatic. In his room, Kenichi was preparing for his business tomorrow. His goal was to turn every 3,000 yen spent into 10,000 yen. So even with low profit margin, if he can earn a decent amount, then he can get by with Shangri-La. After all, his goal is to live a slow life in another world. Next morning, Azalea walks into Kenichi's room since the noise was way too loud. Well, he was making his stall, so definitely it would be loud. Azalea was shocked to see that he could do carpentry too. Well, there were lots of strange tools, so maybe. Kenichi tells her that he would clean the room, so there's no need to worry. He then starts to build his stall, and thinks about what to sell. Azalea looks at the clip he was using, and asks if he would sell that. Well, she wants that to use for her laundry, since she uses a thin piece of wood split in 2 to hold her laundry, but they always fall in no time. Listening to it, Kenichi thinks that maybe he could sell this. While on his way to the market, he spots a free space. He asks the neighbor lady if the spot near her is free. Kenichi then pulls out his stall from his item box. The old lady tells him how enviable it is to be able to carry one's good empty-handed. Then she looks at the things he was selling, and notices the laundry clips. The old lady asks, how much is it? Well, that would be 1 copper coin for 2 pieces. She buys 6 pieces, which made Kenichi quite happy. His stall did quite good in the market, and by the afternoon he sold 30 laundry clips, earning him 15,000 yen. Now he feels like he'll be able to live off selling laundry clips alone. But if he does that, other merchants will pop up with imitations, so it's best to keep thinking of new things to sell. Suddenly a guy comes up asking to buy a knife. Kenichi notices him carrying a sword, so he may be some kind of knight. The young guy checks the knife, which costs 2 silver coins, so kinda expensive. The young guy does like it, but he wanted something bigger. Well, Japan has sword and firearms control laws, so Shangri-La doesn't have big blade item. But Kenichi pulls out something better. The young guy was excited to see a beautiful hunter's knife, which costs 1 gold coin, which was way over his budget. Kenichi notices that he was conflicted, but this wasn't an item anyone could buy cheaply, so he felt sorry for him. But the young guy ends up taking it anyways, so as a bonus Kenichi throws a whetstone for free, which made the young guy quite happy. Later Kenichi paid 5 days' worth of lodging fee in advance. Azalea was shocked by it. She notices him wearing a new shirt, so she realized maybe his business went well. In his room Kenichi was having curry rice for dinner. While surfing in Shangri-La he finds a drum bath. With this he could easily take a bath from the river, and with this problem solved he went to sleep, wondering if he could sell accessories in his shop. Next morning in the market, Kenichi was selling necklace and brooch for 10,000 yen. It's not a diamond or crystal, but a cut glass which should still be worth a fair amount. Then a half-beast girl shows up around his shop. Kenichi stares at her skirt, which seems to have alerted the beast girl. She rushes toward Kenichi's shop, and claims that she could smell the spices on him. It seems that she is really eager to have some spices and asks if he could sell them, even though he claims to have spices but they weren't for sale. Then the old woman explains that if Kenichi sells spices and gets found out by the Bacopa then he will be in great trouble. After hearing that, she quietly walks off depressed. He does feel sorry for her but he don't want to attract much attention. Soon enough a maid comes around asking for some laundry clips. She gets 100 pieces, shocking Kenichi. Then she looks at the jewelry. Kenichi tells her that isn't a diamond but a polished glass. He even tells her that he can save one of them for her if she wants. She thanks him and leaves. Just when he thinks of closing the shop, some beastmen comes around him, asking if he will be willing to sell some spices. He thinks they must be the companions of the half-beast girl. He was afraid if he gets marked by someone dangerous, then he'll never be able to do business again. But instead of doing something bad, they start kneeling down begging him. He felt a bit awkward by that. The people begin to claim that Kenichi will go out of business if he ends up selling them in the first place. The bears gets depressed. Seeing them like this he makes a new deal. Kenichi tells them that he can't sell any spices but he can make a meal out of spices for them. He then tells them to meet near the riverbank in a distance. The old lady asks if she can accompany them as well, now that the matter has settled. They get picked up by the bears, and they make a run towards the riverbank. Later they arrive in front of the riverbank. Kenichi pulls out the pots and ingredients to cook. So now it is time to get cooking. Everyone was shocked to see the otherworldly stove. The old lady asks if she could help, so Kenichi tells her to help cut the vegetables. She was shocked to see the color of the carrot, but Kenichi ensures that they're edible. They all started making food together, and after a while, the meat curry and vegetable stir-fry was ready. Then they all enjoyed the food since it was something that they have never tasted before. The beastman even starts thinking of having a drink at that moment. Kenichi instantly takes out the shochu to have some drinks, but in exchange they have to avoid speaking about this whole event to anyone. Kenichi realized that they have forgotten to introduce themselves to each other. They started to introduce them. One's called Nyakero, Nyamuro and Nyanji, and the girl is called Mayuri, and the old lady is Anama. After having the dinner they chill out near the campfire. Later they even go for a bath, which ends proving Mayuri as the strongest. Later he dry off Mayuri, and they all sleep under the open sky. Kenichi was there too, under the blanket with Mayuri's sweet touch. He looks at the Shangri-La screen, and wonders where does the goods come from. And the more he thinks about it, the more mysterious it becomes. But for today it doesn't matter. Next morning Kenichi had a deep yawn. He felt like he must have gone a little too rowdy last night. Anama comes in and he greets her. She then asks if he was alright since last night he drank a lot. Well, he was fine, but this morning when Azalea asks him about what he has been doing the last night, Kenichi explains that he was drinking outside with the beast folk, but she seems to have found Mayuri's hair on him, and since then she has been ignoring him. Well, it can't be helped since he doesn't need women for the slow life he's aiming for. Suddenly a lady and her maid came in front of Kenichi's stall. It was the same maid from yesterday, and the lady with the straight blonde hair seems to be her mistress. Kenichi assumes that the maid might be here to pick up the necklace. She then pays for it and shows it to her mistress. Shocked by the necklace, she wonders if it was diamond. The maid tells her that according to the owner it's made of glass, and Kenichi confirms it's glass, and further asks if it's to her taste. Intrigued, she asks if Kenichi could show her other accessories that he has on him. Kenichi then pulls out different jewelry on the table, and she gets shocked to see an item box holder. Well, actually Kenichi just bought all those from Shangri-La. Curious, the lady then thinks about it for a while, then makes a request to Kenichi. But first she introduces herself as Primula, the eldest daughter of the Mallow company. Hearing that, Kenichi gets anxious. Primula then asks him if he would be willing to come to her company and speak with her father. Kenichi whispers to Onama if she knows anything about the Mallow company. She tells her that it's one of the largest company that does honest business in this town. He thinks that it might be a good idea to make some connections with a large company. Primula further tells him that her father is at the mansion now, so meeting today would be preferable. Kenichi agrees, and she thanks him for agreeing to her request. He was shocked to see the daughter of a large business bowing her head to him, and he further thinks that if she is like that, then her father must be man of character. Sometimes later they head for the mansion. Kenichi was psyched to ride in such an expensive carriage. Primula was delighted to see that. She then tells him that they tried to reproduce the laundry clips that he sold yesterday, but it was impossible to mass-produce. Well, it can never be successfully recreated since it requires a high level of manufacturing technology, and the coiled spring used in these clips cannot be made without a machine, and trying to reproduce in a home workshop would be difficult. It looks simple at a glance, but Primula understood that it takes a high level of technology to make. Soon enough they arrive in front of the huge mansion, and they lead Kenichi inside. He was sitting inside a luxurious room. Looking at the decoratives, he wonders if he could buy it from Shangri-La. Then a man introduces himself as Mallow, the owner of Mallow Company. They both introduces themselves, and Primula whispers to her father that Kenichi seems to possess an item box. Kenichi claims that it's small, but then Mallow reveals his own item box. He tells Kenichi he made use of his item box to grow his company to where it is now. Well, that was incredible, but as a farmer Kenichi only used it to store crop. Then with a stern look Kenichi asks, what does he want it to discuss? Suddenly the room quiets down. Mallow asks Kenichi if would sell his goods in wholesale to his company? Kenichi remembers Primula's reaction at his stall, so it seems his goods would sell for more if they were sold from an appropriate place. But in that case, why haven't they just bought them from his stall and resold them without asking him? Mallow then asks what would he have done if he finds out about this. Well, he'd probably stop selling it altogether. Mallow further tells him that his business rival might have contacted him and offered a much better price, so to not let a large business opportunity slip he decided to have a conversation with Kenichi. Then he offers to split the profit 50-50, and Kenichi instantly agrees. He thinks that the product he buys from Shangri-La are a lot cheaper and they will end up selling it 4 to 5 times more, so he will earn a lot for his living expenses. Delighted by their partnership, they both shake hands, and Kenichi ends up signing the contract with one of the largest business in town. Mallow Company also provide finishing services and exchange glass for diamonds, but the technology for cutting gems is still lacking, so accessories made from cut glass are more popular than the real thing. And apparently Kenichi made 1,000,000 yen on his first few pieces of jewelry, and his balance in Shangri-La exceeded 1,000,000,000 yen. Kenichi thinks if he makes this much money his slow life plan can move forward. So he decides to make a base in the forest. The townspeople don't go near the forest since they say it's dangerous. And even he got attacked by a monster, so it's crazy idea. But he have already ventured 200 meters into the forest, so it shouldn't be that dangerous. He wanted to live a quiet and carefree life. With his frozen food and instant noodles, plus he wants to use electrical appliances, so a secluded place is good. After he decides a location, he will clear out the land to build a house, and to his surprise he even found a log house in Shangri-La. Next day Kenichi was clearing out the area to build his house. He decided to connect path with the road to avoid walking through tall grass, so he used gravel to make a road, since the gasoline for the grass cutter was quite expensive. After completing it, he purchased a chainsaw and started cutting down some trees. He need to do that to make a clearing for a log house. He does a small cut on one side and carves out a triangle on the other. Then he hammers a stake into the smaller cut, and kaboom, it's down. Now Kenichi needs to clean up all the wood he had cut down, but then he wonders if he could fit all the logs in his item box. After a while he finds out he could easily do that, and if he chops the log in 10 centimeters cut, Kenichi can use the log as firewoods in the future. So now all that left was to dig all these huge stumps. He chops it with chainsaw and then dig up the stumps, but the amount of work was too much for him, and like a compulsive buyer he bought a frickin' excavator. Kenichi splurged 1.2 million yen on this thing. It was used once, so it had some rust on it, but more importantly, with this he won't get tired. He gets into it, and as he switches it on, His heart sunk, it wasn't starting. He then remembers that heavy machines use diesel, but where was he gonna get that? He searches for it, but even Shangri-La doesn't sell diesel. After some deep dive, he finds out that Addition Agent can convert kerosene into usable fuel for diesel engine, and he found white gasoline in Shangri-La. 1800 yen for a liter was a tad expensive, but he doesn't have any choice, so he bought it anyway. Kenichi then buys a diesel generator. He fills it up and starts it. Well, it seems to work. He also bought some light bulbs to test it, and they lit up, but the voltage fluctuates a lot, so it wasn't usable, and above all it was too damn loud, so let's turn it off. With this he can use the excavator, so now he decides to head back to town. Next morning, Azalea asks Kenichi where he had been. He tells her that he was clearing land in the forest to build a house. Azalea was quite shocked to hear that. Well, that was tend to happen since living in the forest was some sort of taboo. But Kenichi had some countermeasures like an infrared lights and a warning buzzers to fend off wild beasts. The only real problem were the bugs. Azalea suggested him to buy bug-repelling magic stone from the second-hand store near the market. Later, when Kenichi enters the store, he was greeted by the old man, who asks where he was from. Kenichi explains that he had just opened a street stall at the market, so they're basically in the same business. The old man tells him if he had some interesting foreign item, then he will buy them at a good price. Kenichi then pulls out some oranges and asks if he would be able to sell bug-repelling magic stone for this. The old man was intrigued by the oranges, so he sells of the magic stone for a discount. Later, Onama was impressed that he was able to get a discount from that old man. Well, the old man was pretty well known as a walking encyclopedia, so making him an acquaintance is a good idea. Onama then hands him a pamphlet, and tells him about a dangerous group called Shaga, who were spotted about 60 kilometers away in the mountain. Kenichi was shocked to hear about the bandits. She further tells him that they were a pretty big group, and have made a stronghold in the ruins of the old castle. From there they pillaged the surrounding town and villages. Concerned about the bandits, he closes the shop, and looking at the today's earnings, which were about 20,000 yen, he wonders if his sales were down because of the mallow company. The next day he was clearing out the area, and he managed to do that in one day with the help of excavator. And it was fun to drive, so he wasn't tired. He was also flattening out the area for the foundation. But after buying this excavator, his funds took a massive hit, so he thinks about raising some funds. Later at the Mallow mansion, Primula greets him with a humongous, beaming smile. She tells him there were a long list of customers eagerly waiting for his product. Well, these were high-end goods, so it took a while to craft, which was definitely a lie. Primula takes him to a room, where he is greeted by Mallow himself. Kenichi lays out all the goods on the table. This time he had pendants, necklaces, and a beautiful urn to store sugars. Primula really liked a bracelet, and requested her father if she can keep one. But if she does that, then there would be less items sell. Well, that being said, Mallow asked Kenichi what would be the cost of this. Kenichi then realized Mallow was weak to his daughter pleading. He tells Primula the bracelet looks golden, but actually it was just gold-plated. Shocked by it, she asks why would the craftsman use such a time-consuming process. Kenichi then lies about the craftsman being a strange person. He then shows the urn with sugar in it. Dejected, Mallow tells him that the country has a monopoly on sugar and salt, so they can't sell that. Well, Kenichi had already bought 1 kilogram of sugar for 200 yen, thinking he would make a large profit, but now it can't be helped. Leaving it aside, Mallow informs him about his pendants being a hit with nobles. Later in the forest, Kenichi had earned 15 gold coins by trading with Mallow Company. So with this he can buy this log house and say goodbye to his tent life. He excitedly pays up 1,700,000 yen for the log house. A bunch of wooden planks falls down behind him. Shocked, Kenichi wonders what could have happened. He looks at the screen, and by the log house picture, it was mentioned about this being a self-assembly unit. Well, apparently this log house was a self-assembly kit. No wonder why this house only cost 1.7 million yen. But what could he do now? Doing it all alone would be impossible for him. Disappointed, he sat down thinking what to do. Come to think of it, he does have a heavy machinery, and by looking through the manual he finds out the structure was made by connecting thin boards together, and there's no pillar or beam. He gets up thinking he have come this far, so he just gotta do it. After all, he had already bought it. Then he notices the glass windows were shattered, annoying him even more. Then he started assembling his log house, while running his stall during breaks. A week passed, and while he had some minor hiccups, he didn't give up, and after a month his house was ready. although the inside was just an empty space. But he can design the layout as he please. He also thought about making a kitchen and attaching a sink. As for the light, he was currently using a gas lamp. He thinks about using the generator, but it made quite a noise, plus the fuel cost would be very high. So he decided to try out solar panels. There were a lot of things to do, and after another month, his home was finally complete, and it does look pretty good. He built a fence and covered it with a wood preservation he bought from Shangri-La, and he planted marigolds since his bug-repelling stone doesn't seem to cover his entire field. He also made a small field next to his house, and toilet which resembles one from his world. Inside, his kitchen and sink were also complete, and he placed 20 solar panel in line which powers the multi-purpose battery with charging function. And above all, he could now finally take a bath. It was made out of drum, and he fills it up from the river nearby. This was his first bath since he came to this world, and he's having it in the middle of the forest, with a great view of the mountain and sky. He feels this is the best, and all that effort was worth it. Now that he have got his own land and house, his slow life in another world has finally begun. But he wasn't alone, as something was watching him from afar which was rather curious about him and his lifestyle. After he lived there for a month, one day he went outside with a camera to take a picture of his backyard. It's his hobby to make a photo album of all the flowers and plants that he see in this world. On his leisure walk he came across a massive beast which was injured. Kenichi freaks out and drops his camera. After taking a good look, it resembles a cat but only bigger, like a leopard with thick fur or a mountain cat. Thankfully it was breathing, but it looked weak. Kenichi noticed a broken arrow stuck on his waist, so he felt bad for him, and as he went to help, the beast snarled at him, freaking him out. But hearing the whimper of the beast, he felt pity. Kenichi then roped his arm with a cushion and bought a neck brace to protect himself from a bite. He was scared, but he can't just leave it be. She started pulling the arrowhead. The beast was screaming in agony, but he didn't bite. I guess he knew Kenichi was trying to help him. After a struggle he finally got the arrowhead out, and Kenichi wondered why it didn't resist. Well, maybe because it was weak. Blood was dripping from the wound, so he covered it with a cloth. He then disinfected the wound with a saline solution and bought an antiseptic from Shangri-La. Kenichi spreads the ointment on the wound and feeds it a painkiller. The beast was resting and it seems he was fine. Looking at it, Kenichi wonders, is this enough? Will it work? He had no idea. He can't just leave it in the middle of the forest, and he can't bring a living creature in his item box either, which meant he had to buy an outdoor trolley to bring him in, which costed 9,000 yen. He then tries to pick the beast, which weighed more than 30 kilograms, and yeah, bro was struggling. But somehow he brought the beast in his home, and laid a blanket for it to rest. It wasn't moving, so he wondered if he was too late. Well, there wasn't any vets in the world, but there might be some kind of healing magic, or even a magic stone, so he thought about asking around tomorrow. The old lady was peculiar about him going out of his way to save a forest cat, and calls him a strange person. Well, Kenichi knows about that, since even the old man at the second-hand store calls him that, and he came to know that the beast he saved was a forest cat, and its fur is a high-grade material. Kenichi was even asked to bring it to the guild, but how could he? By then someone was sneaking behind him. You smell of a forest cat, nya. I wanna see it, nya. And it was Mayuri who was hugging his hand very tightly. He couldn't say no, so he brought her with him. On the way, Kenichi finds out that the forest cats were important to beast folk. Mayuri tells him the forest cats were envoy of God to them, and that's why she wanted to see it. I am not gonna say nya again. Kenichi theorized that the forest cats were like an high-grade material for a humans, but for the beast folks they're the envoys of God, basically like angel. So the one who shot it with an arrow was probably not a part of beast folk. But suddenly Mayuri gets hot-tempered and berates the dog folk, and they worship the evil wolves, and the ones who shot the forest cat are probably them. Hearing this, Kenichi then speculates that the cat folk must hunt the evil wolves then. Well, of course, she replied, and now that Kenichi have saved a forest cat, that meant he's now one of them. Kenichi then thought that he could have easily saved an evil wolf instead. Well, that's what happens with a kind-hearted MC. Outside the house, Mayuri was surprised to see such a beautiful home built in the middle of the forest. Well, it did took a lot of effort. And inside the house, Forest Cat was still sleeping on his blanket. Kosuke looked at the food bowl and it was half-eaten. Well, it seems it hasn't regained his appetite yet, while Mayuri seems concerned about the sacred cat's wound. Suddenly the forest cat went to lick his wound, but the medicine was already applied, so for the forest cat health's sake, Kenichi made it wear Elizabethan collar which costed 3,000 yen. Mayuri then wondered if Kenichi was a doctor. Well, he wasn't, but he's confident that he could at least do first aid. Mayuri was glad that Kenichi was a good guy since other people would have definitely taken it to the guild. Then she decided to stay over because she was worried about the forest cat. Kenichi asked if she was sure since he only had one bed. Then Mayuri suggested to sleep together. Since Kenichi saved a forest cat, she knows that he is a good person. After hearing that, Kenichi wonders about this world's moral value. But well, Mayuri was pretty cute, so how could he say no to that? Later, Kenichi cleared the forest cat's wound, and for dinner Mayuri caught a wild duck. He then pulls out a grill and started cooking a meal. Mayuri really enjoyed the taste, and the smell awakened the forest cat. Then Kenichi brings the meal out for him, and it seems he enjoyed it a lot. Next morning Mayuri left for her home, so now it was time to till the field. He purchased an electric tiller for 16,000 yen, and it was working wonders. Then after 30 minutes he was finished. As for what to plant, he had options like tomatoes, eggplant and potatoes, but for now he went with tomatoes since he didn't want a crop that's too difficult to grow. Technically he could just buy vegetables directly from Shangri-La, but for a slow life he gotta have a vegetable garden, and filling up jerry cans from the river and lugging them back every day was a pain, but bro was really driven by that slow life vibe. Kenichi then wonders if he could dig a well in the middle of the forest? Well, there were so many big trees here, so there has to be a large water reserve underneath. These thoughts occupied his mind as he went to sleep. Next morning, as the sun was shining bright, Kenichi opens his eyes to see a strange silhouette on the ceiling. Suddenly it plunks down on Kenichi's stomach, making him shriek. Well, it was the forest cat, which seems a lot better now. Kenichi removes its Elizabethan collar, and the forest cat gets down and points towards the door. Kenichi opens the door thinking whether if it wants to leave. The forest cat then looks around and heads into the bushes. Looking at it, Kenichi thinks he have done what he could, so he tells it to stay healthy and live on. A few days passed. He took a break from his stall and worked on completing his well. And finally it worked. Kenichi then uses a pump to draw water from the well and transfer it to his drum bath. He really had fun thinking about making various stuff. Well, he got so absorbed in work that it got dark, so decided to have a bath. While he was preparing that, someone approached him from behind, and after hearing his name he was shocked. Kenichi then looks behind to find Primula standing there. "Why are you here?" Kenichi asks. Well, his stall has been closed for a while, so she was worried. Then Mayuri told her about his home in the forest and guided her here. Kenichi then asked why did she came here without an escort. What if she was attacked by monsters? Well, Kenichi was living here, so she thought it would be fine. And she also heard about him helping an injured forest cat. Primula then asks him about the mass of metal on his yard. Hearing this, Kenichi realizes that he have left the excavator out in the open. With no valid excuse, he tells her that excavator is his summoned beast. And naive Primula believed it. She was amazed to hear that Kenichi could use magic. Kenichi was then taken aback by how quickly she believed him and tells her to keep this all a secret. Primula always thought he was a mysterious person, but now that she had uncovered one of his secrets, she was pleased. Hearing this, Kenichi feels like someone has got a hold of his weakness, but if it's Primula, it should be alright. The only problem were the nobles. If they caught a wind of this, then they would try to use him in any way possible. Primula then states that even for them at Mallow Company, it would be problematic if their business partner were to be snatched away by the nobles, since there are many nobles that do as they please. Kenichi then wonders that now the town gates must have likely been closed. Well, indeed that was true. So it couldn't be that she was planning on staying here, right? Well, he can't be telling a woman to camp outdoors in the wilderness. Then with a vigor, Kenichi tells her that he only have one bed. Well, Primula doesn't mind since on long business trips it's normal to sleep with the opposite gender. Kenichi realized that she was pretty stubborn, and she herself wants to stay over, so he can't kick her out. Then Primula spots a large drum and asks what's that? Well, it was the bath, and hearing that she was quite excited, and asked if she could try. Later she took a dip, and from the bath tents Primula asked Kenichi if he was there. Kenichi was sitting by the wall facing other way. Well, he has to be here because she was scared to stay by herself. Kenichi thought that she was like a little girl scared to go to toilet by herself. Then suddenly she calls for Kenichi and asks to poke his head from there. Well, she is in the bath right now, so it was okay. Kenichi does so and asks, "How's the water?" Well, it's excellent. She never thought she'd be able to have a leisurely bath like this, and if it was a noble's bath then it would have to be built out of marbles, and construction of boiler and connecting pipes would have costed tens of millions at the minimum. While she was saying that, Kenichi was just engrossed by her beauty, and looking at him she got embarrassed. Realizing her embarrassment, he goes to hide in the shadows, then Primula stops him since she was scared to be alone. Kenichi tells her if she was scared then she could have tried it another day, and what would she do if he was a bad person? Primula then gets up and tells him, someone who helped the beast folk and even saved the forest cat could not be a bad person. Kosuke then hands her a towel and a robe to wear until she stops sweating. Primula really liked the softness of the robe, but it was not for sale. If she wants in small numbers then he can maybe supply some. He then hands cup of liquid. She sips some and really liked the taste. Well, it was milk that's been mixed with fruit juice. Primula then excitedly tells him with all these goods he could be the best merchant in the country. But Kenichi wasn't interested in that sort of thing. Living a quiet life and making enough money to eat good food was all he wanted. Kenichi then brings out a sketch book to show his hobby. He opens a page, and Primula was amazed by his drawing of the forest cat. She tells him with his skill he could be a painter at the royal palace. Embarrassed, Kenichi asks would she like a portrait of herself? Primula then sits on the bed with an elegant pose, and Kenichi starts to draw her. After a while it was done, and it came out really good. Mesmerized, Primula asks, can I really have it? Well, of course. She then hugs the portrait with a cute smile, and looking at it Kenichi was pleased. Later Kenichi bought an extra bed for her to sleep, and while on his bed he thinks about his ability, which has a pretty problematic part. He wonders what happens to the money he deposits in the Shangri-La, since as long as you put money in you can buy any number of amazing things, so it's like a black hole that sucks money. But the money one gives to a black hole can never come back, so eventually the country's treasury will run out, and it will suffer an economic collapse. Then probably he'd be held responsible for its collapse, or maybe he'd travel from country to country destroying their economies as he lived like a fugitive. And because of that he thinks about limiting his transactions so that an individual can handle. He would also have to think of some kind of plan for the future. The next day Kenichi and Primula both head toward the Mallow Company. Yesterday he ended up letting his business partner's daughter stay the night with him, so now he'd have to explain the situation to Mallow. Kenichi then thinks that Mallow would probably get mad at him. As soon as they arrive, Primula spots her father standing in front of the mansion. Angry, Mallow asks her where she was yesterday. Primula tells him she went outside the town, and since it got late she wasn't able to return home, therefore Kenichi-san let him stay at his house. Kenichi further tells him he couldn't let the daughter of his business partner camp out in the wild, so he had no choice but to let her stay at his place. Then Mallow apologized for the trouble his daughter caused. Kenichi here thought he would kick up a huge fuss, but was he not worried because they're far apart in age, or was it because he trusts him? Worried, Mallow there wonders who does she take after. Well, it was obvious that Primula takes after her father, since if Mallow himself catch a wind of a potential business opportunity he would even cross a battlefield or navigate a forest full of monsters to get there. After seeing the father and daughter bonding, Kenichi realizes that even her father is unable to keep up with his daughter's tomboy-like antics, and he's sure Mallow doesn't want his cute daughter to meet with any sort of danger, and even he thinks the same. Later Kenichi pulls out a towel, bathrobe and a nightwear on the table. Mallow was surprised by these strange fabric, and Kenichi explained its uses. He then shows them a risque nightwear, which gained a mixed reaction from them. Kenichi tells them this outfit was a secret weapon. If a woman wears this in front of a man she's interested in, then no matter how stubborn he is he will fall for her instantly. But when he looked at Mallow's expression, he realized he made a terrible mistake. It seems his joke went a little too far. Then suddenly there's a sound of the doors opening. The maid enters carrying a large amount of books. Mallow states the Empire has adopted a new accounting method, so they're in the middle of rewriting all their accounting. Kenichi asks what kind of method is it? It is called double-entry bookkeeping. It is something recently invented in the Empire. Hearing that reminds Kenichi of his old world. Mallow then tells him that the guild master of the merchant city invented this method, and in an instance it spread throughout the Empire, and thanks to that he's also recommended as the next Minister of Commerce. Kenichi then thinks about this new invented method, so was it just a coincidence? Primula then asks her father if today was the day they have to test that out. Mallow tells her that the craftsman had informed him that it was ready, so they will test it in the afternoon. Excited, Primula asks if Kenichi can see that as well. Well, it was a large item, so they will see it outside, and Kenichi wonders if she was talking about the drum bath. He then heads out while planning to come by in the afternoon. Kenichi then goes to register at the Adventurers Guild to make reparations for the future. Later at the Adventurers Guild, the receptionist asks for 1 silver coin for the registration fee, and if he was registered to another guild then he'd have to show his card as well. A while later his registration was complete, and the receptionist tells him to refer to the bulletin board for request. Kenichi then looks through the bulletin board, and there he finds a request for gathering rare medicinal herb and a wanted person poster with high bounty. The Jaga bandit he heard about before also had a poster, and it seems he has a band of 50 bandits with him, and the guild was also paying a hefty reward for wiping them all out. Well, it didn't concern him, so he heads back to the mansion. There he was surprised to see a hand pump in this world. Mallow and Primula asks if he knows of it. Kenichi then explains about the hand pump and how it's used to draw water by repeatedly raising and lowering the handle. Well, this device is also starting to spread around the empire, so Mallow quickly ordered one and asked his craftsman to make a trial version. Well, as expected of a world without copyright, it's a free-for-all. But still a hand pump, and this morning it was the double-entry bookkeeping. Kenichi then wonders if there's another person here who came from his original world. But his thoughts were cut short when both the father and daughter were amazed by how good their trial product was working. And sure enough, after seeing the hand pump, the reaction to his drum bath was lukewarm. Kenichi was bummed out by that, so he sketches a bicycle, and asks Primula what she thinks about a vehicle like this. Looking at it, Primula was holding her laughter, while Kenichi explains how it is used. Primula then shows her father the sketch, and Primula and Mallow burst out laughing, stating it looks quite quirky. With an empty look, Kenichi thinks the pioneers were also seen as a laughingstock first, so it's okay. And then he explains how this vehicle moves faster than running and how the rider doesn't get tired either. Mallow then holds his laughter and tells him it does look less tiring than running, so if a chance arises, he will let his craftsman look at it. Hearing this, Kenichi wonders this probably seems impossible, while Primula wheezes in the background. A month later, Kenichi spots a bicycle on the streets, and when he asks the rider, he tells him it was made by the Mallow Company. Although his sketch of a bicycle was laughed at, it seems a few days later, having realized its convenience, Mallow had a prototype made, and now he's holding a demonstration by having someone ride through the streets on it. Slowly the number of bicycles increased, and before he knew it they became a normal sight in the streets. And apparently the government office is using them to relay messages, which means there's a postman-like job in this world too. And as the one who came up with the original idea, he was paid 5 gold coin. It was pretty cheap compared to the patent fees from his original world, but it's pretty nice of them to pay him anything at all for the idea. Later, Mallow was recognized as the inventor of the bicycle and was commendation by the Lord. Furthermore, he was allowed to take a family name. And after a few months, bicycles called Draenese were all over the streets. But his relaxing life in the forest haven't changed. And he bought some useful items from the old man, so his exploration of the forest was progressing well. He also got vegetables regularly from his field, and the forest cat and the beast folk also brings him meat on a daily basis, and if he sells some of the meat from the prey to the Adventurers Guild, the amount he get will be more than enough to live on. For a time there was a rumor about his rare appearance in the market, but when he completely disappeared with his stall, it didn't take long for them to forget about him. Kenichi now has more leeway with money, so he slows down his business with the Mallow Company. The places he would have to visit has now decreased, but in exchange Primula now visits him very often. She sits there enjoying the chips made by Kenichi. Primula then asks him if it's alright to take credit for the bicycle's idea. Well, Kenichi didn't mind, since as long as he'd have enough money to fill his belly, that is more than sufficient. In fact, it'd be troublesome if his name ended up out there. Primula then apologized for laughing at his bicycle sketch earlier, but Kenichi was not bothered by that. Primula then further tells him that when she was writing the final product, she immediately realized that this was something incredible. Well, he was glad to hear that, but Kenichi wonders, is she planning on staying over again? After it got pretty late, they decided to sleep, so Kenichi decides to bring out some nightwear for her. Primula then shyly asks if he could bring out the set that he showed before. Worried, Kenichi asks if she buys something like that, then her father will scold her. Well, it was fine since she isn't a child anymore. Kenichi then asks if she had feeling for someone, whose heart she hoped to win by wearing this. She quietly tells him that person is right here. And after looking at her eyes, he realized she was serious. Distressed, Kenichi tells her to sit over there for a moment. He then tells her that a young girl like her should value herself more. She shouldn't have a feeling for an old man like him. Primula interrupts him, telling he's a wonderful man. Then Kenichi tells her that a woman like her should have no shortage of noble suitor. Well, there's been talk of that, but there's no way a merchant's daughter could ever be a legal wife. She'd be only seen as a potential mistress. In that case, how about the knight that used to come to his store? Kenichi then wonders what would Malo-san say when he knew what was going on there. But then Primula tells him her father is not against it. Kenichi then thinks that first they need to keep the matter aside for a while, for now at least, and she asks him could they at least sleep together? Kenichi thinks about it, and guess what? They slept together. Well, who could say no to those massive knockers? Next morning she leaves while he kept on thinking, why does she like an old man like him? Later he goes to check on his field, and suddenly the same knight who came to buy his knife comes around. Kenichi greets him. Then the knight explains that there was a word of a suspicious man living in the forest, so he came out to check, and it turns out it was Kenichi. The knight then spots the solar panel and asks what's that? With no word to explain, he tells him it's related to magic, and the knight then speculates that he's a sorcerer. Kenichi then tells him to keep this a secret, since if the word got out it would be very troublesome. The knight then tells him he'd agree only if he listened to his request. Later Kenichi sells him a ton of ingots, which the knight seems quite excited about. Kenichi tells him he could use this to make a long sword because he doesn't deal with weapon that big. Kenichi then pulls out 2 glasses and asks if he'd like to talk over some drinks. And after buying a whiskey for 2,000 yen, the knight couldn't believe he'd get to drink this delicious alcohol for free, so if there's anything he want to know he'd gladly help. Kenichi then asks him about the situation regarding this country's foreign relations. The knight then explains that there are some small disputes with the empire along the border, as the empress and the first princess are right in the middle of a power struggle for the throne, and it seems that the empress wants the second princess to succeed the throne, so that's the reason why she is trying to finish off her own daughter. But it seems like it will be a drawn-out affair, since the first princess has a powerful sorcerer on her side that wields unique magic, which has turned the tables in terms of military strength. Kenichi then theorized that unlike regular magic, the unique magic is special, which requires no cost to use and can be used without limit, which means Shangri-La would also be classified as unique magic. The knight then remembers that the unique magic was something similarly called yellowish. Then Kenichi asks, could it be mayonnaise? Well, yes, that's what it's called, and Kenichi couldn't believe what he just heard. That sorcerer also had the ability to bring forth a large amount of oil, since there's stories of him drowning hordes of monster in sea of oil and setting them ablaze. Kenichi first thought mayonnaise as a magic would be a joke, but in large quantities it actually has the ability to become a weapon. He then asks for the empire's official name, which I am not gonna say since I would butcher the pronunciation. Later the knight leaves after a couple of drinks, and according to Sir Knight, that empire has a custom where the newly enthroned empress used a divine treasure to transform into the form of a young girl, which was kinda weird. While Kenichi was in the market, he thinks about Primula, who he hasn't seen in months. Well, he did hear about Malo and his daughter going shopping with a caravan in tow, and today's the day they're arriving back. He then spots a crowd gathering in the middle. He goes through the crowd and sees a distressed Malo, who was asking for help. He was begging for anyone to save his daughter, stating money won't be the problem. Kenichi then approaches him asking, what happened? It seems their caravan was intercepted by bandits, and when they were running away, Primula got caught. Kenichi was surprised to hear that. Malo's guard tells him how the guards tried to fight back, but now their fates are unknown, since it's Shaga's gang. Shaga, the head of the gang with more than 50 bandits, who have looted many villages and left them in a terrible shape, and now it seems it's too late for Primula. An impending silence keeps surrounding the whole town, and no one dared to step forth to help Malo. Kenichi remembers the smile of Primula, and suddenly tells Malo he will go and look for her. Everyone stood still for a moment. Kenichi knows that the idea itself might be insane, as he has never even fought in his whole life. Everyone must be thinking, what can an amateur do? Well, Malo was also among those. But all he knows is that if he doesn't act right now, he is going to regret it for sure. Besides, he now possesses Shangri-La. He then asks Malo for some money to cover his expenses, and Malo quickly hands him a huge bag, which Kenichi deposited in Shangri-La. Shaga's hideout was 50 kilometers away, so he needs some extra help to carry all the firepower. He first thought about a horse, but he needed something better. He then came across a 4-wheel drive truck which could transport 20 to 30 people. Well, this is it. Kenichi then tells other to step aside since he's about to use summoning magic. Hearing this, crowd speculates if Kenichi was a magician, and as Malo was about to ask Kenichi what was he going to do, a 4-wheel drive diesel truck came out of nowhere, which costed 2.1 million yen. People were shocked to see a lump of metal appear out of nothing. Kenichi then calms them down, telling it's a horseless iron cart, and it obeys him. Someone asks if this could move without a horse, and lo and behold, it was moving. People were surprised by such magic. Kenichi didn't think he'd bring a truck from Earth, but he was glad they had a medium-sized one. Soon he announces that he's ready to carry anyone who wants to fight the bandits. Weapons and shields will be provided. This is a chance to get Shaga and his gang's bounty. At that moment, Mayuri comes in asking what kind of weapons will he give. Kenichi remembers her being good with bow, so he brings out a compound bow for 30,000 yen. She haven't seen a bow as good as this, and she seems excited to use it. Kenichi explains her about the bow being very powerful, but she can't fire it rapidly because it takes long time to be drawn. Then the other beast folk came in asking if they can get weapons too. Kenichi pulls out many weapons and tells them to pick any of those. They all chose one they prefer and started testing it out, and it seems these weapon quality were far better than the army's. Now that they are armed, it's time to go and make some big bucks. Suddenly someone else also wants to join them. It was the knight whom Kenichi had met before. He then informs that his wolf fang was completed. Kenichi wonder what it was? The knight then pulls out a long sword which was made by the steel that Kenichi gave before. He proudly claims that hunting down Shaga is a fitting first battle for his wolf fang, and he will make sure to feed it plenty of blood from those crook. Well, it seems his weird self was showing up. Suddenly the old toolmaker appears beside Kenichi and tells him he too would join him. Kenichi asks if he was sure. He tells him despite his looks, he used to be an adventurer. Then he waves his hand, and the ground bursts into flame. Kenichi was shocked to learn that old man was a magician. Then suddenly Anama yells at Kenichi. How dare he exclude her from the group? She starts to climb onto the truck, telling him even in war people need food to eat, so she will take care of it, and if it gets dangerous she'll run away. 8 more adventurers steps up and he lends them crossbow and arrow. Even with these the odds for them are pretty bad. But Kenichi thinks there's no need to be foolishly aggressive, since they still have a chance to take them by surprise. He then goes to the Adventurer Guild, and the receptionist was surprised to see him take up the application to defeat Shaga. Well, in this world there were no ranks for adventurers, so one can accept any request, and if they succeed the reward from the guild, Malo Company and the country will be quite hefty. But that's only if they make it back alive. Outside the Adventurer Guild, Malo was waiting for Kenichi. He knew Kenichi was hiding something, but he had no idea it was that kind of magic. Kenichi then asks if he could do him a favor, while Malo would do anything within his power. Later Kenichi tries out the protective gear. He did search in Shangri-La for any kind of armor, and he found some, which Malo Company purchased for him and the fellow adventurers. Kenichi then spots a beast folk with a shield. He tells him not to buy it because he have a better one. The beast man then asks if the shield is as awesome as the sword he pulled out earlier. Well, it's something like that, so he will show it when they get out of town. Kenichi also prepared the food which is in the item box, so they will have something tasty to eat. Hearing this, the adventurers started to drool. Well, Kenichi's food are delicious, and in expeditions there's always gross food, so just having a good meal makes all the difference. Later Kenichi drives off carrying the adventurers, 15 in total, loaded in a 4-ton truck with weapons and equipments. They set off in the wilderness, watched over by a crowd of people. Some pointed fingers and scoffed, saying only 15 people couldn't possibly stand a chance. But there are times when a man has to go, even when he knows he might not return. While on his way to the hideout, which was about 50 kilometers from the town, Kenichi notes how the members of Shaga's gang have killed all the caravan's member, so it seems they have no regards for human life, which makes him feel quite uneasy about the state Primula might be in right now. He stops himself from having these thoughts and focuses only on rescuing her. Anama then tells him how amazed she is by this carriage speed, which isn't even drawn by a horse. Magic surely is amazing. Kenichi was relieved that Anama believes this truck is a magic product, cause that saves him from a lot of trouble of explaining. He then stops the truck to set up a base for lunch. After a while, all the adventurer seems to enjoy the food made by Kenichi. It was a bright red vegetable broth with a plenty of meat. It was very distinctive, so people can tell from one bite. Well, that's because this world doesn't have any tomatoes. The beast folks were also enjoying their food while praising his cooking. The old man then asked Kenichi what were the beast folks eating. Well, it was a bit complicated to answer since it was cat food. The old man then tastes the food, claiming it was very delicious. Hearing this, Kenichi wonders if he was okay upstairs. Seeing everyone enjoy their meal, Kenichi realizes they were probably hungry since they came this far without lunch, and one cannot fight a battle on an empty stomach. After they were done, Kenichi decided to construct a plan. Since they were about 10 kilometers away from Shaga's base, their team would have to face against 50 bandits. Anama was worried since they were about to attack them in their sleep, but if they rush them in this steel truck, then it'll wake them up. Kenichi then asks if the fort they were hiding in have gates or something? Well, it seems so since they were using the old castle. The old man then raises his hand stating he could take care of the gate. Kenichi then asks if he's going to use magic to blow them up? Well, something like that. Then they come up with a plan to attack them when they are drinking. Since when they're drunk it will diminish their ability to fight, their leadership will be disrupted, and if they were eating they won't be wearing protective gear, which gives them a better chance. Kenichi then remembers how this world people usually starts eating and drinking in the evening after dark, and they usually start getting drunk about 2 hours later. He then calls for Mayuri and hands her a walkie-talkie, which he calls a magic tool that allow people to talk to each other at a distance. Kenichi then instructs her to scout the area and let him know about their routine. Since beast folks have night vision and dark bodies, they can easily blend in the dark. Later they test out the walkie-talkie, which works quite good, and it amazes Mayuri. The old man then gives a sussy stare since even the magician from the Empire don't have a magical tool like this. Kenichi then brings out polycarbonate long shield for all the adventurers, and now it seems their morale is high now. Kenichi then asks the knight if he needs one? Well, no, but he appreciates the thought. Kenichi then gives out polycarbonate buckler to the beast folks, which are circular small shield. These were very useful to them since they have great mobility. Kenichi also buys an air gun laser which he would mount on his crossbow. He might hit anything at close range with this laser, but it would be awkward for adventurer to handle, making it unsuitable for them. Kenichi then prepares to leave and tells Anama to take care of the rest as he explained. By tomorrow, if no one comes back, then she would head back to report about their failure to take down Shaga's gang. Worried, Anama tells him that she is not good at reporting things to the authorities, so they must come back safely. Later by the evening, they reached outside Shaga's territory. Kenichi asks Mayuri about the situation. Mayuri, who was hiding by the bushes, informs him about a big wooden door which were surrounded by stone walls. Kenichi further asks if she could spot any enemy. Well, there were guards patrolling on top of the walls, and judging by the voices inside there were a lot of them. Kenichi already knew this, but now it seems it's going to be rather tough. After preparing for a while, now it seems they are ready to head out. Suddenly a beast man stops Kenichi, and hands him a seed and tells him to bite into it, which he does so. Then suddenly he gets a pungent taste which almost makes him puke, but then his mouth starts to get numb and his speech started slurring. Then it slowly started kicking in. He now could hear his teammates' thought, and he could see bright and clear in this dark. But why couldn't he stop laughing? Was that drug or something? Well, if he overdoes it then he'll become a cripple, but Kenichi won't go that far unless he was an idiot. Kenichi then kept these thoughts to the side and decided to go. He tells Mayuri to finish of the guards, and as they were approaching, he thinks about this dangerous situation they were heading into, and how he's starting to have fun. Well, he just can't help it. They reach the fortress gate, and Kenichi signals the old man, who then starts to chant a mighty spell. And just like that, a massive explosion destroys the fortress gate. Everyone praises the old man, who then takes a breather since this was all that he could do for today. Kenichi and his party then bursts into the fort, much to the shock of Shaga's gang member, who were caught off guard by this sudden attack. He then instructs his party to shoot at them, and just like that a deadly fight starts. Some of Shaga's gang members steps forth to attack, but they were easily slayed by the beast folks. In the back the knight approaches methodically, then suddenly he gets attacked, which he easily deflects with his wolf fang, stating his sword were thirsty for blood tonight. He then slashes the attacker neck, and compliments about his sword's sharpness. By the side Kenichi thinks that everyone were doing better than he thought, although the knight was acting like a different person. Then he notices another group of guard approaching him. Kenichi then pulls out the excavator and starts swinging it wildly, destroying every gang member on its way. Everyone there were in fear of this monster. Some even started asking for help, but it was too late to ask for mercy. Kenichi then slams the excavator onto the ground, revealing a group of women. It seems there were many other women beside Primula-san. Suddenly Shaga comes out bringing a woman beside him. He knows they are the strike team sent to rescue this girl, but he didn't think there'd be a powerful mage who could control such a monster. Anyway, this was as far as they could go, since he had Primula as a hostage. I mean her massive melons as hostage. Primula was very terrified. Seeing this, angry Kenichi demands him to release her. Shaga then tightens his grip on her neck, stating if he doesn't put down his weapon then this woman is dead. Kenichi then thinks that's quite a thuggish thing to say. Well, he too said a protagonist-type line though, and despite the situation he strangely feels calm. Maybe it's because of those berries. He felt like he's watching a drama, as if it's someone else's problem. However, he knows he would have to do something to help her. Again, Shaga tells them to drop their weapon, as he grabs Primula's massive badunkers, and rips apart her top, revealing something that shouldn't be out in the open. Angry Kenichi tells him he's going to pay for this. And Shaga laughs at this, telling them he should have ignored the noble's saying and filled her with his love, as he licks Primula's cheeks. Hearing about the nobles being involved, both the knight and Kenichi realize that this has turned into some very serious matter. Kenichi then whispers to Mayuri if she could hear him, which she does. He then removes the laser from the crossbow. He turns it on and points it towards Shaga and asks if she could see the laser. He then tells her his plan about how he will use the light to blind Shaga, and tells her to shoot him when he does that. Kenichi then counts to 3, and shines the laser on Shaga's eye, blinding him momentarily. Kenichi then shouts, "Now!" and Mayuri launches an arrow straight to Shaga, which pokes his head and gives him a sweet rest. Well, he got what he deserved for messing with those sweet puppies. Shocked by their boss' death, no one were able to react, then they were wiped out by hordes of arrows. Kenichi and the adventurers celebrated their massive dub, as they are now gonna get a massive load of money. The knight then tells them it's too early to celebrate since some people were wounded. Then the old man and Kenichi helps out the wounded people, and the beast folks goes to search for other people since they could hear the cry of women's. Primula, who was still terrified from what just happened, ran straight towards Kenichi's arm. Suddenly he felt 2 massive bear melons squished to chest. It might be the effect of the strange nut, but Kenichi really had the massive urge to push her down, which was unbearable. He then pushed her aside while controlling himself. He then confirms with her if the dead guy was Shaga, the leader of the bandits. Well, she did heard the other bandits calling him that. Kenichi consults with the knight about what Shaga said before his death, something about receiving orders from the noble. Primula confirms that she did hear from Shaga about a certain nobleman who paid him money to abduct her. Hearing this, the knight was shocked, cause this means she is in a really terrible situation. Kenichi then thinks about how the nobles wanted her to get kidnapped and enslaved. He then asks the knight if he could search this place and find proof to back this. As the knight leaves, Mayuri approaches Kenichi. She tells him about all the women who were kidnapped from their villages by Shaga's gang. Kenichi first offers them blankets to cover themselves. He then tells them he was from the strike team from Dahlia who came here to deal with Shaga, and they don't have to worry cause if they want he can take them home anytime. The rescued women were exhilarated to hear this. However, only 9 women expressed a desire to return to their hometown, and most decided to stay in Dahlia given the many opportunities it offers. A woman they asked Kenichi if the women group could have some time alone, since they haven't washed their bodies in days, and they would like to wash up a little by the well. Kenichi then offers them soap and clothes of their choice. Seeing those, they seems quite happy. Primula too asks for a pair for herself. Someone then calls for Kenichi, and it was Mayuri who brought along a child. She tells him to get this kid in bath as well. Kenichi then calls out to Primula and asks if she could bathe this child and give him a haircut. He then hands her a scissor, and Primula didn't know what to do with that. Kenichi then shows her how it's used to cut hair, and excited Primula asks if he would also sell this through the Mallow Company. Hearing this, Kenichi realized scissors were non-existent in this world, and even in the time like this a merchant's daughter had business on her mind. Then the other girls teases her for approaching a man while naked, and this seems to make Primula realize her surrounding, and Kenichi then leaves that place awkwardly. Outside he was shocked to see the pile of corpse. He couldn't hold it in because the corpse were in very bad condition, especially the one that he killed were the worst. Behind him a beastman picks up Shaga's corpse. Kenichi asks what was he doing? Beastman then smiles, telling him he's taking the head as proof of their success. He then slashes the top, stating since the bounty is a lot, a facial confirmation is a must. Kenichi realized, as expected, other worlds aren't as forgiving as Earth. He then tells him he could put their top inside his item box. Well, that would great, because over time they start to stink and it gets hard to carry, and inside the item box it won't rot, so that was plus. But he never thought he'd be using it for something like this. He then sees the menu displaying 52 human head in his item box, which was quite overwhelming for him. Later the girls were ready in their new clothes, and Kenichi compliments them and they seem happy about it. The kid was also nicely cleaned, and it seems she was a girl. Kenichi then buys a new cloth and hands it to her. It seems she doesn't know how to wear it. Then the other girls helps her change, and bam, she was dressed in her new clothes. Kenichi compliments her as well and asks for her name. She shyly tells Anemone. Kenichi tells her it's a beautiful name and greets her. Later the beast folks were still scavenging the place, but it was quite late for Kenichi and the girls, so they call it a day. Sleeping Anemone leans towards Kenichi's arms. She snoozes deeply. And now it seems the situation was settled, so now they can return to Dahlia safely with new friends. Next morning Kenichi woke up to the huge amount of valuable things that they decided to bring along. Well, these are the things the beastmen scavenged from the bandits. The beastman then tells him that everything he sees here is worth money, so it would be a waste to just leave it. Kenichi reminds him the women will be on the back of the truck, so they won't have space, to which the beastman tells him there's still more valuable things inside the building. Everyone present there gave Kenichi a weird look, and he succumbs to it, and offered to take them all inside his item box. He placed them all inside and went to go make breakfast. One of the girls there told him about the vegetable field around the back, so now he only needs meat to have their victory celebration. Kenichi then bought a lot of meat. Then Kenichi and the girls started to prepare to cook, while Mayuri and Anemone were picking up the vegetables. While cooking, Kenichi thinks he might be forgetting something. Then someone calls his name. It was the knight. He searched the hideout and found evidence of the noble's involvement. It was a letter with a red seal on it. Kenichi thinks it's too amateurish to leave evidence like this, or maybe they were too confident that no one would find out. The knight then speculates if the nobles had involvement in this, they would already know about the strike team and flee before they got here. Kenichi then leaves all these onto the knight, since it seems he was forgetting about something important. It was none other than Anama that he forgot about. She was crying and very worried about their safety. Kenichi then went over to pick her up, and she was glad to see them alive, and even Primula was safely rescued. All the girls were in shock since Kenichi only left for a few minutes, and he was back already. Well, he did have a truck which they first didn't believe about. Anama then spots a child there. She was shocked that they even captured a small child. This made her remember her past. If her kids were alive, they'd be about this age. Kenichi then asks about her kids. Well, she lost her first child to plague about 10 years ago. It seems this world doesn't seem to have developed medical care, so the survival rate for children is probably very low. Later the beast folks were enjoying the meal made by Kenichi, and they praised his cooking, while the other women also helped him in it. The bread was soft and delicious, so they didn't even need soup to go with it. Seeing their faces, it looks like today's dish was well received. He then notices Anama together with Anemone. It seems she had grown fond of her. Anama seems to be seeing her dead child in Anemone, and is taking good care of her. Later, after they had their meal, the men entered the site again and began rummaging. Some even started digging up the corpse in the field and taking them all with them, and it was all stored inside Kenichi's item box. The old man was watching from the sideline. He tells him if nobles were to find out about his ability, then he'd be in a lot of trouble. Well, if he kept silent, then it should be alright. But there were a lot of people, so some might not stay quiet, and also he doesn't have to worry about him. Kenichi thinks if someone does speak up, then there's nothing he could do, so he just have to make as much money as he can. So if things get low, he can just run away. They then prepare to leave soon. First, they would have to send the 9 women back to their village. He then asks Anemone about her village, which was in Ulk. It was pretty far from where they are. It's about 7 leagues, that's 120 kilometers, which was pretty far. He then asks Anemone if she wants to go home, then he can drive her back in his truck, to which she quickly nods no. Anama then explains that she was probably sold to make ends meet. Kenichi realized Anemone was probably sold by her parents to a trader who was attacked by Shaga, and that's how she came to be here. They were about to send the girls on their way home, so there's no time for tears. He then asks Anemone if she wants to go back to Dahlia with the others, and she happily nods yes. so now it was time to head home. They then left the old fortress and drove along the road from village to village. But before they left, he had one beast man run into town to report their successful win. They then approached the village, and one by one the women disembarked. All the women got off quite a way before their village, probably wanting to return quietly to their lives. They were also given 1 gold coin each to live on for about 2 months. They then leave the last group and make their way back. Anama tells him he was too kind to give them the money, but the bandits treated them badly, so he thinks they have a right to some of the money. Anama then tells him when he gets back to Dahlia there he will be treated like a hero, but that was not in his nature. Primula then states that's very much like Kenichi to have no desire for glory. He just wanted to make enough money to not starve and live quietly, and he's still wondering about how he ended up in this situation. He also had no idea about the one beside him with massive melons, who's deeply falling for him. Later they were almost at Dahlia. Mallow was outside the gate waiting for his daughter. Primula dashes toward her father. With teary Mallow was happy to see his daughter. It was sweet reunion, and even the people in the crowds were happy to see her safe. Kenichi was watching them from the sides. Then suddenly the beast man got on top the truck, calling out to those who laughed at them to come out. The people in crowd were still in disbelief that they killed Shaga's gang. Annoyed, the beast man asked Kenichi to bring out Shaga's top. He then showed them Shaga's face, which perfectly matched with the poster, and soon the doubts turned into cheers. They still had to report it to the guild. They throwed Shaga's top onto the desk, freaking out the receptionist. The beast man tells them to inspect it to their heart's content, and he also tells them about the other 52 tops, so they would have to stay up all night to inspect them. The knight then asks the receptionist to meet the guild master. He tells Kenichi he will see the Count Asclepios tomorrow and report about the nobility's involvement in this. If the nobles are involved, then the commoners can't touch them, so he'll leave this matter to him. The staff then began to check the description with the wanted posters of the criminal. He also heard that the price money can be reduced in some cases due to difficulties, but the presence of the knight made it far more credible, and everything went smoothly. After the faces were identified, they received a reward of 1,725 gold coins in total, and each person got 15 gold coin each. This and the proceeds from the sale of various supplies taken from the enemy's hideout will be divided equally. Additionally, he also received 80 gold coins from the adventurer for the tools and good food. One can never have too much money. He then sees Anama holding on to sleeping anemone. He asks if she is fine with 5 gold coins. She first declines it. Then Kenichi then pulls out 1 gold coin and asks to at least accept this much. That would be good for the food supplies, and since she wants to take care of this girl, so might as well keep that much. Kenichi then gives out a gold coin to each of the girl that came with them to Dahlia. They will need money to find a job and a place to sleep, so he urges them to take it. And if they are ever in trouble, they can go to Onama or the old man to rely on. They then decided to leave, and Primula also returns home safe and sound. Now that the gates are closed, he will need to find a place to stay. He then reaches Azalea's inn, and she asks him if the rumor of him defeating a ton of bandits are true. Kenichi quickly declines it, stating it might be another person. He had to say that because if they find out about the large sum of money he got, then they would all gang up on him. But Azalea realizes he was lying and hugs him tightly. She asks if he remembers the promise he made about making her his lover. She even fakes crying while blaming him for toying with her. But Kenichi just wanted a room. She can even keep the change this time. She even shamelessly started asking for some money, but then she looks back, and she was embarrassed to find Anemone holding Kenichi's shirt. Next morning they all gathered at the Adventurers Guild to distribute the awards, and after talking it over they decided to sell the weapons and armor at the arms store. Each piece of equipments were stripped from the bandits, and in total it's worth 7.8 million yen, which was quite a lot of money. Later he heard that many merchants have made their fortunes from scavenging, and thanks to this the market was crowded. The expensive items that Shaga had amassed were bought by Mallow Trading Company, and it sold really well among the aristocrats and the wealthy families. The furnitures and other stuffs were sold at the old man's tools shop, and they also split 100 gold coins from the bandits' hideout. After all the sales were complete, the total amount was 178 gold coins. They then split the money among 15 people, 11 gold coins per person, with fraction going to the captive women. The city payment from the guild takes time, so they decided to get together again. The rescued women apparently will be able to find jobs and places to live on, so finally he is able to go back home. He stops midway and Anemone bumps into him. Looking back, he asks her why have been she following him. Yesterday she followed him to the inn and stayed there just like that, and it was same in the morning. She states that she wants to be with Kenichi. He then asks if she didn't like Anama's place. Well, it's because Kenichi's food was delicious. It seems she got baited with his food. He then tells her his house was in the wood, and there's also scary demon wolves and insects. She tells him she can deal with them, and with this he have no particular reason to turn her down. So he ended up bringing Anemone in the forest. They then arrive at the house, and Anemone was shocked to see such an amazing house in the middle of the forest. She then heard a rustle in the bush, and she freaks out and hides behind Kenichi. But it was none other than the forest cat, who brought along a prey for Kenichi. Seeing Anemone scared, he tells her it doesn't bite. She pats the forest cat, and slowly they became friends. Later he asks if she would like to get another bed, which she quickly declined. Anemone then asks if she could sleep beside Kenichi's, which he wasn't so sure about. They both then gave him a sad look, to which he freaks out and agrees to it. She shyly thanks him. Then Kenichi realized how she was sold by her parents. Maybe that's why she's so starved for affection. Kenichi then asks if she would like to learn how to read and write, which she nods yes. He then offers her curry and bread. She really liked the smell, and after taking a bite, she was mesmerized by the taste, and that's how their day came to an end. Later the guild gave them their rewards and they all got together for drinks. He also heard about the execution of the nobles who were involved, and the knight was also promoted and entrusted with a small fiefdom. Maieri and Primula also returned to their peaceful routine of repeatedly visiting him. Then one day after a month or so, Anama visits Kenichi. It was her first time coming to his house. Well, one can't blame her since it's literally in the middle of the forest. Anama then asks if Kenichi could give her Anemone. Well, she wasn't some little kitten, so she has the right to make her own choice. Anama tells her if she comes with her then she would teach her how to do business, so let's live together, but she wanted to stay with Kenichi. Anama couldn't say anything to change her mind. Realizing this, she tells her if she gets tired of staying her then she can come to her place. And just like that she leaves in a state of shock. Well, this was Anemone's own choice, so he can't force her to do anything. They then went on to have breakfast. Later he heard about the noblemen who were looking for him. Everyone in the market seems to be keeping their mouths shut, but eventually they will find him. After all, he took out a truck and heavy machinery in the middle of the city, and one can't control what people say. So he decides to move out. He took apart the fence and pulled out the marigolds around the house. He then packed the solar panel and the generator. With this done, he can now get out of here at any moment. Later he went to Mallow's home. He went there to deliver the goods in exchange for the gold he borrowed. Mallow already owes a great debt, and yet he's here bringing more good. Kenichi then pulls out a paper and hands it to Mallow. It's a new bicycle design which includes a basket. Kenichi then wonders if the rescued women had found any jobs. Well, they did, and they have been working with no problem. Primula then tells him he doesn't have to worry about others. Instead, he should worry about the nobles who were searching for him. Kenichi tells her everything should be alright if he just disappears. Hearing this, she freaks out, asking if he's going to leave the town. Well, that was just an option. But wouldn't it be better to have an audience with Lord, since he wasn't such a bad guy? Kenichi then states if they find out about his power and they order him to be drafted, then he couldn't disobey them. Well, that was true. Mallow's family has taken good care of him, and he hopes saving Primula's life has returned the favor, so now it's time to move on. Later he tells Anemone about his decision to move out, and asks her if she wants to be with Anama, but she wanted to be with him. Kenichi then states that they might have to stay in the wild for a while, but she didn't budge. He really wanted her to stay with Anama, but if she didn't want it then he have no other choice. He then began preparing to leave for the next day. He then bought a road bike, which he could call a custom model of the popular Dragines to fool the people, and hopefully now he can find a nice place for his slow life. Kenichi then wonders if he could store the house without disassembling it, and when he does try it, it actually disappeared and it was perfectly stored inside his item box. He then tells Anemone to wear the helmet, and when he tries to drive off, something brushed past his leg. It was none other than the forest cat. Kenichi tells it he would be fine by himself, and with an expression implying his send-off, Kenichi bids him goodbye, and he drives off, leaving him alone. His only regrets was not being able to say goodbye, but he didn't want to drag anyone else into his mess, so it was for the best. Suddenly he notices the forest cat running beside him. Kenichi asks if he was okay with leaving the forest, and it looked fine. Kenichi then wonders if he wants to come with him, and it seemed like it does. Kenichi stops the bike and buys a plastic box. He then covers it with wood to camouflage and ties it to the back of the bike. He then tells the forest cat to sit in here if he wants to travel together. Forest cat jumps and gracefully lands in the box. And just like that, he was ready for the journey. Kenichi then drives off, hoping to reach a place with great view, where he can live the slow life he wants. He already have enough money, so now he just have to keep his mouth shut and live a normal life. If he just use the money and live of local product, then he can avoid putting money into the black hole. Or maybe he can dig up some precious metal somewhere and top up his credit on Shangri-La. And it seems there's another person beside him from his world who's in the hostile country, but he doesn't care to meet him. Suddenly he notices a cart up front. It was Fusan, the merchant who helped him first in this world. Kenichi tells him he became a merchant too. Excited, Fu asks him where's he headed now? Well, it was an unplanned trip with no destination in mind. Fu then wishes him for a safe trip, and Kenichi drives off, traveling under this vast blue sky with no destination in mind. But he had feeling that somehow it will work out just fine, and thus began the search for his next destination in this new world. Somewhere near a lake, Kenichi catches a big fish, with the fishing rod he bought for 2,500 yen from Shangri-La. The fish he caught was very similar to the one from his original world, and yet it had the same name in this world as well. Kenichi then went on to keep fishing, as he reminisced about how he was able to rescue Primula after she was kidnapped, but he was told that the nobles were looking for him. So he left the city with an orphan anemone alongside a forest cat, and now they are on their way to travel to a new place. Later the lunch was finally cooked. Kenichi wonders how catching the fish by the riverside and making a soup with that makes him feel like a slow life he wanted, and Anemone too was enjoying her dish. Kenichi then looks at her, wondering how Anemone has been eating a lot lately. She might be 12 years old according to his assessment, so he would like to set up a new place for her as soon as possible. Kenichi then draws up a plan. According to the bike's odometer, they are about 100 kilometers away from Dahlia. And from what they have heard from the people, they are only 5 to 6 kilometers away from the next town, Aslantia. But he ain't gonna have a slow life in the city though. Nevertheless, he decided to take a look around either way. Suddenly, he gets reminded of something, and he pulls out a camera-mounted drone for 20,000 yen from Shangri-La. Kenichi then wonders if it's possible to fly it from here and view the surrounding terrain, and when he pulls the joystick up, that drone flew up quite high. Anemone was amazed to see it fly and asks, "Is it magic?" "Well, it's something like that." Kenichi too was amazed by how well he could see into the distance. And sometimes later, Kenichi had a mental map of this area. The river seems to flow into a lake, and there's a small village nearby, and the castle in the distance could be Aslantia. Then he notices a waterfall near the village, and it seems now they have a good idea about where to go. Later, when they reached the waterfall, both were quite mesmerized by the view, and Kenichi decided to make this their next home. He then plans to set up his field a little further from the waterfall's pit, and since this place is beyond the territory of the nobles who ruled Dahlia, they don't have to worry about being pursued for a while. Later, when the terrain's preparation was done, Kenichi summons his house. He then hears a rustle from the behind, and it was the forest cat who ended up coming with them. Kenichi then wonders if the forest cat is going to stay, then he'll have to give her a proper name. What do you think about calling her Vel? Anemone thinks it's a cute name, so from now on Forest Cat would be called Vel in the narration. Later at the night, Kenichi plans for tomorrow to install the solar panels and prepare the field. He'll likely need to use heavy machinery, which means he'll need diesel, and they don't sell that on Shangri-La. He currently uses white kerosene, which is quite expensive, so he'd like a more affordable way of obtaining fuel. He remembered once seeing a biodiesel fuel being made from waste tempera oil. So he decided to get a book and do a little research. Seeing this, Anemone asks what was he doing, and when he told he was reading a book, she got excited, asking she want to read it too. But it was not the same writing as this country's alphabet, so she couldn't read it. But Anemone was too hyped about this, so she decided to learn the alphabet of Kenichi's country. He then buys a picture book of the Little Mermaid for Anemone, and gave her a conversion chart for hiragana. Before going to bed, Anemone was very engrossed in learning the new language, and just like this the day came to an end. Next morning she was studying on her own, and Kenichi went out to do his work. He have installed the bath, toilets, and the solar panels, so now they almost have the same facilities as before. While thinking that, he hears a rustle from behind, and when he turns back, someone jumps on him from the bushes. It was our lovely cat waifu, Mairai. She was angry at him for abandoning her like that, and it was quite hard to follow the scent of forest cat and Kenichi's cycle. But if she can trace him that way, then he'll never be able to escape from the beast folk. Well, Mayuri doesn't let her prey get away. She then asks if she can start living with Kenichi? That's fine, but she will have to earn her own food money, and he'll ask her to run some errands into town. Later, when they reach home, Anemone notices Mayuri with Kenichi, and they both happily greet each other. Seeing them acting like sisters, Kenichi was quite pleased. Mayuri then notices something. There were some pictures. She wonders if it's a book? Although she doesn't know how to read, even she can understand the book. And hearing this, Kenichi gets a bright idea. Since there's a lot of people who doesn't know how to read, he can sell picture books and make a good money. If he buys a printing press from Shangri-La, even he can make books. And since books are precious in this world, so even if they are thin, they'll sell. But he wasn't sure if he'd be able to turn a fairy tale from his world into a picture book. Kenichi then asks them if there are any fairy tales passed around here. Well, there's one about the forest elf Sama. It's a story about an elf who lives in the forest and meets a human prince, and she falls in love with him. But everyone were against it, and the elf was almost killed. But they escaped safely with the help of fairies, and they live happily ever after in seclusion deep in the forest. Hearing this, Kenichi decided to make a picture book in mimeograph with a composition of about 12 pages, and its price could be about 5,000 yen. So from then on, along with tending to the fields and studying in books on biodiesel fuel, Kenichi spent his free time drawing pictures and composing the picture books. Later he buys a mimeograph printing for 7,000 yen. Mayuri asks if he's going to make them now. Well, yeah. First he drew a picture on a special paper, then he sets it in the machine, and then prints it. And voila, it was ready! Looking at the picture, both the girls were mesmerized by what just happened. While holding the picture, Anemone was very shocked to speak, and Mayuri was all too excited to try that. Later he decided to bind the printed copies of these pieces. For that he bought a desktop binding machine for 5,000 yen. Then he sets the paper in the machine and applies glue. And it's done, a nicely made book. Both the girls were also very excited to see it. Kenichi then hands one book to Mayuri, and she takes it to Anemone asking what does this says. Although her words were kinda broken, Anemone recites the story to Mayuri, and she praises her for it, and behind them Kenichi goes outside. Maybe he was absorbed in bookbinding cause it was noon before he knew it. The book also turned out well, so it'd be interesting to collect more anecdotes from this world. He then decides to go work in the fields. Then suddenly he notices a group of people docking by the shore. There were 2 human and a beast folk. Suspecting them as intruders, Kenichi pulls up a crossbow on them, asking who they are and to state their business. The guy tells him to put that thing down, cause they're resident of that village over there. Kenichi states he's a merchant, and there's no rule that says he can't live here. Well, that's true, but they're just here to check if Kenichi was a bandit. During their conversation, Vel comes by to check on Kenichi, and looking at the forest cat, the beast folk freaks out. Kenichi then introduces Vel as the part of their family. Hearing this, the beast man tells his comrades to believe Kenichi, because a forest cat has affection for him, and they don't usually bond with a human at all, so he can't be a bad person. They then let their guard down, and one among them introduces himself as Crouton, and asks for Kenichi's forgiveness for disturbing him. Kenichi too introduces himself, and forgives them for what just happened. Later during lunch, Anemone asks if everything is okay. Kenichi tells her it's fine. They were villagers from the other side, they just came to check over if there were any bandits, and he sold them some blankets and picture books. Mayuri finds that rude because they even have forest cat with them. Well, from normal person's point of view, they're top quality game after all. Kenichi then asks if Dahlia has been the same since he left. Mayuri then tells him how Baron Nor's Pole proposed to Primula. It's the same knight who helped them to deal with Shaga. A formal courtship could mean she's going to be a full-fledged member of the family. Kenichi then wonders how if he were in Dahlia he would have attended the ceremony, but that can no longer happen. It's sad to see those melons go away, but one must move on. Sometime later, while examining the surrounding vegetation, Kenichi was thinking about taking these plants to the town guild and have them appraised later. Then suddenly Mayuri hugs him from behind. It seems Nico-san was in quite a mood. She then tells Kenichi Anemone isn't around, so she wouldn't mind doing some fun stuff. And by looking at Kenichi's expression, he's about to clap them cheeks. Sometimes later, there's a loud rustle in the shack. A silhouette emerges through the door. He was wearing a chemical protective suit, and due to the heat, he quickly throws his clothes away and jumps into the lake. And that guy was Kenichi. He laments about how the shack's inside was like a sauna. Well, after that cheek-clapping session, Kenichi had a post-nut clarity and assembled a shack he bought from Shangri-La, and now he want to synthesize biodiesel fuel in it. All the necessary materials can be found in Shangri-La, and he was able to learn about the methods from the books, so if he succeeds in making this an alternative fuel, this could allow him to use heavy machinery with greater energy efficiency. He then plans to try it out. He first pulls the generator's handle, and it was working just fine. So now it's time to start making biodiesel fuel on full scale. Kenichi then started making the fuel for the next few days, and he was able to process twice the amount of canola oil he bought from Shangri-La, yielding 90 liters of biodiesel fuel. But because of that, Anemone started acting a bit cranky. Realizing her being in a bad mood might be because of him, Kenichi begs her to lighten up a little, but when it didn't work, he then promised to buy her a new book and asks her to come with him to Atlantia. Both the girls were very excited about it, and he too was happy to see them this excited. Later on their way, Kenichi thinks about going to the Adventurers Guild to register. He then asks Mayuri if she's been to Atlantia before. Well, yes, several times. She then shows him the city's east gate, and when they entered the city, it was a beautiful town filled with people. Although it looked smaller than Dahlia, there were Dragines everywhere. Kenichi then plans to head to Adventure Guild first, and both the girls follows. Later at the Adventurers Guild, they enter to find the place full with many people, and when he heads to the reception, there stands the receptionist with a pretty smile and two big firm knockers. Even Kenichi was baffled by those. He then hands her his ID, while wondering if all the receptionists in this world are well endowed like her. She quickly takes the ID and head back to check, and in a few seconds she rushes out and asks if he is the same person who dealt with Shaga's gang back in Dahlia. Well, yeah, but he didn't want to get that information leaked, but he let this slide cause she's cute. Later he hands her 2 silver coins for 2 people and his registration was complete. Kenichi then asks her if she had any illustrated books on the types of plants in stock. Well, she had a booklet on basics of collecting medicinal herbs, and for 2 silver coin he bought that booklet. She also informs him that the guild buys medicinal herbs. Well, she was in luck cause he had some herbs to sell, but the black-red jade grass wasn't in the booklet. Well, that's because the plant uses the red berry parts for spices, so if they are fresh then she can buy them for a small silver coin per vine. Now that Kenichi had sold most of the plants that he have accumulated, he went to a butcher to sell the meat, and he was told to pick up the processed meat in the evening. So now that they got the money, they decided to get something to eat, and they heads to the market. Anemone gets a bowl of soup, and to her surprise it was tasteless. The bread was also rock hard. Kenichi too had the same reaction. He guessed this is the normal cuisine in this world. Kenichi then adds bonito broth and a pinch of pepper, and with that it tasted slightly decent. Even the girls were surprised. Later when they were done with their meal, Kenichi spots a tool shop, and he heads there with Anemone and Mayuri. Inside the shop were a variety of products, and on the tables sat an old lady. Kenichi introduces himself stating he came from Dahlia, and the old lady wonders if he knows the old mage by any chance, cause recently he sent in letters saying he made a great discovery. Then she asks him what was he looking for? Kenichi looks around and spots a weird-looking tool. Well, if he is interested then she can show him how it's used. The old lady then grabs a pot of liquid, and judging from the aroma it could be wine. She then pours it on top and adds water from the other side. Later the drops that came from the right side were sludgy wine, and on the left side which water remains were clear and colorless. Kenichi theorizes this could be a tool to separate certain components from what is put in the vessel from above. Well, he guessed it right. Whatever one puts in the middle is pulled out and falls to the left. After all, it's a tool used by alchemists. Kenichi couldn't understand how this works, but wait, he could use this thing to make biodiesel fuel safely. So decided to buy it, and further asks if she had other interesting things. Well, she have a book, precisely it's a grimoire. Finally, Kenichi found something that sounds otherworldly and fantastical. The old lady further explains if anyone reads this it allows him to use magic, but it isn't useful to a human without mana. Kenichi then thinks about the price of the grimoire, but well, he is here already, so why not give it a try to learn magic. Kenichi also buys some potions as well. Seeing this, the old lady gets an idea, and states if Kenichi is like this maybe she could also join him. But the idea was quickly shut down. Later Kenichi and the girls were walking outside since they have to wait for the guild. He then wonders if he should have gone back home and returned later. But well, Anemone seemed to be having fun in the city, so it's fine. He then looks around to find somewhere to sit down and take a break. And there he spots Crouton, and hiding behind him was her daughter. He seems to be surrounded by 3 thugs, which looked very cliché. Kenichi then wonders what to do. Suddenly Anemone pulls on him asking if he could help them? Looking at those puppy eyes, he have no other choice. But well, if it was the woman with those melons, Kenichi would have jumped at lightning speed. Nevertheless, he decided to help. He also tells Mayuri if he gets hurt he will be counting on her. Kenichi then wonders if they see his face he might get in trouble, so he searches for a mask on Shangri-La. So for 7,500 yen he buys a pest mask, and it seems Anemone was quite taken aback by his new look. Kenichi then tells the goons to stop. It's not amicable to pick on a good father and daughter, but it seems they don't want to listen to that. Kenichi then apologizes cause if they don't back off now, he's gonna make them explode with his magic. And just like that he pulls out firecrackers and throws at them. All the goons freak out and run away for their life. Kenichi then notices the crowd that have gathered behind him, so he tells Crouton to escape from here. But it seems he might have overdid his act cause both the father and daughter were petrified. Later at the market, Crouton realized Kenichi was inside the mask, and he thanks him for helping out. Crouton then tells his daughter that Kenichi is the one who sold him the picture book. Hearing this, she shyly thanks him, and later she meets with Anemone. Kenichi then wonders why those thugs were after him. Well, his history with them goes back when he was an officer. Ever since they were caught red-handed they have always resented him, so whenever he runs into them on the street, they gang up on him. Kenichi then asks if he is in such danger why doesn't he move. Crouton have thought about that but he doesn't know where to go. Kenichi then tells him about the newly created barony of Nor's Pole near Dahlia. He can write him a letter of introduction if he's interested. And he's sure an ex-official like him can turn around a better job. Well, it is nice of him, but Crouton needs some time to think about it. Kenichi too realizes it must take a lot of determination to leave one's hometown to go to another territory. He then peeks outside, and notices that Anemone has been hitting it off with Crouton's daughter. She then runs at Kenichi and asks if he can make a new book for Mary. Kenichi agrees, and he'd get to see Anemone's beaming smile. Hearing this, Crouton realizes Kenichi was the one who made the books. Well, yeah. Kenichi draws in his free time. Above all, since there weren't any kids close to Anemone's age nearby, Mary might be her first friend. After a few days of Anemone having a new friend, Mary started visiting her every day. Anemone too was excited, asking Kenichi to make a new picture book. Probably she wants to show it to her friend. So after a few days of printing the book, Kenichi spots Crouton hastily coming toward him. He drops a bag of coin in front of Kenichi and begs him to help them. Kenichi then tells him to calm down and tell him what happened first. It seems Mary got a really high fever, so he was wondering if this was enough for him to treat her. Kenichi then asks what's the disease called? Well, according to the village head, it's an endemic disease that often affects children. Hearing this, Kenichi decided to get some antipyretic for now, but if it's an endemic disease this might not work. Anemone then comes out asking what happened to Mary. Kenichi tells her Mary is sick and he knows she wants to pay her a visit but now she can't. Anemone then pulls his shirt and asks Kenichi to please help Mary. As much as he'd like to help her, he just don't think the medicines on Shangri-La are going to have an effect, but he gave Crouton a temporary fever reducer hoping it might help. Because if it's a disease that can't be treated with medicine, she might need some real magic. Kenichi then remembers the old lady who can use healing magic, so he decided to go and get her. He tells Mayuri to take care of the house and tells Anemone to stay with Mayuri. He already prepared food for both of them, as he might not be able to return home for a few days. Kenichi then gets his bike and leaves, as Anemone prays for Mary's recovery. Later he meets the old woman, and tells her about the situation. At Crouton's house, the old lady checks Mary and finds out she is suffering from chicory fever. She was told that Mary was given medicine, but what was it made from? Kenichi replies it was made from willow. Hearing that, she realizes Kenichi knows his stuff. So is he an alchemist? Well, yes, something like that. She then further states chicory fever is hard to treat with magic. So what can they do then? Well, there's a cold river on the way to Suntaka, and the source of that water is a spring deep in the forest. There grows the seeds of the white flower which are very good for chicory fever. Kenichi realizes if it's a spring in the wood then he can be there in no time with his custom Drajan. Well, the old lady doesn't doubt that. But those area are elven territory, so if he runs into them, he would have to fool them well. Apparently they are a very strictly reserved tribe, and they don't get along like in fantasy. Crouton too decided to go with them. The location was about 20 kilometers from here deep in the forest, but in the dark the forest becomes more dangerous. Then the beast man Nyanyas also decided to tag along with them. so they decided to leave quickly right now while it's dark. Later on their way, both the guys were surprised by how fast Kenichi's Dragine was. They couldn't believe he was keeping up with them, and the magic lights he gave them were also awesome. Well, it doesn't matter cause first they have to pick the seeds for the medicine as soon as possible. Sometimes later, they reach the pond. Kenichi shines the light below, and spots some flower buds, but they needed its seed not the flower. He then browses Shangri-La, and pulls out a large dinghy. Both were surprised to see him pull out a boat from his item box. Nyanys tells Crouton that he's glad that Mr. came along with them, while Kenichi paddles toward the middle of the pond. He looks around, and finds the white flower with a seed in the middle. Kenichi shows them the seed, and Crouton was glad that he can now save his daughter. But suddenly Nyanys spots something. Inside a bush he could see a monstrous silhouette, but actually it was just Vel. All of them were relieved that it wasn't a monster. Kenichi then realized Vel might have followed him all the way here. But then something alerts Vel, and she looks back at the forest clearing, and hisses towards it. It seems something else might be coming, and they were in a large group. Kenichi then spots the wolves approaching them. To be more precise, they were black wolves. He then summons 2 swords, and hands the flower's seed to Crouton, further telling him to quickly take the seed to Mary, because he's going to stall them here. They both tries to stop him, stating that's reckless. But Kenichi knows he and Vel can handle this alone. So just go, or it will be all for naught if Crouton doesn't make it in time. Crouton panics and thinks about what to do. Should he go to save his daughter, or help Kenichi? Then suddenly Kenichi yells at him to go and save his daughter's life. This made him realize what to do, and they run to save Mary's life. With the speed of the beast folk, the black wolves won't be able to outrun them, so Kenichi doesn't have to worry. So now it was time to kick some R's. Kenichi then summons a power shovel, and he started swinging it wildly, wrecking a lot of mayhem, and Vel too claims quite a few soul. Realizing they're lost, the black wolves retreat. Kenichi comes out and stores away the power shovel. He has already beaten so many black wolves that he isn't afraid of them anymore. But then suddenly Vel gets her spider sense tingled, and she quickly pulls Kenichi's away. He didn't understand what just happened, but when he looks back he sees an arrow nudged in a tree. Kenichi was shocked since he was sitting there just now. The black wolves couldn't possibly use arrows, which means there's a new enemy. Kenichi then shines the light at the tree nearby and spots 3 silhouettes. He can't see clearly because the light reflects off their golden hair and long ears, which means they are clearly elves. They were telling him something, but Kenichi couldn't understand their language. He was too stunned to see the long-eared elf that one sees in fantasy movies right in front of him. And this made him realize maybe the black wolves ran away because of the elves? Seeing the elves draw their weapon, he quickly tells them to wait for a minute. He also tells Vel to lower her guard. Seeing a human speak with a forest cat, the elves began to discuss something among themselves. Later an elf turned to him and throws something at him. It was a ring, and Kenichi was told to put it on. After wearing the ring, the elf told him to listen to his words. He tells him about the ring being a translating device. He asks Kenichi if he has come to raid the springs. Kenichi explains how he have come here to pick some seeds for his friend's daughter treatment. But the elves didn't believe in him, and sensing that Val came between them, elves were shocked to see a forest cat protecting a human. Kenichi then explains why he was here and how they were surrounded by black wolves, so he had to fight them to get that medicine. The other elf then looks around and asks if he was the one who killed all those black wolves laying around, and what is that light thing in his hand. Kenichi then tells them he is a merchant, and if there's something they would like, he have spices, salt, and everything in his item box. Seeing their interest in salt, Kenichi shows them a lot of other things like knives and books for kids. The elf then took the book and read a few pages. He asks if people still think this is a beautiful story, because the lifespans of elves and humans are different, and they are unable to have children together. So when the elf could no longer live in the human village, the elf eventually fled back to the forest. Kenichi was surprised to hear it actually happened. The elf, realizing Kenichi is a merchant, and since the forest cat is also fond of him, he can't be a bad human. And since salt is in short supply in their village, they are willing to let him off if he's willing to make a deal with them. But firstly, Kenichi was mostly concerned about Mary's condition, but since Crouton took those special berries, he thinks they will be able to handle it. Kenichi also thinks about taking on the elves with his power shovel, but they seem to use magic, and he don't want to get into trouble later on. So he decided to make a deal with them. The elf then tells him to follow, and later they reached the elven village inside the forest. Kenichi was told to sit, and in front of him was the village chief. He was told that Kenichi has decided to make a deal with them, and Kenichi was happy to give them the salt free of charge as a token of goodwill. But that won't do, since a deal needs a price but they don't have much money ready. Well, it's not strange since they live in the middle of the forest. So Kenichi decided to trade salt for the translating ring. And well, if he is okay with the ring, then so be it. Now with this much salt they can distribute it to all the houses, so the chief thanks him for the help. Kenichi then tries to sell them the other products he have, but due to elven custom all the necessities of their lifestyle are made by themselves, so the chief had to say no. Well, if it's their custom he can't blame them. Later, since the night is dangerous, they decided to let Kenichi stay the night in the village, and he wonders if he's now free of the charge of being a person who came to destroy springs and forests. The chief told him he knows one when he see them. This made Kenichi wonder if he used magic or was it just a guess. Well, anyway, it was nice of them to let him stay tonight, but he was hungry. He then asks an elf for permission to cook a meal in the village square. Well, he didn't mind since their food is probably not well suited for humans. Later at the village square, all the elves seems to be enjoying themselves. Kenichi walks through them, and they don't seem to have any hostile intentions. It seems they might have heard what's going on. Kenichi then sat in a corner and thinks about what to eat. He pulls out a cup noodle and was preparing to steam his rice ball in a steamer, when an elf girl came over asking what was he doing. He tells her was cooking and he's not going to interfere with the elves, but by then she was already going through his pot. She asks what it was, and Kenichi tells her it was grain food warmed by steams. He then hands her a rice ball to eat, and after a single bite she was already mesmerized by its taste. Kenichi was happy to see her appreciate his rice balls. Then she asks him what was he eating. Well, he was having his noodles, and it seems she wanted to try that too. So he gave her some of his noodles, and it seems she was enjoying it like a gal. But then again, she might be a 500-year-old woman. Suddenly all the elves gather around asking him to let them taste some. Well, it's fine, but he demands a price like wild plants and mushrooms. Hearing that, the elves went off to gather some. Later, while the elves were having their meal, he asks if they are getting enough nutrition, 'cause the food they eat usually are far from a complete and balanced meal. But they were fine with that. After all, they have Che too. She then brings a cup with liquid inside. Its color was red and it smells like chocolate. And when he tasted it, it was bitter. Kenichi then asks if this was a sacred drink that should not be tasted differently. Well, it was not, so he added sugar in it, and asks her to try it again. With just one sip of that drink, she was amazed by how good it tasted. Everyone else then began to ask a sugar drink of their own, and Kenichi too was pleased to taste that nostalgic taste of his original world. Suddenly the village chief barges in asking what's with the ruckus. The elf girl then tells him to try this drink. He was hesitant, but after his first sip, he too was shocked. He began asking Kenichi what the heck did he add? Well, it was just a bit of sugar, and if he likes it he can get him some in exchange for the ingredients for this drink. The crowd were exhilarated to hear that. Now they want to drink Che with sugar every day. The village chief thought this taste could corrupt the elves and he cannot admit that, but after the constant booing from the residents, he had to make that deal with Kenichi. And after the transaction was done, the chocolate party that followed made him a fully accepted friend of the elves. Later he also took some photos of the hidden elves, and as he took pictures, he happened to run into a forest cat's kitten, and just like that the night quickly passed. Next morning the village chief thanks him for sharing the salt and tells him to stop by again. Kenichi tells him he lives by the shores of the spring, and if there's anything they need, they can just pay him a visit anytime. Hearing that, the elf girls wonder if they could pay him with their bodies instead of money, but Kenichi wasn't into that, unless they force him a little. Well, this situation was unavoidable, but still he's concerned about Marie's condition, so he quickly pulls out his motorcycle and leaves. Sometimes later, Kenichi burst open the door asking how's Mary doing? Everyone present in the room were quite taken aback. He spots Mary sleeping on her bed, and it seems she is better now. Suddenly Nianyas grabs him and started apologizing for leaving his comrade behind, but well, Mary's life was top priority after all, and he can use magic, plus he had Vel with him. Nianyas then started to thank Forest Cat-sama, and it seems Vel was quite smug about it. Kenichi then asks Granny how was Mary doing? Well, she's okay now, after all he picked the seeds she needed. Then suddenly Crouton and his wife started to thank Kenichi for saving their daughter, and Kenichi couldn't say much. After all, he's not the kind of person to help people at all, but one can't help it when a child's life is on the line. Later Mairi was angry at Kenichi for not bringing her to have such fun adventure. and she took all that anger out on him. But it wasn't like he was there on vacation, and they couldn't leave Anemone alone. Mary got depressed realizing he was right. Anemone then thanks Kenichi for saving Mary, and he was pleased to see her happy. He then shows the presents he brought for both of them, and it was Che. Mary was amazed by it, and Anemone couldn't believe its sweet taste, which is bitter at the same time. But isn't chocolate bad for cats? Well, beast folks are half human, so we will leave it at that. A short time later, Mary made a full recovery, and Crouton along with the rest of the villagers moved to the safety of Nor's Pole Barony. Kenichi tells Crouton to be careful on their journey, and tells Anemone to give this book to Mary. She approaches her, and shows her the new book which she and Kenichi made for her as a present. Anemone then hands her the book telling her to take care, and Mary started crying. She hugs her and bids farewell. Kenichi then approaches Crouton, and hands him a letter of introduction as promised with 5 gold pieces as a parting gift. He thanks Kenichi again, stating he will never forget this favor. Crouton then looks at his wife, and hands Kenichi 2 rings cause they don't have any money left. Looking at it, Kenichi wonders if those are their wedding rings? Well, yes, they bought them a long time ago at an old tool shop, although this might not worth a gold coin. But he tells him to keep it as collateral for the money he owes him. Crouton then thanks him again, and starts to leave. And just like that, Crouton's family left to start a journey of their own. Sensing Anemone's sad mood, Kenichi pulls out his camera, and shows her the pictures of the elves. He also tells her about ring that he got which allows him to have a conversations with elves. Then she comes to a picture of a little kitty which looked like a cute ball. And seeing a forest cat's kitten for the first time, Mary starts to sniff the camera, and Kenichi had to tell her it doesn't work that way. Somewhere in the forest, we see a well-endowed woman walking, while humming a creepy tune, as she thinks of Kenichi. A dull middle-aged man with a small open-air stall, that's what she have thought of Kosuke at first. However, when she talked to him, she found him surprisingly soft-spoken and intelligent, giving the impression of an aristocrat or official. The products he handled were also accessories for sale, polished with a high level of technology that she had never seen before. Primula thought this man could be useful cause he even has an item box. So later she introduced Kosuke to her father, and the Mallow Trading Company became popular with the nobles because of the rare good they provide. They even received the family name for their contribution to the country, thanks to the new vehicle invented by Kenichi. Mallow then joyously states how his company has benefited tremendously from Kenichi's help, so they must repay this kindness. Well, he doesn't have to worry cause his daughter was already planning ahead. But later she realized how surprisingly firm Kenichi is. He always had beast folk woman around him, and even though she had bathed and slept next to him, Kenichi never made a move on her. Nonetheless, Kenichi came to rescue her from the bandits, and that's when she decided to follow this man for life. Primula then saw him taking care of the other women and children who were rescued, but she was supposed to be the first among them. Well, after the report and processing of this matter, she decided to see Kenichi again all dressed up, cause she knows he will wait. But it didn't go as she planned. Everything was gone, the little house, the fields, and even the fences. Kenichi actually went away with that girl and didn't say a single word to her, and just imagining that was enough to break her, as she creepily laughed in the forest. Currently Primula was in Aslanti in search of her beloved, with the dark aura surrounding her. Suddenly Kenichi felt a jolt, and he looks around all tensed up. The granny then wonders why he has been acting up for a while, and what's brought him here today. Well, Kenichi came for the grimoire and to dismantle the prey he hunted. He then tells her about the so-called tusk bear that he hunted and tried to dismantle, but it was too big, so he decided to do it in the Adventurers Guild because he can also get a good price for its tusks and skin. The granny then hands him the grimoire. The cover was thick and fancy, but what's the purpose of the stone embedded in the back? Well, that's a magic stone. The granny explains how the spells written in the book are tied to the stone, so without that the magic formula can't be activated. Which means even if Kenichi copies the book, the grimoire would be deemed useless. Well, yes, but magic stones are the things that monsters have, and sometimes adventurers sell them to the guild, so he could buy them from the stores. Kenichi then remembers the magic tool he bought from Granny has been useful to extract biodiesel fuel, so he's sure this grimoire will be helpful with that too. Later at the Adventurers Guild, Kenichi was able to sell some herbs that he had accumulated, and he also got a chance to feast his eyes before dismantling the tusk bears. The butcher then comes by asking if he came to dismantle some prey and sell things? Well, yeah, but he can't put it out here because it's a little too big, so they decided to do it in the back. Seeing such a large tusk bear, the butcher was shocked, and Kenichi then pulls out 12 black wolves as well. He tells him to take apart the magic stones and the edible parts, and he would like to sell the other parts here. After that the butcher began dismantling them, but he had to do it quickly because he can't risk them rotting. Kenichi was told it would be ready by evening, but the sun was still high, so he decided to go back to his house and show up later. After a while Kenichi got 4 gold coins and 2 silver coins, and he also got the magic stones and the meat. The butcher then asks him to bring more like these again, as Kenichi leaves the store. He already told Anemone and Mairai that he might have to stay in the city tonight, but it seems he might make it in time. Then suddenly a hand appears behind him, and it grabs Kenichi. He looks back to find a crazy woman holding him down, and he recognizes her as Primula-san. Kenichi wonders why was she here, but before he could say anything Primula hugs him, stating he's the worst to disappear like that. Well, the nobles were after Kenichi, so he didn't want Mallow Trading Company to get caught up in his problems. But it isn't Kenichi's decision to decide what's a problem for her. Well, Primula was right, but there are a lot of resentment from other business, so he had to leave quietly. But Primula wasn't done with it, which caused quite a stir among the crowd. Kenichi then looks around for a place where they can discuss this calmly, and then he spots a restaurant for it. Later at the restaurant, which also serves as an inn, Primula was still going on about how the Mallow Trading Company had been in Kenichi's care. But he didn't know that he took care of them that much. Well, it seems the goods that he delivered were very popular among the nobles, and that helped in making the company very favorable. Kenichi then asks her about the proposal from Nor's Pole Baron. Well, she did receive an offer from him, but she declined. It seems the Baron's honor is completely destroyed, so Kenichi hopes he's okay. Primula then tells him about how the people in the town were mad at her for turning down the Baron, so Kenichi tell her to go back to Dahlia and apologize. But Primula wouldn't go cause she already bid farewell to her father, and she won't return until Kenichi comes back with her. Hearing that, Kenichi felt bad for Mallow-san, but he won't be going back to Dahlia. Well, then neither will she. Kenichi then asks how she know he was in Dahlia. Well, that's cause she went around every merchant and adventurer guild asking for their record, and a few days ago she found Kenichi's name in the records of an adventurer's guild, and then she searched for Kenichi in the city. Kenichi then realized the gates will close soon, so he decides to take Primula to his house. But she won't be going. She won't go anywhere until Kenichi makes her a woman here tonight. Hearing that, he was quite shocked, so he decided to tell her to back down, but seeing how bravely embarrassed she was while admitting that, Kenichi calls up the waitress and asks if they had any room left, cause they are gonna stay here tonight. Later upstairs, they were inside a nice room. Kenichi notices Primula, who was undressing herself. He then asks why she was so hasty. Well, she can't give him any chance to run away again. Primula then asks if she can take a bath. Well, Primula-san is perfect as she is right now, but Primula states she haven't had a bath in a while. Well, it's fine, although her hair was a bit rough, they can properly wash it once they're at home. And before he does the deed, he wonders if this is really okay. Next day they ride back on the bike, and hearing the engine sound, Anemone wonders if Kenichi was back. Well, yeah, he is, but who did he bring along? It was Mallow's daughter Primula. Well, due to what happened last night, Kenichi brought Primula with him. He then finally realizes what he has done, but it doesn't matter now cause he already resolved himself to this last night. With Primula in the mix, he's now responsible for the lives of 2 women, a kid and a forest cat. But despite how beautiful and elegant Primula looks, she has the guts and energy of her father, which is kind of scary to him. They also decided to not have children until they settled down and talked about it. Then suddenly Primula shouts that he had left her behind, and yet he brought Mairai along with him. Kenichi tells her to calm down cause Mairai came after him by tracking his scent. So what about Anemone then? Well, she's a kid, so there's no way he could have left her behind. Hearing that, she decided to let Kenichi off the hook for today. Anemone then asks if Primula was going to live here too, cause the room's gonna be cramped. Kenichi then realizes that there could be some tension between these girls. He could almost visualize sparks between them, so he decided to calm them down. Anemone then asks if Kenichi's planning to bring anyone else. Well, he is not, but seeing how long he took to answer, Primula asks if he have some other women somewhere. And while Kenichi was trying to explain, Vel comes by wondering who's the new family member, and seeing Primula, she just looked away. Realizing that even the forest cat was looking down on her, Primula was miserable. Kenichi then explains that Vel too is another one who just came by herself. Well, that was lie since he had carried Vel with him in the back of the bike, but he couldn't risk displeasing Primula any more than this. Later that evening, he started grilling the meat he got from the tusk bear after the guild had dismantled it. Firstly, he cuts the meat finely and seals it on the grill. The smell of the meat cooking was appetizing, so he added a sauce he found at Shangri-La, and after the dish was ready they all had a taste, and the meat was horribly hard to chew. The toughness is something, but the smell was abysmal. Even Isekai'd didn't like the taste of the bear meat, and it seems the girls were also not enjoying it either. So he decided to do something about it real quick. He buys a meat tenderizer to pound it, and for smell he makes a secret sauce. First he adds some soy sauce, then some chili pepper and tangerine peel, and that's it. Once it was done, the spices made the meat edible, but Primula doesn't seem to like it, so Kenichi offers her a different cut. Well, there's a pile of bear meat after all, and they also need to eat the black wolf's meat. If it's just grilled meat he can manage to eat it, but maybe this is not so good if it's stewed? So he decided to research it a bit. Now that the number of residents has increased, there are a lot more inconveniences. For starters, both the girls wanted to have a bath with Kenichi, but he already told them to take turns because the bath isn't that big. And although there are plastic bathtubs in Shangri-La, they are no different from the drum bath, so in the end he bought another one. But Anemone wanted to get in bath with Kenichi, which made him wonder what was the point to buy the bath then. Anemone was very insistent, so he lets her in, and he tells Anemone he needs to take a bath by himself sometime, but she quickly says no. Kosuke then looks outside and spots Primula, so he tells her to stop hiding and get in the bath, but she seems too embarrassed to come out, so Kenichi tells her that she can take a bath by herself later. Hearing that, she quickly jumps in with Isekai'd. And lastly, the bath ends with bubbles poured over Isekai'd's fur. It was common to see the ladies drying their hair with the jet heater after the bath, but from today one more blonde woman has joined them. The next day Kenichi spent the morning trying to find a way to eat the large amount of bear meat in his item box. He marinated the pounded meat in milk overnight and fried it in oil and made a curry out of it. After that he decided to put it in the item box and reserve it. He also pounded some more meat and rubbed it with herbs and spices. Then he marinated the meat for grilling in brandy and left some meat for stew in wine. After letting it marinate while working on the field, he made the meat marinated in brandy into steaks, and those marinated in wine into stew. He tastes it, and it had a normal edible taste. Then he decided to make a big batch of pickles and store it in his item box. Later for dinner he made curry, and it was appreciated by the girls. They seems to be enjoying the curry because they were gulping it down. Primula then wonders if it's the same stinky meat from before? Well, it's a bit gamey, but it's pretty good. Primula then praises Kenichi cause he can make any meat into a wonderful dish. Well, it did took a lot of time and effort to make it taste good. But in this case milk, liquor and herbs helped a lot, and eating wild game is part of what living a slow life is. Isekai'd then further adds that vegetables don't taste bitter anymore if Kenichi cooks it. Well, it's cause if he soaks vegetables in water it neutralizes the bitterness. But Primula feels as if Kenichi is as sage as he can do anything. Kenichi was embarrassed by hearing that, but this reminds it of the grimoire. He almost forgot about it, so he pulls it out and reads it. The grimoire contains lot of info, but in short it mostly tells about the way to circulates magic through the body and manifest it in a single place. Kenichi tries putting it in practice, and he recites a spell. He loudly chants for fireball, but nothing happens. He then gets depressed and began to wonder if it's because he got no talent for magic. While Anemone checks the grimoire, he asks Primula if he can sell grimoire quickly. Well, some people does collect them even if they can't use magic. He then began to wonder if he could sell this quickly because keeping it feels like a waste. Suddenly he notices Anemone chanting the spell, and before he could stop her, a fireball comes out of her palm and starts burning the wall. Kenichi quickly tries to find a fire extinguisher and searches Shangri-La. He buys out 3 extinguisher and tells the girl to follow his lead, and then they slowly extinguish the fire. It seems the surface of the wall got burnt, but the inside was safe, although it wasn't much of firepower, but against a human body it would be lethal. But now is not the time to be amazed, because Anemone was shivering while apologizing profusely. Kenichi then praises her, stating she could actually use magic, and this seems to calm her a bit. Isekai'd too was excited cause with magic tusk bears won't be a problem now, but Anemone can't possibly use fireball on them cause they will get scorched and no one will buy the materials. Well, yeah, he was right. Suddenly Anemone falls down and passes out. Isekai'd tells him that this happens to kids who use magic for the first time, so they decided to take her to bed. They then took turns nursing Anemone, and fortunately her fever was gone by morning. Anemone was a bit listless, but she seems to be doing okay. However, she still had no appetite. This reminds Kenichi of a classic snack for sick kids, so he pulls out a canned peaches. It was a sweetened fruit pickle and they are perfect for time like this. She takes a bite, and enjoyed it a lot because of its sweetness. And now since the lid is off, he decided to eat all together. It seems the fruit was similar to this world's rinkas and the girls liked it a lot. Kenichi further tells them about how it can preserved in salt, but sweetening them is just as effective. But the sugar was something that only nobles can afford because it's monopolized in this country. And hearing this, Primula had a great idea. Later Kenichi was fixing the wall, and he was truly amazed for Anemone to be able to use magic. Primula wonders if she already had talent for it. Kenichi then asks if there are any school or something to learn magic. Well, there's a university in the royal capital, and if one graduates from there she can become a holy mage, but there's a lot of royals and children of successful merchants there, so admission from the general public is a constant struggle. Anemone quickly tells them that she doesn't want to be separated from Kenichi, while he wasn't going to force her anyway. However, fire magic alone might be enough to draw her away for combat. It is said that one can increase the types of magic one possesses by paying other mages to teach them, or by purchasing grimoires. Kenichi then wonders if this magic can be used to boil a bath. Primula laughs at this cause it's her first time hearing that someone wants to use fireball to boil a bath, but Anemone was hyped to try it once she recovers. Well, Kenichi too was looking forward to this, cause if she succeeds the time required to boil a bath will be greatly reduced. Kenichi then finished fixing the walls and he renovated the shed that he built before. Later, while they were collecting medicinal herbs, Primula tells Kenichi that she would like to open a business in Atlantia, and since she's obviously registered to the Merchant Guild she could easily do it, but Kenichi doesn't have much to sell. Most of the stuff he had has been sold in Dahlia, like these picture books. Seeing a book, she quickly read through it, and it was splendidly drawn, but Kenichi didn't explain to her how he made it, because the printing technology would be a pretty revolutionary thing in this world. But that wasn't all, she can also sell the vegetables when they are ready or catch a fish and make dried fish. And in the end, Primula's idea was to sell bear meat stew and sweetened rinka, which was inspired by the canned peaches. And seeing the excitement on Primula's face, he wishes her business goes well. Next day, Kenichi immediately started to teach Primula how to cook. First was the stew made from bear meat, and the other dish was rinka. It tasted really different from the stuff they sell in town. Primula then decided to try making it herself, so Kenichi lends her the magic stove. Well, she said she will earn money soon and buy it herself, so she will just borrow it for now. Kenichi then puts all her stuff in his item box and sent her to the front of town on his bike. Later, when the sun was setting, he came to pick her. There he notices Primula with someone in an alley. Kenichi then approaches her and asks, "How was it?" Well, it was sold out cause Kenichi's cooking is the best of the best, and there's no way the customers would pass the chance to eat a high-class meal from an open-air restaurant. Kenichi then asks who was the beast folk that's with her. The beast folk then introduces herself as Nyamena. Well, many men would underestimate a woman seller on her own, so Primula hired her as her guard, and Nyamena just had to glare at men, and she gets paid 1 silver coin a day, so it's the best job ever for her. Later, while Kenichi was putting all the stuff in his item box, Primula asks if they could invite Nyamena for dinner. Well, of course, she protected her after all. Later, outside Kenichi's house, Mayuri was surprised to see a bike that was fast enough to travel through the forest, and she couldn't believe it works without having to pedal. Primula then enthusiastically tells him about the books she sold for 2 silver each, and since she had 18 books, so it must be less than 1 gold coin. Primula then tells Kenichi about the request she got for books with illustrations about girls. Well, all the men only thinks about that kind of stuff after all. Hearing this, Kenichi realizes if they ever find trouble with money, then he can make them, so it was good to know there's demand. Mayuri then comes out to greet them. She excitedly greets Kenichi, but seeing a beast folk along him, she angrily asks who was the woman? Well, she's Primula's guard and she's here to have dinner with them. Hearing the noises, Vel comes out, and Kenichi pats her head. Seeing this, Nyamena understands why Kenichi lives deep in the forest. After all was done and everyone was here, they decided to have a meal. Today's menu was cream stew and bread, and Nyamena was dumbfounded by the color of the stew. Well, it was made with flour and boiled milk, hence the white color. She then chomps on it, and it tasted really good. While Nyamena praises the stew's rich taste, Kenichi offers her a glass of liquor. And when she chugs on it, the taste was really delicious. The food and the liquor was great, so it was like she was in paradise. Kenichi then asks if she would like to take a bath. Later, he was prepping the bath, and after he was done, Kenichi asks Anemone to do her thing. She then starts to chant, and a fireball comes out from her palm, which ignites the wood heating the bath. The immediate firepower looked great, but the flame was already dying down. The water was warming up steadily, and a bath that normally takes an hour to boil now only takes about 30 minutes thanks to Anemone. Kenichi then wonders if it was safe to use magic all the time. After all, Anemone fainted not too long ago. Primula explains that magic grows more if one uses it more often. Hearing that, he wonders if it was like getting more XP, but XP doesn't exist in this world though. Later, Naomina was enjoying a hot bath and feeling as if she was a noble. It was her best experience cause in the city the beast folks weren't allowed to go inside the bath. Later she rests in the bed, which was very fluffy, and now she just wanted to live there. But Isekai'd didn't want another resident cause they'll have no space at all. While they were arguing on the bed, Anemone was busy writing. Naomina looks aside and notices Kenichi teaching Anemone. She lies down asking if he was the one teaching her. Well, it was better to be able to read, write, and calculate to get a wider range of jobs, cause he have heard that there aren't many jobs for women. Well, that was right, because in the end uneducated women have no choice but to become working girl. Kenichi then asks Anemone if she would like to go with Primula and learn how to do business, but Anemone wanted to learn more magic and help Kenichi so she can go out on adventures with him. Well, if Kenichi could, he wouldn't want to do much fighting himself. But Anemone known that if it's Kenichi he can even take down a dragon. Well, he knows that one life wouldn't be enough to pull that off, but he have heard there's someone in the empire who took down a dragon. Naomina perks up cause she have heard it too. Apparently a mage killed a dragon using his magic. Hearing that, Kenichi wonders if magic is effective on dragons, and are they even worth any money? Well, of course their whole body is worth a ton of money, and especially their meat is very tasty. Kenichi then wonders if the mage got rich after killing the dragon. Well, he normally would have, but apparently he was the imperial crown princess mage, and the young lady took it all. Well, that's how the royals and nobles are. And apparently the crown princess used the money to finance a war against the emperor who was trying to have the second princess succeed him. That sounds interesting. So are they the Einstürzen Mountain family? It seems Kenichi knew his stuff, and seeing Naomina so close with Kenichi, Isekai'd freaks out. She quickly dashes towards them, and hugs Kenichi tightly. Naomina asks if she was jealous? Well, it was quite obvious. But Isekai'd doesn't say anything to Anemone or Primula, and apparently another beast folk was too much for her heart. Kenichi then leaves them alone cause it was too noisy. He then asks Primula how she met Naomina. Well, she was a customer first, and when she came across the food it was tasty and good, so she ended up eating a lot. And since Primula was a woman she would have preferred a female guard, and since a female beast folk are strong she can rely on her. But still Naomina was amazed to see a woman doing business on her own. Well, her father is a great merchant after all, so it was in her blood. Naomina then wonders why Kenichi isn't in business too. Well, he has made some money so he's taking it easy now. Naomina realizes he was a strange merchant because usually merchants are all about money, but that's not in his case, right? Primula agrees as she giggles. Well, that's cause Kenichi just wants to take it easy and enjoy his slow life. Next day, looking at the huge cliff, he was quite taken aback. Up close it looks like a huge wall which gotta be at least 10 meters high. Looking at it he wonders how's he going to climb it? Earlier that morning, Kenichi was thinking about what to do cause Primula was safely settled into her business. Maybe it was time to expand their range of activities. There were monsters deep in the forest, and crossing the lake was kind of scary. Well, come to think of it, there was a cliff behind the house, and there was forest on top of that cliff as well. And if the area has never been explored before, there must be a large amount of plants that haven't been collected. Well, that was it. He then decides to climb that cliff, but there's no way he can do that. So Kenichi pulls out his drone and decided to do some recon for now. He flies it above the cliff and spots the highlands which don't seem to be connected to mountains, and since there's no road leading to Atlantia or any sign of development, Kenichi theorizes that land must be untouched, so there will be plenty of medicinal herbs and wild plants. Suddenly Anemone approaches him, excitedly stating how far she could see with the binoculars he had given her earlier. She then asks what was Kenichi looking for, because she just spotted many sparkly orange stones. Kenichi then asks if he could see too, and when he looks through the binocular, he spots an orange gemstone. It was a kind that he hasn't seen before, so he hopes it fetches a good price. But well, they were really high, and to reach there he would need a high lift truck. So first he bought a laser range finder and measured the distance, which was 12 meters. So using an elevating vehicle would be uneconomical because for every use it will need fuel after all. Kenichi then get a brilliant idea to build a scaffold, so he summons Power Shovel and levels the ground. He then buys elevated scaffolds, which arrives in pieces. Mayuri then comes along wondering what he was doing. Well, he was building a scaffolds to climb up the cliff, cause there's a forest above which might be unexplored, so it would be filled with medicinal herbs and more prey. Both Mayuri and Anemone excitedly asks if they could help, and later they began constructing the scaffold together. With the help of only 2 people it was completed in 3 days. While Kenichi was admiring his big accomplishment, Mayuri impatiently began climbing to the top. Seeing this, Anemone too wanted to go up, and later they both were enjoying the view. Kenichi then realizes the sun was already setting, so he was running late to pick up Primula. Later both the girls were surprised to see what Kenichi was building. Nyamina climbs up wondering what it was built for. Well, it's used to climb to the top of the cliff. Primula then asks Kenichi if he pulled these iron tubes and all kinds of stuff from his item box. And what about the soft bread they eat every day? Kenichi then lies about how he was magically creating the breads. He then pulls her from her hips and kisses passionately. This sparks something deep within Primula, and Kenichi slowly slides his hands below her hips, sending a jolt inside her. Nyamina calls them out to refrain doing those things in front of the others, cause it was kinda hard to watch. Hearing this, Primula gets shy, and they all heads back home. A new day began. Primula and Nyamina were with Kenichi cause they too wanted to go to top of the cliff, since no one has been there before, and no one but Kenichi can build that kind of thing to climb up. And if someone want to carve out the rock and build a staircase, it's got to be through the national contractor. At least that's what she have heard. Well, it is a big world, so Kenichi thinks it's okay to have at least one oddball in it. But Kenichi was the first oddball ever in this world. Well, it's because he came from another world after all. He then spots those gemstones. Nyamina wonders if they have any value. Well, he won't know until he mines them. But first they need a way to cross safely. Kenichi pulls up a large plank of wood and climbs the cliff. From there he can see the gorgeous view of the lake and their house. He was amazed by that great view. Then he helps the girls to cross, and they all were astonished. They could see all the way to the edge of the lake and the Santanka village as well. Nyamina and Primula both praise Kenichi, as he wonders how Vel got up here. Suddenly Mayuri calls for him, and shows him the wild mushrooms that she found. Anemone too found some red dewdrops, so they decided to gather some for dinner. It seems everyone were enjoying their time, and that's how the day came to an end. Later in the evening, Kenichi buys 30 pack of dumpling wraps. Looking at it, Primula wonders what's it used for? Well, it's a kneaded flour that's flattened and stretched into a thin layer. It's used to stuff meat and vegetables and bake it. Kenichi decided to make dumpling using the wild mushrooms they had gathered. Well, he first thought of making mushroom pasta, but that wasn't popular in this world, and apparently there's a dish similar to dumpling in this world, so he doesn't think they will reject it. Kenichi then buys a mincer from Shangri-La and calls for Anemone. He tells her to wash her hands and put the meat in this thing and turn the handle. She wonders what happens if she does it. Well, the meat comes out finely smashed from the other side. Hearing this, Anemone excitedly washes her hands and started mincing the meat, which she somehow finds fun. He then tells Primula to chop up these vegetables, and she wonders what is it? Well, it was a Chinese cabbage, which is a must for dumpling. Kenichi could have used a food processor for these, but since he have people to help him, it's better to have them do so. He then adds chopped cabbage, minced meat, salt, and a little bit of Chinese broth. Then he adds wild mushroom and kneads it. He then fills the wrap with fillings and coats the end with a layer of dissolved flour and closes it. And voila, it's done! Seeing this, Anemone excitedly wanted to try it too. Kenichi then tells Primula to take these to grill, and smelling the aroma from it, Mayuri and Nyamina drools up. They then quickly snatches some and eats it, and they were mesmerized by its taste. They were very tasty, and now these tasted nothing like the bear meat anymore. Kenichi then tells them to not snatch anymore. Later the dumplings were done. This much should be enough for them all. And as for sauce, he put out vinegar, salt, and mayonnaise, cause the people in this world don't like soy sauce. It seems the girls were enjoying the dish, so now it's his turn to taste. He takes a bite, and yeah, it indeed was good. The bear meat doesn't taste so bad, and the mushroom he put in gives it a really nice, delicious flavor. He then thinks about making the crust thicker and add it to a soup. Well, that sounds wonderful to Primula, cause she would like to try and sell it in the city. But Kenichi thinks it would take much work. Well, they can just hire people in town to help them. Primula then asks what was the powder that he added to the mixture when cooking? Well, it's made from dried seaweed and fish that's been dried, and when added it strengthens the flavor. Well, that's why Mayuri could taste a light fish flavor even though it was mainly meat. Kenichi then tells them how difficult it's to use dried fish in soups because the fishy smell can be overwhelming. Later after the lunch they each move on to their respective tasks. Anemone and Primula went to the cliff to gather medicinal herbs, while Mairii and Nyamina are exploring the forest. And as for Kenichi, he was halfway up the cliff figuring out how to mine these gemstones. He realized he could use an electric hammer, so he buys it for 65,000 yen. He uses it to mine the gemstones, and bang, it was out. He picks it up and checks it. Well, it was pretty beautiful, but did an orange gem like this ever exist? Kenichi opens his inventory and puts it inside. That gem was then identified as rose pyrite. Aside from its name, Kenichi don't know anything else about the gemstone. Well, Shangri-La is useful at times like this, so he decides to buy an ebook and see what he can find. It was written that rose pyrite is a type of silicate mineral found in manganese deposit. Kenichi then wonders if this could be valuable? Well, in a situation like this he just need to inspect the item with Shangri-La's system. Later the gemstone's value was revealed to be 200,000 yen, which was a shocker for Kenichi. It might be cheap compared to diamonds, but still a single stone was able to recover what he spent on the electric hammer, and there were more orange ores left. Kenichi then theorizes the bigger the size of gemstone its value would be higher, so he turns on the electric hammer and began extracting other gems. Sometimes later he extracted almost 400,000 to 600,000 yen worth of gemstones. With that he got his money worth. Moreover, if he used the stone as top-up he can avoid putting this world's gold in Shangri-La, so he decides to mine this on a large scale. But what if this was all the ore available, and he ends up buying more machinery? So first he decided to see how far this vein goes. Kenichi then shows the gemstone to Anemone, who was mesmerized by the beautiful gemstone. Primula wonders how much it was worth. Well, Kenichi doesn't know, so he decided to first ask the old lady at the tool shop. The price on Shangri-La was 200,000, but what could be the price in this world? Kenichi then asks where was Mairii and Nyamina? Well, Primula doesn't know. Later, as he sizzles the pan, Anemone got afraid of the fire. Kenichi then spots Fell coming out of the bush. Well, if Fell came here attracted by the smell of grilled meat, then surely. Suddenly Mairii and Nyamina were back, and they were carrying a lot of birds. He then asks why were they late. Well, they went pretty deep in the forest. As he said, there were no monsters since there's no paths leading to the top of the cliff. But there were a lot of birds, and she asks Kenichi to put them in his item box. Well, that's no problem, but he'll take one for the food. Nyamina doesn't mind much cause she can't even pay to get food like his in the city. Mairii then hands him some Kaka's egg, which was a premium ingredient, so he quickly puts it in his inventory so it doesn't break. Suddenly Nyamina shouts asking what's that. Well, she was chomping down the bear steak which they were about to have for dinner. She then asks if this smell was from wine. Well, yeah, it's the smell of the liquor he used to marinate and mask the smell of the meat. Hearing the word liquor, Nyamina asks Kenichi if she could ask for a favor, and judging by Kenichi's look it seems he knows what she was gonna ask. Apparently she wanted to drink the brandy he used to cook. It was pretty strong, so he asked her to be careful. She takes a sip, and Kenichi asks how was it? Well, it seems for Nyamina it was going to be really hard to live in the city after enjoying all these luxuries. Well, not knowing how miserable she was is also a blessing. Mairii too agrees, even though her palate wasn't same as Nyamina, the meat was quite tasty. Nyamina then approaches Kenichi and tightly hugs him from behind. She starts to drunkenly ramble about living in the city after having a taste of his cooking, while Kenichi wonders if this is how she acts when she's drunk. Mairii then tries to kick her off Kenichi, but she hugs her more tightly, stating she just wants to live near enough to keep eating Kenichi's food. Well, Nyamina is Primula's guard, so he doesn't see why she can't live here, but Mairii was against it. He then asks Primula what does she think. Well, she's a trustworthy person, and since Nyamina is only after his cooking and whatever liquor he can provide, so if Primula was okay with it then he won't complain. Well, she was okay with it, since Nyamina just wants Kenichi's food and liquor after all. She says this while she stares deep within Kenichi's soul. But Kenichi actually doesn't have any interest in Nyamina, and since she is an excellent female guard which in particular are hard to come by, that's why he was fine with her staying here. But since the house was full she would have to sleep in a separate cabin. While Nyamina doesn't mind as long as it shelters her from the rain and the wind, she will be fine. Well, if she was fine then her food was guaranteed. This really pissed off Mairii, but Kenichi calms her down, stating she was just gonna stay in another place. And just like this they went off to sleep. Since it was already dark around here, Kenichi decided to put up the cabin and make preparations for tomorrow. Primula then asks if there's any more bear meat left. Well, he's still got plenty. It seems Primula was doing preparation for tomorrow as well, and he decides to go with her into town tomorrow to cash in his accumulated cash. And he also have to go to the old lady's tool shop to assess the value of the rose pyrite. While Mayuri was still wary about Naomina being around Kenichi. Next day Kenichi wonders if Naomina actually wanted to live here since she drank too much last night. He then calls out to her, asking if she was serious about what she said yesterday. Well, the liquor she drank was strong but not enough to get her drunk, so she was serious about living here. Hearing that, Kenichi opens up his item box and pulls out a shed from Shangri-La. Naomina was surprised to see a house made of steel plates. Well, Kenichi had built that earlier as a shelter if he ever got attacked by demons. He then invites her in and gave her the same bed that she slept on yesterday. Naomina then asks if the rent is gonna be expensive. Well, she won't have to worry about that as long as she keep helping Primula. She then wonders why was Kenichi being so nice. Was he planning to do something with her? Well, she might be willing to do a few things. Well, Kenichi wasn't thinking about that, but if she's embarrassed about staying for free, she can just bring in some prey once a month and it's all good. He then asks if she's fine with being in such a small place. Well, this place is like a mansion compared to where she lived before, and hearing this made Kenichi wonder where exactly was she living up until now. Later they reached an agreement, and Kenichi felt as if they have earned a villager rather than a roommate. Primula pops in asking if they have reached an agreement. Well, yeah, they just did, but Mayuri wasn't happy with that decision. Kenichi then explains how Naomina will live in a separate place, so it's not like they were going to sleep together. Suddenly Naomina hugs him from behind, stating she could always become his mistress. Hearing that, Mayuri angrily jumps on her, while Kenichi moves away, deciding to go to the city. Kenichi then decides to drop off Primula and to check the values of his stones. Later at the market, they were at the place where Primula opens her stall. There she spots a group of people standing. A woman then tells her to open the stalls quickly, cause they have been waiting for it to open for quite a while. Later, when the lady was leaving, Kenichi asks, does she always buy such a big jar of soup? Well, it's for this evening and tomorrow morning's share, and since no one sells soup this good at such a cheap price, it is a good deal for her. Hearing this, Kenichi realized Primula's already has a fixed clientele. Well, after what she was offering, no wonder it's so popular. And even if some people cause trouble with Naomina, she would be fine. So Kenichi decides to leave. At the Adventurers Guild, the receptionist tells him they don't buy minerals. They buy it only if there's a request out for them, so Kenichi should take them to a tool shop. Later Kenichi went to have his catch cleaned, and he was told to be back at evening to pick it up. And now it was time to go to the old lady's store to sell the minerals. The old lady then wonders if he got something interesting for her. Well, it's a orange ore. He was told its worth was about 1 gold, which is 200,000 yen, the same price Shangri-La showed. The old lady then asks if the grimoire he bought yesterday was any helpful. Well, sadly he couldn't use it, but Anemone could. The old lady was surprised that she was so good at such a young age. She then suggests to send her to school. Well, Kenichi has talked about this, but Anemone wanted to stay with him. Well, then it's a pity, cause if she went to school she could at least be the mistress of a big merchant or nobleman. But Kenichi had heard it's hard to get in for general public. Well, that's true too. He then wonders if the old lady had went to magic school. Well, it was a long time ago when she was young. People used to call her the flower girl of the academy. Well, she had very massive skills too. Kenichi wonders if that's true. The old lady then further states how she even fell in love with a noble and gave birth to his child. Kenichi then asks, where's the child now? Well, the aristocrats took it away and gave her a handful of coins and she never saw it again. Kenichi asks if she ever had desire to see him. Of course she had, but the money was given under the condition that she must never look back. The old lady then further tells how Anemone could also just study at home reading books. Well, Kenichi thought about that too, so if she ever get more grimoires he would be more than happy to buy some. Kenichi then sold the gemstones and decided to head back to the stall. There he spots a girl helping Naomina. He wonders who that is. Well, she was Primula's apprentice. Iris spots Kenichi, and she greets him wondering if he was Lady Primula's father. Kenichi tells her he wasn't, while Naomina was laughing her butt off. Iris quickly tries to apologize, asking if he was her husband. Primula springs up claiming yeah he is, and Kenichi wonders if she was getting a little ahead of herself. Well, is there any problem with that? Primula wonders. She then further tells how she isn't only teaching Iris how to cook and do business, she was also teaching her to manage a branch of the stall. Kenichi realized she was trying to franchise her business, but how much is she going to expand? Well, Primula was doing this cause if a need arises she can just split off the branch and immediately go after Kenichi if he ever escapes again. Well, he wasn't going to do such things, but it seems she doesn't trust him at all. And from what Primula told him, Iris seems to be the daughter of a civil servant. Before they met, Iris was looking for a job because she was told if she didn't get one she would have to marry immediately. And that's when she saw Primula, a woman working alone in a business, and decided to follow her lead. Still, it's not even noon and half of the pot was already sold. Primula then asked Kenichi for another magic stove, cause she wanted to start cooking the extra dishes now. And Iris too was excited to learn the dish from Primula. Seeing the energetic duo, Kenichi decided to leave the girls alone and went to take care of his business. He went home to upgrade Nayamina's cabin and meet Anemone, who was staying at home. Lastly, he got the cleaned up meat from the butcher, and later at evening, all the dishes were sold out. Primula then asks Kenichi if they can bring her to the house, cause she needed to teach her how to prepare materials and keep the double entry books. After hearing all that, it seems Primula is likely going to train Iris as a leader and entrust her to train other clerks when she opens a branch. But first, how are they going to bring Iris home, cause his bike can only fit 2 people? Nayamina then proposed to carry Iris on her back. Well, that's an option too. And later they all head back home with petrified Iris. After the sun was down, all the girls were enjoying the party, while Mayuri watches them with Kenichi. She asks about the new girl, wondering who she was and if she was gonna stay here as well. Kenichi explains that she's the new staff member Primula hired for the store, and they bought her home cause Primula had lot to teach. Well, she's not a beast folk, so Mayuri was fine with it. Kenichi then put the flattened dough on the grill and flips it. Then he adds some sauce and mayonnaise, and voila, it was done. They were having okonomiyaki for dinner. Kenichi then asks Mayuri if she wanted to try this katsuobushi. It is dried fish shaved into flakes. While they were doing that, Anemone was staring at the new dish. She takes a bite, and was surprised by how good the meat and veggies tasted. Well, Kenichi was glad to hear that. Nayamina and Anemone too tasted it, and it was delicious. Hearing all this, Iris and Primula were enjoying the moment. Iris then takes a bite, and asks Kenichi if this taste was because of the sauce, cause she too had something similar to dark sauce before, but this white sauce was mystery for her. Kenichi realized she was quite sharp. Well, her parents are public servants after all. Primula then recalls being served this sauce with gyoza. It's called mayonnaise. Well, these sauce are pretty good on their own, but together they create a perfect harmony of flavor. Nayamina too have heard people in the empire raving about some goopy yellow sauce that goes with anything. Well, that's true, cause there's another transferee who can magically produce mayonnaise. Primula then asks about the ingredients. Well, it's vinegar, eggs and oil. Kenichi further tells her to not use the plant-based oil, not the marine mammal oil that people here use. Primula asks if he meant oil from beans or flowers. Well, yes, and given how costly it is, they could never sell mayo at a profit. Even with Primula running the numbers, this sauce is going to turn out pricey. Even if gave her all the mayonnaise she needs, she would soon go out of business if something happened to him. Kenichi then asks the girls if they are fine with taking turns, cause he'll get the baths going. Later, he and Anemone prepares the bath, and the girls wash themselves, while Kenichi helps Anemone study. Sometimes later, after Kenichi was done teaching Anemone, he spots Primula and Iris, who were in the kitchen prepping to get the store up and running for the next day. Iris also wanted to stay here for a while to make sure she learned everything she needed to know. Kenichi then asks her if she hated the idea of being married off so much that she'd rather study management with 0 experience. Well, that's cause her parents were going to make her marry an old fart, which she didn't want to do. Kenichi can get behind that. He then asks Primula how she feels about all that. Well, for her, what matters in a man is honesty and reliability. Looks can only last while he's young, so she thinks age shouldn't be a factor. Kenichi tells her that she is still pretty young, but Primula wasn't going to leave him anytime soon. He didn't want to get in their way, so Kenichi decided to go. He then went to Nayamina asking how was the new room. Well, it's perfect. It even had a lamp, so now she won't have attic rats chomping on her ears at night. Kenichi then spots the lamp and was surprised that she managed to turn it on. The kerosene lamps sold in this world were ignited with firestones, but the one he bought at Shangri-La was just a simple switch-on lantern. Nayamina then shows him the magical tool which can be used to light fires with the stone at the tip, so basically it's a matchstick. Well, they do have candles here made from animal fat, but they're pretty expensive. Kenichi then gave her 3 sets of sheets, but she will be washing them herself. He then wishes her good night and proceeds to leave, but Nayamina stops him asking if he came all this way to visit a lady in her room and now he's just gonna go away without doing anything? But before anything could happen, Mayuri came slamming down the door. She starting bawling her eyes out, asking Kenichi if he wanted to do it so badly he could have done it with her. Nyamina then asks her if she can also get some action. Well, hell no. She then lays down on bed claiming to be better than her cause she is nice and tight. Mayuri too follows her claiming she's pretty tight herself, and seeing this Kenichi was too stunned to speak. Nyamina further claims to be pretty good with her mouth, and jealous Mayuri too pronounces her proficiency. They then gangs up on Kenichi, who tells them to quit yapping and just go to sleep. Both the girls' mood seems to be pretty down after this, as Kenichi leaves them alone. And so a month passed. Day in and out he escorted Primula and the others when they headed into town for business. Then he'd go home and mine the ores, which are worth a little over 150 million yen. But there's still some left embedded deep in the cliffside, so he would need some serious demolition to get them. The forest at the top of the cliff was great for Anemone to gather mushrooms, and for Mayuri and Nyamina to hunt some game for them. As for Primula's stall, she managed to get a small warehouse where she prepares for business with Iris' parents as guarantors. And since they were public servants, after hearing the word lucrative, convincing them was very easy. On top of that, Iris was fully promoted to general branch manager, and they'd been hiring more staff. They've also opened a second branch and are collectively approaching 200 million yen in annual revenue. Kenichi too was bewildered by the power of Primula's business ventures. However, there's one tiny problem. For cooking she uses dashi stock that he buys from Shangri-La, which can't be substituted. Later that day, Nyamina praises Primula, stating she can do anything she puts her mind to, whereas she herself can't even do basic math. Meanwhile, Primula managed to grow a bona fide emporium in the blink of an eye. Primula shyly tells her that it's all thanks to the knowledge Kenichi shared with her. But well, it's not only that cause she is super talented herself. But Primula again thanks Kenichi for his guidance, cause if she tried to set this up from scratch it would have been a mess. Well, it would surely be a lot harder without his cheat skills, but Kenichi thinks she probably would have pulled it off anyway. Incidentally, Primula deposits all her profits at the Merchants Guild, and their spending money goes into his item box. Deposits could also be withdrawn at other cities, but it doesn't collect any interest. Nyamina then wonders why Primula was planning to leave when she is expanding in Estrantia. Well, that's so she can quickly catch up if a certain someone decides to run. Kenichi again starts to apologize for leaving so suddenly, but Primula didn't want to hear any of it. Well, she doesn't have to worry, cause Nyamina could sniff him out in no time, especially with the smell of that weird magic tool Kenichi uses. Civilized travel surely was fast, but it's easily traceable. With this, it seems Kenichi's credibility was slowly going down the gutter. Primula then remembers something. She asks Kenichi if she can ask for a favor. He wonders what was wrong. Well, there's someone called Viscountess Eupatorium who ran into an Asclepius noble in Dalhia who apparently shoved a jeweled brooch in her face, making her feel quite displeased. So she asks if he still have brooches like that. Kenichi then searches for it in Shangri-La, because Primula doesn't look like she's doing too well. Surprised, Nyamina realizes that Eupatorium was the lord of these parts around here. Kenichi then tells her about Primula's family, who are pretty well connected with the nobles, and Drazines were also made by her family, the Mallow Trading Company. Realizing that Primula was the heiress of a named business, wouldn't it be better that she goes back to Dahlia and let her take care of Kenichi? But well, that's not going to happen. Kenichi then gets the brooch from Shangri-La, and the ladies were mesmerized by the beautiful design, which had a refined lady carved into the stone. Kenichi wonders if she was fine with the design. Well, the lady in the brooch carving bears a strong resemblance to the Viscountess. So in that case they can probably squeeze more money, saying it was made specifically for her. Well, Primula had the same thought. They both started creepily laughing, thinking about all the money, so Nyamina calls out their creepiness. Later, Kenichi still couldn't believe that they were making connections with a Viscountess, so he left all this nobility stuff to Primula. But he was still worried about why she looks so down and out. Sometimes later, Mayuri comes in asking Kenichi if they can explore a dungeon. Kenichi wonders if she was talking about the underground cave of sorts. Well, yeah, roughly that's what they are. According to Mayuri, there are two types of dungeons, one where demons live in man-made structures such as ruins, and the one where demons live in naturally formed caves and grottos. In man-made ruins one can find all sorts of treasures which are pretty high quality, and in the dungeons one can get monster materials that fetch a pretty price. But since there's no treasure, people usually stay away. And Mayuri found one yesterday deep in the woods. Kenichi asks why didn't she bring that up at dinner? Well, if she talked about it, the cougar would have come too. Kenichi tells her not to compete with each other like that, but it was a matter between beast folk, so he left it aside. Mayuri then further states that there's something else about the cave that interests her. He wonders what does she mean? Well, it had a strong smell of bugs which likely could be the nest of a large insects. Insects, Kenichi ponders, but suddenly Anemone comes in asking if she too could join them in this adventure? Kenichi then tells her they aren't going there to have fun, and there might be monsters in the cave. But well, she had already said she was going to help Kenichi in his adventures. And if he and Mairi goes there, then Anemone would be home alone, so one way or another she will be in danger. Well, then Kenichi was fine with it. He then asks Mairi how far is the cave from here? It's in a crack in the cliff about half an hour going north. With this they began their long journey. After a while they finally reach the opening in the cliff. Kenichi asks if Mairi had tried to head inside. Well, she did, but it was too dark, so she left right away. Hearing that, Kenichi pulls out 3 LED headlight and gives Anemone a helmet to wear inside the cave to protect her head. The trio then plans to head inside the cave, but before that Kenichi puts a master unit at the entrance, so if they ever got lost in the cave they could at least know where to go. He also gave Anemone a knife, though it won't be very useful in battle. He have also prepared a lot of weapons himself, but the darkness was very scary. Something brushes off Kenichi's leg and he freaks out, but well, it was just a lizard. As he was catching his breath, suddenly Mairi tells him there's something coming right behind him. He quickly opens up Shangri-La and summons a barricade to protect them. Their sharp edges should be able to block the enemies, but when he looked closely, it was none other than Vel, who have again followed them here. Realizing that, he puts back the barricade, and they kept going deeper into the unknown dark cave. A while later Kenichi spots some sparkling coming off a dark passage. He asks Mairi if she could see that. Well, yeah, there's definitely something shining. They head inside the dark passage and finds a cave full of crystals. Kenichi then tells them to build a bonfire and get some rest while he mined this. He then pulls out electric hammer and generator to mine out the crystal, while Anemone and Mairi were resting near him. He starts mining with the electric hammer, but the noise was too loud for Mairi. Then suddenly she sensed something, and she quickly tells Kenichi there's something coming again. When Kenichi looks back, the light shines the entrance, and it was blocked by a cave spider. Kenichi realized this was what Mairi smelled back then. He quickly summons the barricade to shield themselves, then he fires arrows from his crossbow, but it just bounced off the hard shell of the spider. He then gives Mairi the bow and arrow and tells her to shoot, which she quickly does. And finally one of it hits the spider's eye. Seeing this, he realized the eyes were the weak spot. With this great opening, Kenichi quickly tells Anemone to cast the fireball, but she was too frightened to do anything. Realizing the adversity of the situation, Kenichi quickly throws some firecracker to distract the spider. Since Anemone already lost her will to fight, it was time to retreat. But what about Kenichi's magic tools? Well, they can return for them later. But first they need to get back with Anemone. Mairi quickly carries her and they all retreat from the caves. Sometimes later outside, it seems it was not coming after them. Well, cave spiders only get out to hunt at night, so they are now safe. The nest was probably in the depths of the cave, so she sensed insects, but she was surprised they were cave spiders. On the other hand, Kenichi was still mad that he couldn't mine the crystals. He then looks at Anemone, who was still shaking, as she stands depressed. Kenichi hugs her, telling it's still too early for her to go out on adventures. She apologizes, but well, it was her first time, so it couldn't be helped. Later at the dinner table, both the girls were surprised to hear what they went through, and Naomina asks why they didn't invite her when it sounds so fun. Well, that's cause Mairi was the one who found out about the dungeon. Anyway, Kenichi needs to go back inside the cave to retrieve his tools. Naomina quickly asks if she can come along. Well, first of all, isn't she Primula's guard? Well, Primula doesn't mind cause she's thinking about taking a break anyway. Kenichi notices that she's been kinda down for a while, so he asks Primula if there's something worrying her. Naomina tells him about how Primula has been harassed both at the main store and at the branch. It's very common that people don't like to see women-only businesses thriving, and when you add the fact that the lady is a beautiful woman, it makes her all the more of a target. Kenichi then asks why she didn't tell him about this before. Well, it's cause she didn't want to worry Kenichi, and she have also received a lot of help from him already. He then wonders who was the person behind it. Well, there's a snooty merchant named Thogalum, who's using his thugs to interfere with the business. Well, that saves a lot of trouble he can now use his summon to take care of, but he quickly scratches it off his mind, because Primula didn't want to escalate things any further, cause merchants have their own way to fight. Kenichi wonders, could this be why she made connections with the nobles? And can't she ask the noble who bought the brooch to intercede? Well, it's a good idea to ask for a favor, but it's not a good idea to be in debt to a noble. Kenichi realizes that selling the brooch wasn't enough to curry her favor, but he wishes there was some way to gain that from a noble. He then wonders what are they going to do about the store. Is it going to stay closed? Well, yes, cause if something happened to girls who work for her, she wouldn't know how to face their parents. But first they should focus on the dungeon for now, cause Kenichi won't be able to be at ease knowing that thing is living so close. Naomina too was pissed off, and now she is in the mood to go on a rampage for the first time in a long while. Kenichi asks if Mayuri is okay with that. Well, it can't be helped now. Naomina then further states that fighting the spiders is going to be rough, so she asks Anemone to come to her room before she goes to sleep, because she wants to teach her how to think like an adventurer. Next day they decided to take Naomina and head out to exterminate the spiders, and since Primula has no fighting skills she is staying at home doing the store's bookkeeping. Later they reach the cave, and since the entrance was that tall, Naomina wonders if there are some big spiders in there. Well, there are, but it gets narrower further in and all of a sudden there's a wide area and that's where they're nesting. Kenichi then thinks of using kerosene or gasoline, but using it in such a small area, they'd surely be screwed too. He then wonders wouldn't it be dangerous if Anemone uses fireball inside the cave. Well, that won't happen cause magic flames don't last long. Kenichi then theorizes about this cave being like a tunnel. He then hands Anemone a helmet and asks if she was okay, cause she can also stay home if she was scared. But well, she was fine now and more pumped to do her best. It seems she have regained her energy after talking to Naomina, but he was curious about what they talked about yesterday. Later they enter the cave, and they reach the area where the spider last attacked them. Naomina then spots a tool on the ground, and it was Kenichi's generator. Mayuri too found the ashes from the bonfire and the logs Kenichi took out, and since the barricade was still here they can use it to intercept the spiders. But the question was, how do they lure them in? Well, they showed up yesterday when Kenichi used the electric hammer, so he decided to give it a try. The girls were also excited and told Kenichi to give it his all, cause they are here to protect him. Seeing Anemone in high spirits, he brought out his new weapon, bees pesticide, which costed 20,000 yen. Well, it's originally for bees, but he have seen it being useful with spider, so he then shows the girls how to use the new weapon and release the poison. Well, since now they have these weapons, they are very much ready to fight. Now that they are all set, Kenichi uses his electric hammer to lure the spiders. The noise was loud enough to annoy both the girls, and soon the spider was here. It still had the arrow stuck on his eye, which meant it was the same spider that attacked them yesterday. The girls quickly step forward and sprays the poison, aiming for the gaps in the shell. It was enough to make the spider tumble and crash onto a wall. Kenichi then quickly tells Anemone to cast a fireball now, which she does. A fireball comes out of her hand, and it stuck the spider, burning it to a crisp. Everyone was amazed by Anemone's magical power, but somehow the spider was still alive, and it quickly went back into a dark area. They all praised Anemone for finally conquering her fear, and she hugs Vel happily. Kenichi knows deep down she was probably still scared, but tiny as she is, she still pushed through, and they decided to go after the spider to finish it off. They then follow the route that spider used to run away, and slowly the narrow path opens up. But he can't really tell what's going on cause it's too dark. So he uses the laser range finder and finds out the ceiling was 7 meters high, rendering his headlight useless. Kenichi then buys a LED floodlight for 7,000 yen, which was very bright. They then spot the spider from before. Since it was still alive, they decided to finish it off, but as soon as the girls approached it, a bigger spider comes out from the dark, freaking out both the girls. Seeing the girls running back, Kenichi wonders if it was another spider? Well, yeah, it's a female one. They are with body that big it's impossible to get through the passages. As they were trying to head back, the spider blocks the exit again. Kenichi quickly summons the barricade, but suddenly Vel jumps up and quickly charges at the spider, attacking its eye. Following Vel's lead, he plans to blind the spider with the light, while he tells the girls to spray poison on her. They attacked it as planned, and Anemone too uses magic one more time, burning the spider to crisp. It seems the spider was rendered useless. Kenichi then wonders why hasn't it moved yet, cause it doesn't look like they did that much damage to her. Naomina theorizes that maybe she's planning to block off the passageway and take them down with her. Annoyed by this, he wonders if that's how she want to do this. Mayuri then suggests to just wait until the spider dies, but they would have to wait for 4 to 5 days before it starves to death, and some bugs also hibernate. Naomina then gets annoyed cause she doesn't want to spend the night in this place, and since there was no other way, Kenichi started fuming, stating, screaming, "Don't underestimate a cheat user." He then summons a power shovel, with gross capacity of 157 horsepower for 9.5 million yen. He tells the shocked Naomina to take the light and go to the corner, cause this is about to get more dangerous. He also tells Anemone to go with others, but she ignores it and hops in with Kenichi. Then Mairai tells him that she will keep the light on the spider. So with this done, it was time for the spider to succumb to the achievements of civilization. He swings the arm of the power shovel and swats away the male spider. After that he goes on to attack the big female spider with the might of his shovel, but it was caught by the spider, yanking both Kenichi and Anemone. The arm of the power shovel wasn't moving, and the machine was hovering by the weight of the spider. Kenichi then accelerates the machine, slamming the giant spider onto the wall. Anemone quickly casts another fireball, burning the spider again, which made her release the shovel. Taking this chance, Kenichi again attacks the spider with the steel arm, and this time it crushes the giant spider's head, finally eliminating it from existence. With this done, he takes a sigh of relief, and he notices his legs shaking with excitement and fear. He smacks it to stop, and puts the power shovel back in the box. He was also able to collect the female spider's body, which meant she's definitely dead. Well, thanks to it he have wasted another grand sum of money, so he decides to mine some crystals to at least recover the cost of the power shovel. But then Naomina calls him asking what was that. Well, that was his summoned beast. Mairai then further tells her if anyone who defies Kenichi, they will be torn to pieces with that thing. And that's what happened to Shaga and his gang. Meow. Kenichi then tells Anemone to get the light cause he need to collect the male spider's body. He also wonders if she was fine cause she casted fireballs 3 times. Well, she's a bit tired, that's all. She then brings the light, after which Kenichi collected the male spider from the corner of the cave. He also picked up spider silk that can be woven into magic-resistant garments, and a spider egg that was laying around. Lastly, he wonders if it's edible? All that remained was to mine the crystal deposit with his electric hammer before he called it a day. Sometimes later, worried Primula comes running out and hugs Kenichi. She was relieved to see he was okay. Well, he thought Mairai and Naomina must have told that he was fine, and he also thanks Vel for saving them. Kenichi then decides to show her how much loot they got this time. Excited Primula wonders what it would be. He then quickly pulls out the huge spider, freaking her out. Seeing it, she quietly faints in Kenichi's arm, much to Anemone's annoyance. Sometimes later in the morning, Kenichi prepares to cut open the spider egg. As he slits the knife, both the girls freak out. They then clown on Kenichi for thinking about eating those spider egg, so he just decides to leave them alone. He was sorry to hear them say that, cause this was absolutely delicious. A few days after killing the spiders, Kenichi managed to mine all the crystals, and the appraisal came in at 22 million yen, enough of a profit to cover the large power shovel. He then thinks about taking the spider to the guild, but with such a huge catch they will definitely bother him with a bunch of questions, and since he is not low on money he just kept them in the item box for now. Also, he's trying to make a dish of spider eggs even though it's a fantasy ingredient. He has tasted the eggs a few times, and after waiting a while, they didn't upset his stomach, so it doesn't seem to be poisonous. He even gave Anemone a taste of the mayonnaise made with spider eggs, and she seemed to enjoy it, much to Mairai and Naomina's surprise. Later they went to explore the cliff top with Anemone, and Kenichi was left alone. So he bought a new steamer, and while at it, he steams some meat buns and pizza buns. Suddenly Primula comes by asking what he was cooking. Well, it's the spider egg dish, which they were so bothered by. Primula was still on a break from work. The brooch sold to the noble fetched a high price of 35 gold coins, but at the negotiation table she couldn't bring up the devious people who were harassing her and the store. And since Kenichi don't want to stir up trouble and have to leave the place, they would need the nobles to owe them a little more or offer them something good in return. Suddenly the steam bun seems to be ready. He opens it up. And yeah, it looks like the meat and pizza buns turned out well. There are 5 of them, so they can have 2 spare now to have a taste. Primula chomps on it, and the meat inside was really delicious. She wonders if the filling inside were cheese perhaps? Well, yes. She was thrilled to hear that cause the cheese here are very expensive and it's only made in some parts of the country because the manufacturing process is unknown. Well, if she wants cheese then she can have these. Primula was delighted to hear that, but Kenichi doesn't think they are that tasty though. He checks the Shangri-La and it does sell ingredients to make cheese like the rennet. He was amazed to see that 1 gram can coagulate 50 liters of milk, so he decided to buy it for now. He then shows Primula the compound that can make cheese. She would really love to try to make some, but is that okay? Well, yeah, it's fine. Seeing Primula going ham for all this cheese, he wonders if she really liked it that much. The rennet he bought had instructions on how to use it, so he decided to gather the rest of the ingredients and tools. First off, he heats the milk to disinfect it and let it cool, and then he adds rennet to solidify it. While the water was boiling, he breaks the whey into pieces and drains it. Once drained and compacted, he soaks it in salt water and refrigerates overnight to finish. Primula was taken aback by this very laborious process. But well, there are many ways to make cheese, so they can find some other way. Kenichi then remembers an easier method that he can teach her. First, mix milk with rinka and apple cider vinegar. Then, when stirred clumps are formed, he put the clumps in gauze and squeeze them dry. Finally, sprinkle with salt to complete what is called cottage cheese. Primula tastes it, and it was delicious as well. The girls then come back wondering what they were eating. Well, Kenichi tried making some small cheese, and Nyamina was amazed to hear that Kenichi actually knows how to make cheese. Was he a god of some sort? Hearing that, Kenichi wonders if cheese are that much of a delicacy in this world. Anemone then chimes in, stating since the moment they met she had always thought of Kenichi as a god. He wonders why is that? Well, that's cause she used to pray to God every day asking for lots of yummy food, and since he started feeding her tasty food, he became pretty much a god to her. Kenichi then wonders could this be the reason why Anemone stayed together with him. Later, when Primula learned rennet comes from the stomachs of calves, she immediately decided to buy a calf and see if she could make cheese. But Kenichi wonders why she's so keen on trying this method. Well, if the recipes was working, she could use it as a bargaining chip to strike a deal with the nobles, and the merchants wouldn't be able to ignore an order from their lord. Later, the result of the test showed that natural rennet is contained in the fourth stomach. And in addition to rennet, he also taught her how to make pudding, which she said was a favorite among the nobility. And hopefully this will help with negotiations. Sometimes later, seeing Anemone eat her breakfast, Kenichi decided to teach her how to cook, cause he can't let her depend on him for food. Well, she says she will follow Kenichi, but one can never know what the future holds. He doesn't know what's in store for him, so he would have to make sure she can survive on her own without him. So does Anemone have experience in cooking? Well, no, she doesn't, cause whenever she got hungry she just prayed to God for food. Then he asks if she have siblings? Well, she had step-brother and sister. Cause Anemone was a child taken from a woman who had fallen ill, and the family who took her in didn't exactly shower her with love and attention. Since she couldn't work, she couldn't get food, so she always went to the forest alone to look for anything to eat. Kenichi then remembers how skinny she was when they met, and in that condition she would have been incapable of doing any heavy-duty work. Nyamina then jumps in, stating now that she is able to use such amazing magic, she won't struggle for food anymore. She then wonders if Anemone's ability to use magic is inherited from her mother, or does she have anything left related to her real mother? Well, just her name. She was told her mother was the one who named her. Kenichi tells her they can try to look if she have any relatives, but she turns him down. Nyamina then tells him a woman with a man in her life doesn't need anything else, but Kenichi knows how old he was. Nyamina further tells him when it comes to love, age is just a number, and jail too is just a room. Miss Nyamina. Later he saw off Primula and Nyamina to make the negotiations in the city. Myerai and Anemone went picking medicinal herbs, although he wonders why Anemone wasn't in good spirits. Next up he went to the old lady. There's something he would like to ask. Does she remember something about a young and talented sorceress who disappeared 10 years ago? Well, she gave reminded of someone, but Golden Barsika wasn't young around that time. She then wonders why he was looking for the sorceress. That's cause Kenichi thinks Anemone might be this sorceress orphan child. Well, she does have platinum Armiria's black hair, but does she have anything that can be related to her mother? Nah, there's nothing. She then asks if the kid really want to look for her mother? Well, not at all. She then says the same thing as Nyamina, but Kenichi knows where he stands. The old lady then gave him some books. It's an everyday magic book about explosion magic. This wasn't a grimoire, so she's gonna need actual practice, but she's sure Anemone can master it. Later the guild told him the meat will be ready by noon, so he went back home in the meantime. By the cliff he thinks there might still be vein of ore left, so maybe he could drill a hole in the cliff or destroy it with explosive magic. He also thinks about buying an elevator even though it is expensive. He then spots Anemone behind. She cries while telling how much her tummy hurts. He wonders if she caught any illness, but then he notices a lot of blood coming out. This freaks him out. She doesn't seem to be injured, but for some reason her stomach hurts. Realizing what was happening in front of him, he tries to calm himself, wondering if a man could explain her something like this. Suddenly Primula was back with Nyamina, and Kenichi was relieved to see her. He then explains her what was happening. and then Primula took her inside, as Kenichi gives her a painkiller. He sighs cause he knows men are useless at times like this, while Primula teaches Anemone what was happening with her. Later she calls out to Kenichi, and he wonders if Primula explained everything to her? Well yeah, Primula said Anemone could have babies now. Well then they should celebrate it. Suddenly Anemone says she wants to have Kenichi's babies, making him spit out the drink. He tells her to first calm down, cause she's too young for that. Anemone gives a death stares asking how long? With nothing to say, Kenichi tells her if the breast doesn't get bigger they can't feed the babies milk. And with this stupid reason he was somehow safe from this awkward conversation. But Primula wasn't having that. Kenichi then asks if the negotiation went well with the noblewoman. Well, it went splendidly. The Viscountess was outraged and said the harassment of the store was despicable. He wonders if she's going to help her out. Yes, and it's all thanks to Kenichi. Well, if her store makes money then he gets money. Besides, it's natural for a husband to do stuff for his wife's business. But at any rate he was glad to see Primula's store is going to reopen. Soon they reopened the store safely, all thanks to the cheese-making recipe. And when the store reopened the storefront was filled with customers, and seeing Primula happy, he was pleased as well. Once sales were back on track, she began presenting her products to the village of Ixora near the lake. And the fish they caught in the lake were used to make dried fish and smoked salmon, then they take these to sell in the city. Kenichi was the one who made the smoked salmon and fed her, but she was the one who suggested selling it to the village, and her business idea never fails to surprise him. As a result of her negotiations, the village of Ixora began producing smoked salmon, which became a big hit with orders pouring not only from Aslantia but from other cities too. And since Primula's business is doing well, the wholesale of products processed in Ixora was doing good, and the area around the house was perfectly at peace. But one day he spots someone coming from far away. He gets a binoculars to check and it was Boat. There were 2 knights and a woman. She's got bodyguard, which meant she was a noble. The guard then bows, and she was walking over them, carrying those massive knockers. Kenichi wonders if she's a noble he can't just ignore her, so he bows and states his name, as he thanks her for visiting their humble home. She is Viscount Eupatorium's wife, Canna de Eupatorium. Kenichi realizes she was the noble who bought the brooch from Primula, so he quickly brings out table and chairs so they can sit and talk here. Viscountess have heard about him from Primula, but to think he really possessed an item box. She had heard Kenichi was a merchant and a mage who owned an item box, so she came here today to ask him for a favor. A favor? He ponders. Well, according to the Viscountess, the construction work on the Viscount's estate of a huge aqueduct which is being done jointly with other territories by order of the king was not progressing as planned. The plan was to build a large aqueduct network and create more arable land, but with every noble having finished construction except the Viscount, their honor is brought into question. The Viscountess suddenly bows to Kenichi, stating they are 3 leagues short of construction from 5 and with only 1 month left to complete. Well, that's the situation. She then wonders if Kenichi can do something about it. But in this situation it's natural for the lords themselves to show up for this kind of talk, so he asks her where the Viscount is. Well, he was called to the royal capital, so she's now the one in charge. And if Kenichi requires a reward, she is willing to give her body right now. But Kenichi bluntly denies that, wondering if he can be rewarded with money or something else. Well, the Viscountess was more shocked by him declining her body, so she first calms herself and asks if he would be more interested in grimoires, cause she have a interesting grimoire called High Protection. It's the first time he have heard of it, but it seems Nyamina might know something about it. He asks her, and yeah, it's a spell created in the Empire, and there are very few copies of it in grimoires. She have seen it used once, and it was a defensive magic. Well, if it's true, then he would love for Anemone to be able to use it, and in addition to that the Viscountess will also provide antique furniture to pay for the power shovel's fuel. So he decided to accept the request. Few days later, he packed the entire house and facilities in his item box. Mayuri then asks if they are gonna ride the same horseless cart they used to go to Shaga's hideout. Well, that's fine, but it will be an uncomfortable ride. So he wonders if he should buy a new car? Well, he did find a 4-wheel drive diesel engine SUV, so he buys it. After hearing the engine roaring, Nyamina got worried, but Mayuri calms her, telling it will only move if Kenichi commands him to. And after they were all set, Kenichi drove off to the Viscount's manor first. He crosses the town, and finally he reaches at the gate. The guards open it up, and later they were inside the manor. The Viscountess thanks him for coming, cause she was afraid he would just run away without a trace. Well, they did sign a contract, so he will keep his promise. She then asks if the iron cart waiting in the yard was a summoned beast. And he also pretty much have the same abilities as the mage who dealt with Shaga and ran away from Dahlia. Well, since there was no point in hiding it, he confesses. But rather than be fanatic about that topic, shouldn't they take care of her household's problem first? Well, he's right about that. Besides, Kenichi don't intend to be a servant to anyone, but well, she can pay for it. Well, if Kenichi wanted to, he could make as much money as he ever need, so it's of no interest to him. The Viscountess gets angry cause someone who is not motivated by money is a real pain to deal with. She then gave them the unwanted antique furniture, which appraisal was about 120 million yen. So with this, no matter how much he uses the power shovel, there won't be a problem. And since he was also getting a grimoire out of this job, he decided to give it his best shot. The site of construction was about 100 kilometers away from here, and it would take forever to get there by horse carriage, so Viscountess Kana came along with them. Kenichi then asked her about the arrangements she made before they left. Well, she need to take command on site, so to stay there for a month she arranged her necessary clothing and food supplies. Kenichi then remembers when they were told to come around just in time, and if she was going to wait for all that stuff to be delivered, then who knows when she could finally start. She was taking her household situation a bit too lightly. Later, Kenichi could see some of the finished part of the aqueduct. He then wonders if it's possible to draw water from the lake where their house was located. Well, Lake Astilbe is lower than that one, so it would be impossible. But they can change the direction of the flowing river on top of the cliff and let it flow that way. But that would just be unnecessary work. Well, that aside, Kana asks if he really doesn't want her body. Well, he don't need it, he already have a wife. And Anemone shouts Kenichi also have her. But it seems after hearing that, Kana's thought might have gone a bit astray. She have heard about his wife's business acumen exceeds that of a man. Well, regarding that matter, Kenichi thanks her for ridding the merchant who was harassing her store. Well, it was a deal for the cheese-making process, and to belittle a woman's store it just irks her to no end. And apparently the merchants who were harassing them have retired from doing business, but not because of bankruptcy. He was a bit disgusted by such lenient punishment, but still, in the absence of the Viscount, this is probably the best she can do. She then wonders if he have such a beautiful wife to boast about. He also have 2 beast folk with him, so whenever Kenichi wants her, he can come crawling to her at night, which will never happen. She then wonders why he was so confident. Isn't he interested even a little bit? Well, he's certainly not, cause he would like to keep his association with the nobility to a minimum actually. Soon they arrived at the location. The place was filled with horse carts and tent where the working people live. Kenichi also spots troops of merchants providing supplies for the workers. Work was in progress, with few beast folks here and there. At the end of the aqueduct he spots the lush forest. He then asks could it be that they haven't finished the construction because of the forest area? Well, he was spot on. Kenichi then ponders what he have gotten into, cause this meant the remaining 5 kilometers is almost entirely in the forest, meaning that there is no way that manpower alone will get the work done. Primula apologizes cause she had no idea that getting involved with Viscountess would lead to this mess. Well, she doesn't have to worry, cause Kana is a woman who have been in aristocracy for a long time, so she must have been more cunning than her. Kana freaks out, asking who was he calling old? Later, Kenichi pulls out his home and prepares to work. But to his surprise, when they discussed how the construction was being carried out, she said there were no axes ready to cut through the forest. Well, then Kenichi decides to sell his axes. She asks her workers if they will be able to cut trees with it. Well, with such good axes they can surely do it quicker. Well then, since the axe was originally 1 gold coin, but for her he can sell it to her for 2 silver coins as a friend's price. And Kana was very happy about it. He then immediately purchased 20 axes from Shangri-La and asked the workers to cut down the trees. And he too decided to join them with his power shovel. Later people were cheering him as he uses his power shovel to dig. Kana too was really happy. And with such incredible strength, they are gonna finish the construction in the blink of an eye. But it's too soon to be relieved cause what is left is mostly forest. And what about the monsters inside the forest? Cause they will have to camp in the woods as the work progresses. So he wonders if they are going to be okay? Next day he asked the workers to cut down the trees in the forest while he started digging out the canal for the aqueduct. As the guys went to work, Naomina asked Kenichi what should they do. Well, their main task will be to put oil from the steel cans into these containers. She then wonders if is that all? Well, yeah, cause there are a lot of them, but it will be easy if they team up. The girls then starts preparing the fuel, cause the power shovel's fuel consumption is 400 liters per day, and he was using white gasoline because he couldn't prepare biodiesel fuel in time. White gasoline costs 2,600 yen per 4-liter can, so 400 liters of kerosene meant 100 cans of this stuff per day. realizing that he wonders about buying a bigger machine, but still fuel would definitely be a bottleneck. Kana then comes by wondering if that large amount of oil is food for the summoned beast, and if it is, wouldn't the oil costs bankrupt them? Kenichi then goes to work after telling Primula and Anemone to prepare meals such as bread and soup, which is their specialty. He then spots Vel coming out from the forest, and seeing how close Kenichi was with Vel, the beast folks were surprised to see a forest cat tamed by human. Sometimes later the beast folks formed a long line, just to pay respect to Vel. Well, the forest cats are considered God's messenger to the beast folk. But first it was time to work. He digs out the canal with his excavator, and after some times it soon got dark. The workers then decided to leave cause it was getting hard to see. Kenichi too gets out from excavator, and realizes that they almost dug about 200 meters to the entrance area of the forest. And if they keep at this pace they can finish with time to spare, but construction is definitely going to slow down in the forest. He then asks worried Kana if she was okay. Well, it seems her carriage is not gonna arrive anytime soon, so Kenichi offers her to have dinner at his place. When they went back to the house, he was surprised to see Mountain of Praise near Vel. Mairai tells him they are offering for the forest cat. Well, they can't leave it to rot like this, so he offers Vel a can of cat food and he puts the rest into his item box. Kenichi uses some of the meat to cook dinner and makes karagi. Kana too was surprised to see so many dishes on the table. She never thought she would be able to enjoy a real meal in the outdoors like this. But by then Nyamina and Mairai already started calming down. Kenichi apologized for the poor table manners, but well, it doesn't matter, after all she was the one who pushed him to treat her. Kana took a bite, and she was mesmerized by the crunchy texture and the juices that flow into her mouth. The wine was also top quality as well, even though she was having the same cheap wine that Nyamina always drink. She also liked the bread, which was delicious and sweet. The soup too was so good that it would be perfect for serving at a dinner party, perhaps even a state banquet. Kenichi wonders if royalty would be okay with eating it, while Kana presume it would be approved. Hearing that, Primula and Anemone got very excited. As the night went on, Nyamina got drunk while Primula and Anemone enjoyed their dinner. Kana looked at them with sad expression, so Kenichi asked if she was okay. Well, she was just thinking that everyone looks so happy. Suddenly Nyamina screams of course they are happy, eating good food with friends and drinking booze. It's the best after all. As they take care of Nyamina, Kana too understood what happiness meant. Now that the meal was over, all that's left was to take a bath. So Kenichi asked Nyamina for permission to lend her hut. And when Kana entered, she was surprised to see bathtub filled with warm water. She wonders how did Kenichi got these. Well, he thought it would be bad for a noble to take bath in a drum, so he bought these, and with anemone magic it was ready. Kenichi then hands her a cloth and bathrobe and proceed to leave. But then Kana command him to take bath with her, much to his surprise. She then turns back, and Kenichi loosens her gown, asking if her servants gonna arrive tomorrow. Well, yes. After all, they arrive so quickly because of Kenichi's iron carriage. She turns back to show Kenichi her badunkers, but he quickly turns away as she jumps in the bath. Kana couldn't believe that he's turning down the advances of a woman. Well, he have a family of his own after all. A family, she sighs. Kana further asks if Anemone was his actual child. Well, she isn't. However, it doesn't change the fact that they are family. Kenichi then asks her if she have childrens. Well, she doesn't, although they have been trying over for 10 years without success. He apologizes, but it was okay cause Viscount isn't exactly crazy about her at all. Kenichi then wonders how can he not be interested? Or maybe Viscount have any other particular preferences? Kana then tell him about how he looked really happy while they were having dinner, cause she is not used to seeing smiles at the dinner table. Even at home her parents only cared about who they could marry her off to. They had spacious and luxurious rooms, delicious meals, and a household that wouldn't interact with each other. Well, Kenichi can only imagine how cold the meals must have been. And he is pretty much right, which makes Kana wonder what happened to the marital bliss she had always longed for. Kenichi then hears drips of water falling. Realizing something, he quickly tries to excuse himself, but Kana tells him to wait, wondering if he won't say anything about what she told before. But unfortunately Kenichi have already decided not to trust the tears of women over 20 years old. She then again tries to charm him, posing in quite a revealing way. Seeing this, Kenichi wonders if she wanted another partner. Surely she could have chosen one from the knights? Well, when it comes down to it, they are all meek as a lamb, so Kana wonders what is she supposed to do with this body of hers. Well, whatever it is, Kenichi isn't much interested in that. As he leaves, he tells Primula to take care of that depressed Kana. However, if they are going to bathe here for next month, they would need a secure water supply, and the only lake here is also the source of the aqueduct. Later, seeing a tense Primula, Kenichi asks if she was okay. Well, she was thinking thinking about making soup with the meats and selling it to all the workers. Since the merchants are selling food at a high price, the workers here don't seem to be eating properly. Hearing that, Kana was quite taken aback cause she didn't realize this before. Kenichi too thinks that nobility should be more concerned with developing good personnel rather than seducing people. But well, until now she probably never came to a site like this to take a lead. Kenichi then decides to get his job done quickly, leaving Kana and Primula discussing their plan. Next morning, Kenichi wakes up to find Primula and Anemone prepping up the soup and bread. There he spots Kana in a commoner dress, serving the workers with a smile on her face. He was quite surprised, and Primula tells him how the Viscountess has been helping all morning. She was wearing the one piece that he gave her to change into, which certainly changed her aura, making even Kenichi appreciates her beauty. He wonders what changed her mind. Well, Kana has been looking at all of them since yesterday, and now she knows what she have been missing. Kenichi then calls up everyone to taste the soup made by the Viscountess herself. Everyone quickly forms a line. Anemone too helps in serving the food. By the look of it, everyone seems to be enjoying it, and this made both Kana and Primula very happy. While eating, the workers wonder if it is alright to be eating something this good so early in the morning. Well, to get the work done quickly they have to eat their fill. Kenichi then asks the workers if they could possibly get some birds or other games from around here. Well, if they could have warm tasty soup every day like this, then that's all the more reason to do it. As Kana serves the remaining soups, she seems quite pleased with her work. She then asks Kenichi why was he staring at her. Does her face look weird without makeup? Well, Kana-sama is looking so attractive today that he almost fell in love with her. Kana then laughs cause it looks like he finally noticed her charms. But it seems someone wasn't happy with Kenichi's compliment. He then tries to explain himself. He knows that it's not good to be unfaithful cause now he have a wife and family. But Kana claims it's fine cause they have a whole month left. Kenichi sensed that she was acting this cocky just because her husband is out of town. Later they started working in the forest, and the soup seems to have cheered up the workers. But as usual, the acting lord seems to lack any sense of foreboding. Kenichi then starts up the excavator and began working. The workers then ask if he could do something about the roots. Hearing that, Kenichi begins pulling out the root with his excavator, and everyone seems surprised by it. Well, if 20 or 30 men decides to uproot it, that would take half a day to dig that up. But Kenichi got rid of that huge stump just like that. He then wonders what would have happened without his power shovel. Well, they would definitely fall out of grace with their lord, and in future their budgets would get slashed, and if their power diminishes, their territories would be confiscated. Although looking at Kana, it doesn't feel like she is in danger, but the shortage of axes made her desperate to buy, which meant the merchants would jack up their prices to rip her off. So Kenichi sold her the axes from Shangri-La, and of course he gave her a good price. That days they made it to 200 meters into the forest, so it would take 25 days for 5 kilometers. Later at night, he asked Primula if the soup was ready. Well, with the help of the extra meat brought by the beast folks, they were ready. Although their butchering skill weren't that good to sell cuts at market, they can get by. Anemone then brings bread for Kenichi. He then asks her if she too helped with the butchering. Well, she did help dry and burn the offals with her magic. They even used it as fuel to make the soup. Well, offals here are pretty fatty, so it makes sense to use it as fuel. He then realizes without them they definitely wouldn't be able to work hard. Looking at the Viscountess side, it looks like her staff had made it here, but they weren't so keen to see Kana serving meals to commoners. Later at the dinner table, Kenichi thanks Kana, and as she takes a bite, the taste was delightful as always. Her maids were panicking, making Kenichi wonder if they think he's trying to poison her or something. He then asks Kana, now that her staff has arrived, is she going to be staying with them from now on? Kana then claps back asking if this is an attempt to get rid of her. Well, he wouldn't dare. She then decided to impose on him for a while longer. Kana then wonders if he was worried that she might drive a wedge between his wife and lovers, but well, rest assured, she would be happy to join in. Kenichi applauds Kana's sense of humor. Under the other's heavy glare, he admits her innocent demeanor was quite charming, but he guess all nobles are like that. Later, now that they had their dinner, the girls decided to take a bath, but they didn't have much water, which meant they can only draw baths once every 3 days. Kenichi then looks at the beast folks. He noticed that they haven't been taking baths, but for some reason they look pretty clean. So he decided to talk to them. Later, Kenichi was told that there's a spring in the forest. He then wonders if he could get them to carry some water over here. So he first bought 20 jerrycans, and told his beast friends if they fill one of these up with spring water and bring it back, he will trade it with 1 cup of booze. Hearing that, the beast folks got riled up asking how many of those things he got. Well, there's 20, so there's booze for 20 of them. The beast folks quickly fought to get a jerrycan. Kenichi realizes they probably were dying for a drink cause there's no booze here. Although they serve wine with dinner, but that's pretty much water to them. Soon the beast folks bought the jerrycan filled with spring water. The water was clear, so if they boil this they can use it for cooking. With this the beast folks got their booze and they have a water supply, so it's a win-win situation. Pretty soon they had bunch of jerrycans filled with water. As the beast folks were enjoying the booze, Kana realizes he is pretty good with people. Well, his skill are nothing compared to his wife Primula, who is a miracle worker. And it's not that he's good, it's just that the government here doesn't know how to govern. Later they made it 2.5 kilometers into the forest in 10 days, and they also moved their camp into the forest as well. Even though there's no risk of a monster attack, they still take turns keeping watch. The highway's not too far, and with 100 workers here, Kenichi doesn't expect an attack. A beast folk then comes back thanking him for lending the jerrycan. Well, they are selling the spring water to the other workers, since there's no lake around here, so the orders keep rolling in. Kenichi then thinks about how everyone's been roughing it out here in the middle of nowhere, so if one doesn't clean up every now and then, one could get a rash or an infection, which would slow them down even more. Well, first of all, setting up a project this far from town or village, clearly the officials didn't think this through. Even the merchants scramble to leave the forest when their business is done. No wonder they are not making much progress. And to make things worse, the Viscountess in charge has been staying with them the whole time, and she seems to be enjoying herself, but he can't see why. Kana then excitedly exclaims that she's of course enjoying herself. After all, there's good food, good wine, and thrilling tales of a land she have never heard of. She tells Kenichi he truly is a sage, but he cuts her off and asks her when will she realize that this is no mere game. Besides, the government officials she brought in are absolutely useless. Instead, Primula is the one overseeing the operation. Those good-for-nothing officials trusted the merchants blindly, leading them to get ripped off without getting anything done, so Primula stepped in. She negotiated about the contract with the merchants and asked them to lower their prices, but they quickly shot it down, cause they are the only one who can supply this material. But well, Primula has another upper hand called Kenichi, who can supply the exact same material as much as she needed. And if the merchants couldn't offload their product they would be in red, so they reluctantly gave fair price and started listening to their demands. Primula has also been doing their bookkeepings, but well, she didn't mind that cause she have the abacus that he gave her. First of all, Kenichi would have given her calculator, but that might be a little too high-tech for this world. Realizing her fault, Kana tries to offer her apologies, but Kenichi has never seen her so downhearted, so he asks her to give them some manpower based on merit, not social status. She agrees, and they decided to turn in cause they got an early day tomorrow. But Kana hugs him from behind asking, isn't it a little early for bed? Kenichi tries to fend off her, but she wasn't backing down, asking for a little bit of fun. She further begs for just his tip, much to Kenichi's disgust, but she soon falls down and passes out. Kenichi then hears scream coming from outside, and when he rushes out, sounds of menacing growling were heard from the forest. This made people wonder if they really were black wolves, but it was too dark, so they couldn't see much. Kenichi then quickly pulls out LED light and checks out the surrounding. Behind those bushes he spots the black wolves, and there could be about 20 or 30 of them, or maybe more. In this tense situation, Kenichi quickly buys a bunch of weapons and hands them to the other guys. He further tells those who don't have weapon to get inside the house. Mayuri and Nayamina then asks him for their weapons as well, and then he too decides to fight alongside by summoning the power shovel. He quickly charges to attack, extending the power shovel's arm and spinning it in circle, which knocked out quite a lot of black wolves. Both the girl praises Kenichi and asks to leave some for them as well, but he quickly warns them to look behind, as they were about to be attacked. A black wolf then tries to jump on them, but Vel's quick moves saved them both. The beast folks then realize the forest Sama's blessing was with them, so they can't just sit around. As they get ready to charge, Anemone too rushes out, cause she too wanted to help. She then chants for explosion, and a loud fireball erupts, shaking up the ground. The remaining black wolves then tries to run away, and seeing that reminds Kenichi about how those black wolves gave him a tough time when he first came to this world, but now they are the one chasing them all off in one go. After using explosion magic, Anemone looked tired and sleepy, so Kenichi decided to take her home. but she quickly shoved him back, angrily stating he smells like that woman, so get off. Kenichi then wonders, does he really smell like Kana-sama? But well, speaking of which, he couldn't believe that Kana slept through all that noise. Anyway, he decides to assess all the damage in the morning, and based on how many were injured they can later decide about sending a transport to the city. And since he got the signature he wanted, Kenichi decides to go to bed. Next morning he shows the signed document to Kana, who was very shocked. She then freaks out asking how did that document had her signature on it. Well, that's right. Last night when the Viscountess was being an annoying drunk, Kenichi had her sign a document saying she will never go against him ever again. Hearing this, Kana wonders, was Kenichi planning to degrade her every night, only to throw her to those disgusting men? Hearing this, Kenichi wonders why was she so awfully specific about it. Well, Kana explains that since Viscount-sama wasn't spending time with her, she's been doing some reading about what happens between men and women. But she still couldn't understand why he needed a signed document like this. Well, it's just to make sure she doesn't have her way with him. Kana then freaks out and asks Kenichi to do whatever he wants with her, but Kenichi quickly declines her offer and tells her to stay out of their way from now on, much to her dismay. Mayuri, who doesn't know much about Miaoni, asks if all this work was good business. Well, it is going according to Kenichi's plan, and Primula is also making sure the Viscount gets the bill. Kana asks her to be kind about, but well, Kenichi was going to get his money's worth. Kana then quickly offers herself as a payment. What better reward is there? Surely he wouldn't refuse? But Kenichi doesn't want it. Just having the high protection grimoire was enough for him. And first of all, that's the only reason he even took this job. But he didn't know it was going to be such a headache with everyone being so useless. And if Kana doesn't have money, then they can settle for a temporary deed to the land they live on. But well, Kana have to discuss that with the Viscount-sama first. Kenichi then tells Primula, when they get back to the city, he wants her to look at the Viscounty's finances, cause he have a feeling something's going on there. And since nobody was seriously injured during the Black Wolf attack, they decided to resume the construction. It's been 10 days since the Black Wolves attacked, and they completed the aqueduct without any other hiccups. For a while Kenichi thought they wouldn't make it, but he was glad that they did. The neighboring territory did their part, which meant they really were behind compared to others. All the workers were also gone. Well, it's not exactly pleasant out here, and above all the Lord wasn't even here. He then hears a carriage approaching, and when it stops, a noble-looking guy gets out. That took you long enough, Viscountess Eupatorium? Kenichi then wonders, who's that? Well, it was Viscount Thunbergia, who must be here for the opening ceremony. Thunberg again asks why it took her so long, cause he almost thought Kana would have left her domain and ran off in the night like some rogue. Well, Viscount truly is a jest, but the only joke Kana see here is his ugly round face. Seeing them argue, Kenichi realized they must hate each other. Thunberg then worries about the structural integrity cause she was just a mere stand-in for her husband. But Kana assures him, cause she brought a sorcerer named Kenichi, who took care of the construction in seconds with his magic tools and summoning. Hearing how she just outed him right off the bat, Kenichi gets an uneasy feeling. Later, when Viscount Thunberg leaves, Kenichi wonders about how Thunberg must have thought they weren't going to deliver their part of the aqueduct, and if Kenichi hadn't jumped in he would have been right. But for Thunberg to suddenly appear like this, could this have been his plan all along? Well, at least the construction went well, so they are out of the woods for now, and since he already asked Primula to check their finances, that should smooth things out for the future. The ceremony then ended without a hitch, and with that they finished the construction on the aqueduct for Viscount. Later they went back to Viscount-sama's mansion to get some well-deserved rest. Soon they reach Estrantia, and he parks in front of the mansion. Kana praises his summon for being nifty. Kenichi calls to her, I have a friend, and he uses the most amazing magic and summons. Can she please stop spreading rumors like that? Kana gets agitated asking why? What's wrong with introducing a wonderful friend? Well, Kenichi doesn't want this, and it's going to bring trouble from all kinds of places, so he might have to leave the Viscounty and go someplace far, far away. But there was no need for that, cause if the other nobles learn that Viscount-sama is his patron, they won't be able to approach him. Kenichi thinks about it. Well, they might still try in secret, and there's plenty of nobles who are richer than Viscount and could possibly offer him better terms. Flustered, Kana asks Kenichi, he said they were friends, and yet would he betray her for money? Well, he didn't say he would. Then save me, protect me, Kana freaks out. Kenichi then wonders doesn't he have her husband and knights for that? Well, they don't hold her and whisper sweet nothings to her. Kenichi, who was bewildered, could only hope the other nobles lay off what the Viscountess said. He then reminds Kana about his reward, so she goes to fetch it. Kana then hands him the grimoire, and as promised it was high protection. Kenichi and Anemone seems excited to finally get it, and Kana seems very dejected. She asks Kenichi, we are friends, aren't we? Does that mean she can visit him from time to time? Well, he guessed maybe. Hearing this brought a smile on her face. But Kenichi quickly refuses her. Kana then breaks down asking, why not? Seeing this, even Primula asks him to have some pity on Kana-sama. Well, since Primula's going to be visiting here to figure out the Viscounty's finances, so he's sure Kana will stick around. Later he goes to the old lady's shop, and he asks if she could rewrite ownership of the grimoire. After looking through the grimoire, she was surprised that it's high protection. She then wonders where he got this thing from. Kenichi tells her about how the local lord gave it to them as a reward for a job. After all, they worked really hard for it. He further tells about how Anemone mastered all the magic from the previous grimoire, which are now really helpful. The old lady too compliments her, cause she knew Anemone was talented. Old lady again asks her if she wanna go to the capital, but Anemone rejected the offer again, cause she wants to stay with Kenichi. Well, old lady knows how the girls get like that. She then takes the grimoire and tells them to stop by when they are in the neighborhood. Later they went home, and everyone were excited to finally be back. Kenichi tells them to wait a second, and then he quickly brings out the house. Anemone too tells him to make sure he put that lady's bed away. Later they decided to have dinner before it gets dark, so he asks them what do they want, and well, they all wanted curry for dinner. Sometimes later he cooks up rice and curry, but since they were short on time, he decided to make packaged curry. Well, Kenichi could also make a big batch and store it in his item box, but that will be gone before he know it, cause it's just that good. Primula, who was sitting on the dinner table, calls for Kenichi, thinking about the Viscounty. She wonders if she should ask her father for help. Well, of course. After all, it must be hard to get the right people for the job, and they have already said Primula would redo finances, but sadly they don't know anyone from her. So if Malo-san provide them with what they need, then they can rest easy. And since Viscount and his officials have grown complacent, the merchants have had free reign. Kenichi thinks they have overstayed their welcome. Later at night, he pulls out 3 bathtubs, and everyone seems excited cause now they can all go at the same time. So this section got my part 9 video demonetized, so I am removing it. If you want to check it out yourself, these scenes are in chapter 30 of the manga. After their bath time, Kenichi relishes the feeling of freedom beneath the night sky. The next day, Primula and Nyamina heads for Viscount's estate in order to check his finances. They would never let a beast folk into the house before, but because of him, Nyamina was allowed inside as Primula's bodyguard. He wasn't exactly thrilled to meet Kana, but now since they know each other, might as well use her as much as he can. Later, as Kenichi got this sudden urge to eat popcorn, he decided to make it with help of Anemone's magic. And on the other hand, Primula, who was going through the finances, was surprised to see the Viscounty's ledger. Later at their home, while the others were busy eating popcorn, Primula tells Kenichi about Viscounty's finances, which are even worse than she had thought. Well, then Kenichi was glad that he got her to look into it. Primula then tells about how for supplies, they are paying whatever price the merchants decide on, but many transactions are off the books, presumably for black market sales. And when she reported this to the Viscountess, she immediately fired their accountant. Well, that must have been another nepotist hire, cause for crime like this he should have been executed or his assets should be seized. Primula, on the other hand, have so much to do that she simply can't manage by herself, so she have requested support from the Mallow Trading Company through the Merchants Guild. Well, with Mello-san here they can figure out the rest. 1 week later he gets the grimoire from the old lady, and then he heads back home. Kenichi then calls for Anemone, who is waiting for him with Vel. She wonders if he got the grimoire. Well, yeah, and now it's registered to her, but that doesn't mean she can use it. Anemone was way too excited to hear all that, as she happily goes to an open ground. Kenichi wonders if she was going to use this right now, but then she starts chanting and slowly starts emitting mana. A big wall then appears out of the bright light as Anemone chants high protection. Everyone there was shocked to see this magic, but suddenly it disappeared. Kenichi wonders, did it actually work? He then picks up a stone and threw it in front of Anemone, and to their shock an invisible wall stopped the stone. Whoa, there really was a barrier, Kenichi excitedly exclaims. It really was amazing. In that case, Kenichi quickly pulls out the power shovel and asks Anemone to show what she was made of with her fancy high protection. He then quickly attacks the barrier with the shovel attack, which was easily blocked by the barrier. Kenichi was surprised that he couldn't move at all, and he thinks that this could probably even stop a dragon's attack. Suddenly Anemone falls down to knee, and worried Kenichi wonders if she was okay. Well, she's fine. Both Kenichi and Mairia then praises her cause she actually pulled off this crazy defense spell, so she's basically now a grand sorcerer. Mairia said that this is a kind of magic grand sorcerers use, so now they have their very own grand sorcerer. As they were celebrating, from afar Kenichi spots a carriage approaching, and looking at it he wonders who could be approaching. Later, when the carriage stopped, he could somehow recognize that design. Well, it was Malo-san's carriage after all, and when he saw Malo-san with the old man he was quite surprised. They then greet each other cause after all it's been quite a while. But well, the old man was angry at Kenichi for leaving so suddenly, and honestly he too feels bad for doing that. The old man thought he would have gone on some important quest for the Adventurers Guild, but to his surprise he heard Kenichi had just vanished. Well, Kenichi too would never take a quest like that cause he want to live his life as he see fit, and hearing all that the old man just left it the way it is. Kenichi then spots Malo-san, and it seems like it's time for the elephant in the room. He then asks Malo-san to follow him cause Kenichi have some business to discuss with him. And after looking through his item box, Kenichi then pulls out a parasol and a table set. Malo then wonders what it was. Well, it's a sunshade to prevent tanning and sunburn on beautiful days like these. And Malo was quite surprised cause here they had to go through the hassle of putting up tents or tarps. Later they sat down to talk, and Kenichi, who seems nervous, quickly calls up Malo-san and asks for his daughter's hand in marriage. Everyone was surprised to hear that, but Kenichi looked more nervous than before. He haven't been with any women even at his ripe old age, so he never dreamed about asking something like this. But now he wonders how things turned out this way. Well, Primula was never his to give, and besides she was the one who went chasing after him all on his own. Kenichi hopes he can forgive her indulgence, and as Primula's father he wanted to at least have his permission, but well, she is a handful, cause she even rejected a marriage offer from a baron. But now he's quite at ease. Luckily it seems she inherited his nose for good business. Kenichi wonders if he was referring to their business with the Viscounty. Well, indeed, according to Malo-san, he's come to Estrantia to erect a branch store of his trading company, and now he's importing key figures and personnel to the Eupatorium Viscounty to gain economic dominance in this region. The Viscountess also plans to cut ties with all the merchants who ripped her off in favor of the trading company. Kenichi knows that having Malo Trading Company would be an absolutely vital to restore the Viscounty's administration. But as he said before, he wondered would it be alright if he called him father? Malo gets teary-eyed because he never thought he would get a son at this age. Kenichi too gets emotional calling him father. Later they shake hands recognizing each other as a family member. Kenichi then thinks that maybe now he can tell him about his magic, although he's not going to tell him about Shangri-La. Malo-san was quite taken aback after hearing all that, and he also worries that if the royals and high nobility caught wind of such magic, he might get caught in a terrible situation. And well, that's more the reason why he had to run. The old man then interrupts them cause he heard Kenichi mentioning researching magic, and he also wonders what was the gigantic spell from earlier. Well, they were doing a little experiment with high protection. Hearing that, old man was shocked beyond belief. Kenichi then explains it wasn't him but Anemone who used that magic. The old man remembered the child Kenichi rescued from Shaga, and well, now she is an insanely talented sorceress. Kenichi explains how she mastered both fireball and explosion magic, and now she can successfully cast high protection. Anemone then shows him the grimoire, and the old man was dumbfounded cause he have never seen a grimoire like this before, and it's unbelievable that Anemone mastered it at such a young age. She then wonders would he want to try. Well, the old man could never. He further tells her with age he have become well aware of the limits of his own power. Sometimes later both Malo and the old man leaves. They will be staying in Estrantia for a while in order to make preparations for the acquisition and construction of real estate for his branch store, and apparently he has 5 carriages with staff and goods headed for Estrantia too. Kenichi then realized that it seems Malo-san is really about to do this. As evening fell, Nyamina returned from her trip into town. Kenichi wonders where was Primula? Well, the lady was staying with her father, and they will meet with Viscount-sama tomorrow. Exhausted, Nyamina knows that Kenichi really was something, but so is the lady. And since he got so many things going on, it's making her head spin. Well, at least now Naomina knows beast folks aren't cut out for business, cause after all they only live paycheck to paycheck. Kenichi on the other hand wonders that Primula must be spending some quality time with her dad, or maybe she's already making a scene. Few days later Malo-san had his hands full overseeing his subordinates and setting up his branch store. Primula also stayed with him for days trying to figure out the Viscounty's finances. Seeing that dead expression on her face, Kenichi wonders if she was okay? Well, she was fine. It's not her work that's bothering her. Actually, she had a fight with her dad. Kenichi realizes it's probably not about the Malo Trading Company, and Malo-san wouldn't talk to her about the Viscounty, which meant it's about him. Well, Primula thinks her dad is presumably trying to use him, but Kenichi can't say he blames him after all. They are married and now a family, so what father wouldn't rely on his own son? And besides, before he left, she herself said she wanted him on board with the Malo Trading Company. Well, that was true, but now that she have spent some time living with him, she have realized that's just not who he is. Well, if Kenichi was ever a merchant, he would be out of the job as soon as he make enough money, and he would much rather research alchemy and magic. Primula also remembers how Anama mentioned that people like him tend to get wrapped up in all kinds of trouble and have a tendency to disappear. Kenichi realized that Anama had him all figured out. Primula then tells him that whatever it may be, she will be staying with Kenichi, as she slowly tightened his arm between her knockers. But Anemone quickly separates them, sensing their closeness. Kenichi then tells Primula that he doesn't mind Malo-san using him as long as it's not too much trouble. He might be a good-for-nothing adult who's still immature at heart, but he knows what it means to be there for family. But then he asks her to not make him do any actual business. After all, he's stubborn as a bull, which doesn't make him a great businessman. But still, now that people knows that he's a unique sorcerer, they will be flocking from all over. Well, of course, he pretty much screamed profit. So now if they are ever summoned anywhere, they won't know if they need them or just want them for money, so they can't trust anyone. But Primula worries that he might stop trusting people. Well, Kenichi have her, so he thinks they will be fine. But now he decides to eat before she goes to town for her work. Later that afternoon, he saw Primula and Naomina off to town. Anemone informs him about another carriage approaching. He wonders who could that be, cause there were 2 carriages in front of his house. Kenichi wonders if Primula brought back Malo-san here. But well, what's weird is among those carriages, only one of them is the one that nobles use. And as he thought it was the Viscountess and Gallum de Eupatorium, the Viscount of Ostrantia. Kenichi introduces himself as a merchant by trade, and thanks them for visiting in their humble abode. Kana wonders why he was still calling himself a merchant. Well, he is in fact a merchant. He also always wondered what Viscount would be like, but well, he seems really normal. He then summons table and chairs for the guest, and when they sits down, he asks why they came to see him today. Viscount tells his guard to bring out the good, and out came the picture book. It was the same book Kenichi and Anemone made, which Primula was selling in town. Viscount tells him how they have been following the supply chain of this book. He learned the distributor was Lady Primula, and he understands that Kenichi is the one who made them. The writing and illustrations weren't drawn by pen, and it's not a woodblock print either, so he wonders, how on earth did Kenichi manage to do this? Viscount apologizes for losing his cool since he is so fond of drawing and writing stories, so fond in fact that he left the rule of his domain to others. Kenichi realizes that he and Viscount were kind of similar in a way, and it seems he is not in trouble for printing books. He also thinks that this technology wasn't too advanced for this world, so he decided to whip out his mimeograph printing press from his item box and shows them how it works. Viscount was astonished by this marvelous creation, cause with this he could mass-produce books at a mere trifle. He really wanted his books to be printed for all the world to read. Well, if they make books for cheap, then they might inspire others to start writing themselves. Exactly, that was Viscount's greatest desire, cause he wants to rid books of their reputation as obscenities. Well, Kenichi agrees as well. Malo, on the other hand, was stunned at this revolutionary invention. Well, he can freely distribute it under the Malo Trading Company. Although Kenichi suspects it might put the trading company in the spotlight again. But as for now, Malo just want to buy the machine and check if they can produce it in-house. Primula then calls for Kenichi. She tells him about how she have been having some trouble since the Malo Trading Company arrived here. They have been facing a lot of backlash from the local merchants, so they can't get anything done. Kenichi already figured, since Viscount did say he was going to cut ties with the merchants who tried to rip him off, so can't he just get rid of them by force? Well, unfortunately they have no authorities due to budget constraints. Kenichi then noticed their worried stare, and he seems to have realized that they want him to do something about it. Well, to take care of the leader of the merchants rebelling against the Malo Trading Company. he would first have to know who exactly was he dealing with. They tell him that he's a merchant named Thogalum. It's the same guy who gave Primula trouble with her store. They say he hired a bunch of ruffians to do it, so it's going to be a tough one. It seems the Viscounty has been relying on Thogalum pretty heavily, and since they have no formal police force of their own, that must be why their punishment for what they did to Primula was so light. So it looks like Viscount really couldn't get rid of him even if they wanted to. Well, he decided to take the job cause he got a bone to pick with Thogalum, and Kenichi have been planning his revenge for a while now. He then asks Nyamina to tell him everything about Thogalum. Well, she knows where his store is, and she wonders are they gonna get him? Hearing that, Mairai and Anemone chime in, cause they too wanna come with him. Meow. Well, he could use her help, but Anemone can't come, cause if she use her magic in town and cause a fire, then they will be in big trouble. Worried, Viscount tells him to please not cause a scene. Well, it's not like he's going to kill anyone, he's just going to wreck his store with his power shovel and call it a day. After all, he's gotta pay him back for messing with Primula's store. Sometimes later they reach the market, and Nyamina shows him Thogalum's store. It was a building surrounded by smaller stores in front. Although it looks like any other stall, they probably got all their wares through blackmail and extortion. Kenichi then tells the others to wait in the car, while Kana asks the Viscount if they can build a bridge across the lake in front of Kenichi's house, cause it takes forever to visit him by carriage. Kenichi reminds her that she must first get their finances in order, but well, they have Malo-san for that. He then tells her that his father-in-law is a trustworthy man, but even so, if Viscount's side doesn't follow along and confirm everything along the way, there's going to be all sorts of problems. Viscount tells him that, as Kenichi had said, he have now resolved to compose himself and give this domain the attention it deserves. Well, it was nice to see him try to get rid of Thogalum, who's been hanging over him like a dark cloud. Viscount might just be serious about making a fresh start, but still, he's making someone else clean up his mess, so he wonders if he's going to be okay. Anyway, he then went to Thogalum's stall. The shopkeeper welcomes him and asks if he was looking for something. Kenichi wonders if he could sell goods here. Well, they can take anything off his hands. In that case, Kenichi pulls out a spider corpse with blood raining out of it, freaking out the shopkeeper. Kenichi then asks him again to buy the monster he hunted. But well, the shopkeeper was afraid that he can't. Kenichi then asks if he was lying to him earlier. The shopkeeper was too baffled to speak, and then a man came from behind asking what's all this ruckus. Kenichi realized that he was Thogalum, so he introduces himself as Kenichi the sorcerer. He further reminds him about how he made a mess at his wife's store, so he came here to return the favor. But Thogalum doesn't remember doing that to some stupid wench. Annoyed, Kenichi reminds him of the one who sells soup on the square, so he tells him to not play dumb with him. Realizing who he was talking about, Thogalum calls up his goons, who came out wielding weapons. But while Nyamina and Mairai had Kenichi's back, Thogalum then orders the others to shut him up, but the goons were hesitant. After all, Kenichi slayed a giant monster. Thogalum tells them that Kenichi might have just picked up a dead demon lying around the forest, so just shut him up already. Well, listening that somehow made sense to them, so they decided to attack. Kenichi, on the other hand, couldn't comprehend that these idiots actually believed Thogalum. But since there are beast folks here, so it's going to be a problem. As he thinks about what he was gonna pull out of his item box, Vel quickly pulls up in front of Kenichi. A shocked beast folk wonders what's a forest cat Sama doing out here. Kenichi tells him that she was his, and since a forest cat don't stick around with bad people, actually raising hands against one will surely make him the bad guy. The beast folks were too stunned to speak, so Kenichi further wonders him what would happen to cat folks' soul if they die fighting their god's messenger. Well, this was enough for sending a chill down the beast folks, so they quickly decided to get out of here. It seems like even thugs like them don't want to end up in hell. Worried, Thogalum was now alone since all his goons left, but then someone laughs at him, telling, "That's what you get for putting your faith in cats." Kenichi wonders who it was, but then a shredded dog folk comes out. Nyamina and Mairai were stunned, and Thogalum wonders if he could take care of this. Well, he tells him to leave it to him, cause he can easily handle 1 or 2 kitty cats. The dog folk pulls out his sword and goes to attack both Kenichi and Vel. Suddenly, unbeknownst to him, an arrow pierces his chest. Shocked, he wonders who could it be, and well, it was Nyamina and Mairai. Since he raised his hands against a forest cat, they aren't going to let it slide. The dog folk then tried to attack them while in pain, but well, he was soon taken down by bunch of arrows piercing him from every side. Witnessing this, the other goons get tensed up and rushes to attack Kenichi. But well, he quickly summons his power shovel and started spinning the shovel's arm, knocking out all those who dared to attack. Some goons were hit with arrow, some were taken out by Vel, and the others were shot down by Nyamina and Myeri. The remaining goons realized that they couldn't win, so they just stood in fear. Thogalum, who was shaken by his goons' defeat, stammers that Kenichi can't possibly get away with killing people in broad daylight. Well, the moment those dogfolk drew their swords, Thogalum made himself a traitor plotting the assassination of Viscount. But then the Viscount comes out saying even though they didn't exactly get along, he never dreamed Thogalum would be plotting to murder him. Thogalum curses Viscount for betraying him, but well, they were never on the same side. Kenichi thought Viscount was just another good-for-nothing noble, but after hearing that he changed his mind. Later he stores the power shovel and the spider, cause now he thinks they have learned their lesson. But then he summons forth a giant power shovel. Seeing such a giant thing, people were scared and confuses it for a monster. Later baffled Thogalum could only stand and watch Kenichi tearing down his shop with that giant machine. Kenichi, who got way too into demolishing, further destroys the shop. Seeing this, the goons ran away while Thogalum, who could only watch in horror. Kenichi then plans to finally wreck the building, but then he spots Mallow waving at him. He tells him to please not break it down, but Kenichi wonders why is that? Well, it would be a waste cause Mallow could use this building for his trading company. Hearing that irks Thogalum, who curses Mallow. Kenichi then asks, "Do you know him, father?" Well, Mallow have seen him around at merchant guild meetings, and hearing that, Thogalum wonders why he called Mallow father. Well, Kenichi explains that the young lady he's been harassing is the heiress of the Mallow Trading Company, and she's also his wife, so this makes Mallow his father-in-law. Thogalum realizes that he was being ganged up on, but Mallow tells him they wouldn't dare. If only he and his merchants had left the town peacefully, there would be no need for all this ruckus. Kenichi then leans and whispers to Thogalum that he has heard that his wife and daughter are real beauties, so after he had his way with both of them, he's going to make a nice profit off their bodies. But well, of course Kenichi had no intention of doing that. It was just a threat. Frightened Thogalum begs Kenichi, stating his wife and daughter have nothing to do with this. Well, he was the one who harassed Primula and her female staff, and he also threatened to bring them to their knees and have his way. So why can't Kenichi do the same to his women? With nothing to say, Thogalum just slumped down to his knees, and could only beg Kenichi, who wonders about what experiment could he perform on Thogalum's family? After all that, Thogalum tells Kenichi he is ready to take his family and leave this town. Viscount then asks Kenichi to have some mercy on him? Well, since Viscount Sama was sponsoring this operation, he decided to let Thogalum go only if he leaves all his assets behind and take only what he can carry. Well, at this point Thogalum could only agree to it. With this he asks Viscount if this will do? Well, he believes it will. Kenichi had now put an end to this string of events, and his target Thogalum is waving the white flag, so the other merchants should be keeping their heads down as well. After all the words going to spread about the giant iron beast that wreaked havoc here today, well, as Kenichi said, the people who just witnessed this were still in shock. Some among them seems to have realized that Kenichi was the one who wiped out Shaga and his nasty ruffians back in Dahlia. Their whispers were loud enough to be caught by Thogalum, who asks him, "What's a sorcerer like him doing in a place like this?" Well, Kenichi just wanted to live a quiet life here in Estrantia, but then some cowards started messing with his wife's store, so he had to deal with that. But while Mallow was fine with this event cause they got their hands on some pretty good stuff, and for free too. Kenichi, who had wrecked one of the walls, asked his father if that would be problem. Well, not at all. It can be repaired in a jiffy, and above all he count himself lucky to have such a devoted son. As they were grinning and enjoying their happy moment, Nyamina could only wonder how Kenichi and Mallow were the one who looked like the real bad guy here. Kenichi then asks her, did she thought that he was just a nice old guy who couldn't hurt a fly? Well, she pretty much did. But Kenichi tells her that he can take care of himself if he have to. After all, how else he's going to protect Anemone and Primula? Well, the other ladies weren't happy to be excluded from that. But Kenichi knows that they don't need protection. But if they ever did, of course he will save them if they are in any real danger. And well, hearing that was enough for Nyamina to be rizzed by Kenichi, the Rizzler. Kenichi laments about how it took so long, but they finally solved Primula's harassment case. Some people had to die for it, but they were only causing trouble in this town, so he don't think anyone's going to get back at him for them. And with that, he now hopes that this will change the Viscounty for the better. After Kenichi laid siege to Thogalum's store, he ended up waving the white flag and gave up all his assets and left town. The Mallow Trading Company replaced Thogalum's store with a branch office, and soon the other merchants as well as Primula's store were all bought up by the Mallow Trading Company in one lump sum acquisition. Things have finally calmed down, but Kenichi wonders why does he get the feeling that Kana has been coming over more often than before. So, he asks her if she was sure that she should be here having fun with them. Won't she get in trouble with Viscount? Well, Kana tells him that it will be fine, cause Viscount's off with his mistress again. Well, hearing that, he wonders who's governing the Viscounty then? Well, it will be fine, says Kana, and Kenichi realized that things really were back to normal. Or so he thought, cause Viscount suddenly came one day giving his sincerest apology. Seeing that everyone wonders what it was for, so Kenichi asks what was happening, cause Viscount suddenly showed up unannounced only to bow his head. Well, the reason was simple. He hands Kenichi a message. It was designated to Viscount Eupatorium. It stated that a sorcerer by the name of Kenichi holds residence in the Viscounty, so they wanted to have him visit the capital with all haste. Signed by King Ranunculus. Much to their shock, it was a royal summon directly from His Majesty, which wasn't what Kenichi had in his mind today. Viscount knows that he is indebted to Kenichi, but with this royal decree, he is in no position to refuse. Kenichi wonders what would happen if he slipped away. Viscount asks him, please don't, cause that would count as defying the decree and they might suspect him of concealing Kenichi's existence. In worst case scenario, they might be charged with treason. Well, it was a headache for Kenichi, but he can't possibly do this to Viscount and Viscountess. Still, there was no mass media here, but as they say, rumors travel fast. So Kenichi decided to make his way for the capital. Viscount then apologizes for making him do this. After all, he had done so much for the Viscounty. He then hands Kenichi the letter which will grant him passage. Kana then asks Kenichi, after he finishes his business in the capital, will he come back here? Well, he will come back right after he's done. And hearing that, Kana was happy, but to be honest, she would love to join him, as she gives cutesy glance. Kenichi then reminds her that she can't possibly spend so much time away from her husband, but Viscount didn't mind much. Hearing that, Kana started suggesting it again, but Kenichi quickly shuts her down. Later at home, Kenichi tells the girl that he would have to go to the capital, and he wonders what are they gonna do. Anemone quickly tells him that she wants to come as well, and since Primula is his wife, she will naturally come. Nyamina and Maieri tells him to count them as well. Vel too was agreeing in its own way. Kenichi further tells them that if they want to stay here, he can leave the house behind and they can just go on with their lives while they wait. Anemone then reminds him about the time when he said they will go on an adventure. Nyamina further tells him that they all have already said they are gonna come. Hearing that, he just smiles, stating they will pack up the house and the foundation in the item box and prepare for departure. After that, Vel then excitedly ran to Kenichi, and just like that, the day came to an end. Next morning, he packs up the house in his item box. Seeing this, Nyamina realizes how comfortable it is to take your house wherever they go. Well, that's the whole reason he had made the house this small. Maieri also had a bright idea to stack up the tiny houses and make one big house. Kenichi later packed up the field and pulls out the car cause it was time to go. Later, when everyone was comfy on their seats, anxious Kenichi wonders about how to go to the capital. Primula then tells him that she has been to the capital once, so she can point him in the right direction, and for starters they will first need to pass through Estrantia. Later, while Kenichi was going through the busy street, he couldn't drive properly because of the people there. Suddenly some beast folk stops him, wondering was he going somewhere? Well, he was summoned by His Majesty, so he is on his way to the capital. Hearing that, everyone seems to be shocked cause it looks like Kenichi really made it. Well, maybe he might actually be in trouble, but anyway, he wasn't interested in quote-unquote making it or some cushy government job. The beast folks were surprised cause people here would die for a chance like this, but well, Kenichi was planning on coming straight back here after he was done. The gathered crowd were surprised to hear that Kenichi was planning to say no to the offer. Well, it's not like he knows for sure this will be a job offer. Who knows, maybe he really might be in trouble. Nyamina then chimes in, wondering what if they really do offer him a job. Well, they didn't mention it in the letter, and maybe His Majesty just summoned him for fun? Well, whatever it is, it's the king, so they gotta hear him out. Kenichi then wonders what if he did end up taking that job, then he won't be able to spend time with them anymore. Is that what she wants? Hearing that, Nyamina's mood slowly deflated, cause as a government official maybe Kenichi shouldn't be seen with beast folks. Well, she doesn't have to worry about it cause he was gonna say no anyway. Soon they leave Estrantia, and now they are headed for the next town, Achaemenes. The route to the next town was a little harsh, but together they made the journey singing along to the beat. Later they reached the Achaemenes town gate, and Kenichi realized that these buildings and all these wares were basically the same as Estrantia. He then asks Primula what's the next town called? Well, it's Ibarus. It's one town over from the capital, so it's a fairly big city. Later on the route, Kenichi realized that since he left Echimines it's been grain fields wherever he looks. Well, it looks like the soil here in the Duchy of Ibarus is very fertile. And the city was huge as well. It has a population of 300,000 and it's second only to the capital, which has 1 million citizens. Primula further tells him that once they leave Ibarus, it shouldn't be long before they reach the capital. So Kenichi decides to stay outside Ibarus for the night, and he set up the house. At this rate they should make it before they close the gates, so there's no need to hurry. Next day it was a rainy stop, while they were stuck in a medieval jam. Kenichi thought since sun was out this morning, this would be a light drizzle, but they were out of luck. While the windscreen wiper was doing its job, the beast folks in the car were anxiously staring at it, while swaying their head with the windscreen wiper. Worried, Kenichi tells them to just don't pounce on that. As Vel was trying to relax, Kenichi couldn't hold it anymore and decided to stop the car. He pulls it to the side and opts to have some snacks while they wait for the rain to pass. The food was delicious, so Primula wonders if it was deep-fried flour? Well, Kenichi didn't make it himself, so he can't say for sure. Sometimes later the rain had stopped, so it was time to head for the capital. Nyamina wonders if he was sure about it, cause the road seems blocked. The rain got all the carts stuck in the mud. It looks like there's no way they will make it to the capital today. But well, Kenichi decides to try making their way through for now. But when he passes the last cart, he was shocked to see the bridge was out. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, drop a like and subscribe for more. New videos will be out every week, and I want to thank you all again for following me to this new channel. Until next time, bye.